I'm representing BBC Radio Somerset, Ed's representing BBC Radio Gloucestershire, and we're both representing BBC Radio Bristol. The match situation is Somerset made 312 in their first innings. Gloucestershire have replied with 301 for 8, and goes almost without saying, Ed, it's pretty evenly poised.
It is, and it certainly didn't look as if it would be that way when Matt Taylor strode out to the middle with Gloucestershire 203 for 7. But the 71-run partnership between James Bracey and Matt Taylor has dragged Gloucestershire back into a position of parity. And speaking to James Bracey after play yesterday, he certainly seemed to think that the pitch may well continue to flatten out. And he also said, which was something which Richard Dawson always used to, one of his kind of mantras really, he was talking about just get it to the final day, get it to a position where Gloucestershire could achieve victory, not where we're looking to achieve victory, it's get it, it's very much about set up that final day. So that was obviously the talk within the Gloucestershire dressing room, and it shows you really that the Richard Dawson stamp on this team, as you would imagine, is still very much there, even with Ian Harvey now as coach and Mark Elaine as assistant. So that was what James Bracey said after his very composed 118. And it's not easy to play shots out there. James Bracey, well, he did his best. He had to grind out his runs. He batted very well, and Matt Taylor, very impressed with his half-century, his maiden first-class half-century. But there's a bit of work to do this morning for Gloucestershire in order to overturn that 11-run deficit and maybe try and get a lead.
Yep, and the immediate priority for Somerset is one more wicket in the next 7 overs. We've had 103 overs. Craig Overton's in from the river end, and that's dug out back to the bowler by David Payne. Yes, 110 overs, the first 110 overs in the first innings are when bonus points can be scored. Middlesex have 3 batting points, Somerset have 3 batting points, and so far 2 bowling points. Gloucestershire have 3 bowling points as well as their 3 batting points. Overton is in and bowls to Payne, who drives up to mid-on, won't get a run. But it was hard work for bowlers and indeed for batsmen yesterday. James Bracey wasn't by any means the most fluent innings he can ever have played, but he hung in there and accumulated very effectively. Some nice shots in there as well, but some very accurate Somerset bowling made it difficult for the batsman, as that flies off the inside edge down to long leg, where there is a fielder who is out of my sight, but I'm guessing it's Marchant Delango probably, because I can't see him anywhere else.
I think it might be Josh Davey.
Could be, which suggests if it is Josh Davey, then he'll presumably be going to be bowling the second over. It's the first run of the morning, 302 for 8. David Payne underway. Brings Matt Taylor down to the business end. Overton is in, bowls to him. Taken on the pad! Oh, that must have been very close. I was expecting the Bainton finger to go up there. Maybe it did just a little bit too much. But close run thing.
Well, it was very full. I think probably was just heading down the leg side, but I must admit live I thought that the finger was going to be going up rather like you, because it looked very full, and especially from our angle where we're slightly on the off side, it looks even better from here because of the angle that the stumps are relative to our viewpoint.
Here comes Overton again, in and bowls, and that beats him outside the off stump. Craig Overton cursing his luck out there at the moment, just looks to the heavens. Good LBW shout, turned down, and then passing the outside edge, he's saying, what have I got to do, as he makes his slow way back to his mark. 2 slips in the gully, the close catches. Somerset will be very, very anxious to mop up his last couple of Gloucestershire wickets sooner rather than later. Overton is in and bowls again, and it's time Taylor back on his stumps, defending out into the offside. Brings that first over to a close. 1 run added. 1 very close call for LBW. 1 ball passing the outside edge, but no wicket for Somerset. 302 for 8.
And it was remarkable in that half-century of Matt Taylor how few instances there were like that. I can't remember an over where, certainly not an over like that, where there was, say, an LBW shout and a play and a miss. There were a couple of plays and misses, as you would expect, but not very many. And it was a testament to the composure of Matt Taylor, really, because he did not go after anything that he didn't have to go after. And I thought, when he was on about 46, I was thinking, this is unfortunately the prime point to play the kind of shot that gets you out before the milestone. But he didn't, and he waited until the very last over last night to get to his half-century, and waited for a ball that he could put away. So Marchand de Lange is going to start things off from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. He's there to Payne, and Payne will get at least a run here. Should get 2 as he turns that one away wide of long leg, and they do indeed come back for that second run. Gloucestershire to 304 for 8, Payne on to 12. And I wonder how much, if at all, probably not at all, they would have talked about frustrating Somerset as far as that bowling point is concerned. Maybe it's the kind of thing that they wouldn't mention, I don't know. Here comes de Lange, he's there, he bowls full, and that's driven, and it's caught by de Lange in his follow through. So David Payne has gone. It's an early breakthrough for Somerset. They get that bowling point, the 3rd for them, and David Payne, I don't know if the ball just stopped on him or if he was just through the shot too early, but he drove it with a closing bat face. It turned in his hand and spooned a catch straight back to Marchand de Lange, who picks up his 3rd wicket.
Good sharp catch as well for a big fast bowler in his follow through there. Never easy, and he made that look very easy, did Marchand de Lange. And relief in the Somerset ranks at not being frustrated in the context of that 3rd bowling point, and getting through early on means that Dom Goodman will come out, and his form with the bat is an unknown quantity, certainly to me, and I think to Ed as well. But you're saying, Ed, he has the reputation of being a little bit of an all-rounder.
Yeah, I think at the level that he has played at so far, he would certainly be classed as an all-rounder.
Do we know where he bats for Exeter University? Perhaps?
He batted, I think, at around about 7 or 8. So, you know, the Exeter University side was full of players who had plenty of second 11 experience at various counties. It's not an whatever MCCU, but you know, the team there still has plenty of good players. And still, though, having said that, I think you can guess from the fact that he didn't bat higher up in that lineup, the fact that the bowling is very much stronger than the batting, and the fact that he's coming behind Payne and Taylor would tell you that as well. Not, of course, that either of them are mugs with the bat, but they're not necessarily what you would call all-rounders. Here's de Lange, bowls to Goodman, and welcome to first-class cricket, Tom Goodman, says Marchand de Lange. Delivers him a bouncer, which Goodman, to his credit, ducks well underneath. And being a tall chap, you'd always think that, especially from a bowler like Marchand de Lange, that he's going to think, see how he can play that short ball. Here comes Marchand de Lange, he's there, bowls full, and there's a correct forward defensive from Goodman, away just to the left of the bowler.
He's bowled well, Marchand de Lange. He's picked up 3 for 60 now in his 19th over. So not too expensive. He's not the most economical bowler that ever lived.
Here comes De Lange. He's there to the crease. He bowls to Goodman, and once more Goodman is confidently enough on the front foot, playing quietly to the covers for no run. And I reckon he's the kind of bowler sometimes who will just have a real off day. You just hope that doesn't happen very often. And with the Somerset attack being as it is, they've got options if he does have a day like that, which I think is the key thing. They need him, but if he is having an off day, they can cover for him. Here is De Lange, he's there, bowls, and Goodman plays pretty defensively, just rolling the wrists and knocking it up to mid-on, and there's no run. So Gloucestershire 304 for 9 after 105 overs. Somerset have picked up that third bowling point, which I'm sure their supporters will be delighted with, having possibly been a little nervous overnight. And I said really to Anthony just before we went on air, Gloucestershire would not have wanted that close to come. They would have been quite happy to play on until 7 o'clock last night if they could have done. They would have hoped, should have said to the umpires, well, we can make up a bit more time here. No need to make up 8 overs tomorrow. We can make up at least 4 more overs today, because things were going rather well for them last night. But as so often happens, early wicket this morning.
Here's Overton in to bowl to Taylor. He's there and bowls, and Taylor just plays that out into the offside. It's going to be a late finish here at the county ground today. Got Duke of Edinburgh's funeral this afternoon, which means that there'll be no play between 10 to 3 and 10 past 4. 20 of those 80 minutes will be accounted for by the tea interval, which means that we'll lose an hour of play. We've made up half of that hour already with 4 extra overs yesterday and on Thursday, and the other 8 overs will be made up today. Overton's in and bowls, and that's it's not lofted, it's driven. He's in the air for a time up to mid-on. Aggressive, semi-aggressive shot from Matt Taylor. Didn't really go through with the shot. There's no run. So what with losing the hour and having 104 overs to be bowled in the day, we're going to be finishing at 7:30 probably, as that's pushed out into the offside, and that's assuming that the overs are bowled expeditiously, which they weren't yesterday. How many are Somerset behind the over rate? It was 2, wasn't it?
Yes, interestingly though, it says
seems
level.
level
So
now,
maybe they've made some adjustments for the likes of that cover incident.
When the ball disappeared under the tarpaulin.
It definitely did say 2 last night, but
It
it's
did,
saying level
yeah.
this morning.
Yeah. Here's Overton into bowl to Taylor. He's there and bowls, and appeal for LBW, given not out. And again, Big Craig not impressed, I think would be fair to say. He's doing the double teapot of wandering away. He's got steam coming out of his ears at the moment, metaphorically at least.
He'll probably be also frustrated that half his team didn't go up with him. He felt as though
I think it was a bit high.
yes, and it may also have been just looking at the replay outside the line as well. So I didn't know that it had an awful lot going for it, which is probably why nobody other than Gully actually appealed for it, really, other than
the shout in the last over was a much better one. Here's Overton in and bowls, and Taylor just pushes that out into the offside.
Tom Abel obviously felt as captain that he should be appealing for it, but the other fielders on the offside were not interested at all.
No. I suppose that the Gloucestershire approach here will just be to score as many runs as they can, and with the extra 8 overs, well, they're not really extra 8 overs, they'll be making up the overs, so there's still plenty of time as this is driven out into the offside, and misfield there by George Bartlett, and they can come back for a second run. Takes the score on to 306 for 9, and that's the end of the Overton over. I still think it's going to be hard for a positive conclusion to be reached in this game. I said on Twitter last night that either or both of these sides is going to have to either bat very badly or bowl very well to get anything other than a draw out of this game on this pitch, which is looking more like a Bristol, or playing more like a Bristol pitch with every hour that passes. That's to say, there isn't much life in it.
Yeah, well, the life that there was off a good length early on in the game, that seems to have almost vanished now. Here is De Lange. He's in, bowls full and straight, and Goodman on the front foot playing back to the bowler. Craig Overton was furious with the misfield off the last ball of the previous over. And I'd say misfield, it wasn't, I don't think, the easiest piece of fielding. It's just Somerset have been pulling off those stops for the entirety of the innings so far, and if they hadn't been, then Gloucestershire would probably have a lead of 20 or so by now, because of the runs that they saved, particularly in the cover region. But Somerset expect those stops to be made. They expect that pressure on the opposition. Here is De Lange to the crease, bowls, and Goodman's going to get his first run in first-class cricket as he turns it away down to long leg for a single, and the score moves to 307 for 9. Goodman has 1 run to his name, and Gloucestershire trail by 5 runs. People counting them down on their fingers now, potentially. Even though, of course, it's probably not going to affect the match situation terribly, or you never know, of course. It may come down to single runs at the end of the game, but at least for now, doesn't affect it terribly. De Lange bowls, and Matt Taylor drives. He's going to pick up a run just to the left of mid-off. It was certainly nowhere near a half volley there, but Matt Taylor just stroked it. Didn't try to flash too hard at it. 308 now for 9. And so far, at least, doesn't seem as though Matt Taylor feels as if he's got to change the way he's playing. De Lange there bowls, and that's full and straight, and a loud thud as it hits the middle of the bat for the defensive shot from Dom Goodman.
I would have thought it was in Gloucestershire's interest to play a few shots, get the runs on the board. If they lose a wicket, well, it just means they'll have a little bit longer in which to have a go at Somerset.
Here is De Lange. He's there, bowls short, and that's a duck from Goodman. And, well, De Lange's standing there and thinking, well, yes, ducked underneath it. Maybe he felt he took his eye off it a little bit there, but I don't think Goodman was at all insecure about the decision to duck underneath it. So, De Lange, will he go full again, or will he bang another one in to finish the over? He's there now, he bowls, and that's... Ooh, Goodman tried to turn that one away to the fine leg boundary and doesn't get anything on it, having moved a little way across his stumps there. That ends the over. 107 have been bowled in the innings. Gloucestershire are 308 for 9. They've added 7 runs this morning for the loss of David Payne, who chipped one and was well caught in the follow-through by Marchand de Lange of his own bowling.
Yes, I just realised I was talking a load of nonsense about the timings for today, because of course the hour will have been made up, so we're not actually losing an hour. We will have today 88 overs.
We need Polly on this one, I think.
Yeah, we do. Here comes Craig Overton in and bowls, and Matt Taylor just pushes that into the offside, because 288 overs are supposed to be bowled in
yes,
the
you
first
are
3
right.
days.
It is 88 overs.
Yeah, and we've had 200 of those. So it'll be 88 overs today in the available time, which will mean that we're losing an hour. So it should be half an hour after the normal close. So 6:30, not 7:30, as Overton is in and bowls. That's outside the off stump, and no shot from Taylor.
Polly, the Somerset scorer, I should just add for those who don't necessarily know, but I suspect most people probably know.
Indeed, Polly Rhodes. We were chatting to her before the start and wondering when home scorers will be allowed to go to away games. It does seem a bit de trop over the... yes, Simon Bennett just making that point. This is pushed into the offside by Taylor, about the 88 overs, not 104. Quite right to Mark Edwards. Oh, crikey. I don't think we're on the BBC website. If you'd like to hand over, to take over, Ed, I'll see if I can sort this out.
Craig Overton, 3 balls into his over. Matt Taylor on strike on 56, extending his career best with every run he makes. Here's Overton, bangs it in short, and Matt Taylor has a swish at it over his head and doesn't get any bat on it. There is a fielder out at deep square leg. There is a long leg as well, but it's a short boundary to the Somerset stand, and Matt Taylor obviously felt as though if he got a decent amount of bat on it, or perhaps even a top edge on it, he might get plenty of runs for it, even though there is protection out there. Here is Craig Overton. He's there now, bowls, and Matt Taylor pushes away into the cover region and won't get a run for it.
Yeah, I think we're on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra at the moment, and very good it is to have you with us. And we're on the live stream being provided by Somerset County Cricket Club. But I don't think we're on the BBC website because the stream has presumably not been connected, or some other technical problem. Here comes Craig Overton then from the river end. He's bowling to Matt Taylor outside the off stump, and no shot from Taylor. End of that over. 308 for 9 is the score. We have had 5 overs this morning, and the wicket that has fallen was that of David Payne, who was smartly caught by Marchant de Lange in his follow-through. Caught bowled de Lange, Payne having made 12, and that wicket meant that Somerset picked up maximum bowling points to go with their 3 batting points. So it's all level in terms of bonus points, as well as all level in terms of the state of the game. And I wouldn't have thought, Ed, that on this pitch it's going to be much of a handicap to Gloucestershire batting last.
No, and in fact I was thinking on the walk in this morning that actually, for me, the decision Gloucestershire made to bowl first has already, for me, been vindicated by the way that the pitch has played. Here comes de Lange now starting a new over, and that one is that off the pad of Goodman, or did he miss it completely? It went on the bounce through to Stephen Davis. Couldn't quite see whether it just flicked something on its way through, but heading down the leg side, Goodman could be a little bit disappointed he didn't get a touch on it. Should also point out there is a fielder at a forward backward square leg, which is an interesting position. Here is de Lange, he bowls, and Goodman is taken on the splice of the bat there, but it drops away out into the well, really out in front of him. I was just, you know, we've been comparing the pitch to Bristol a little bit, and at Bristol the wisdom often is that the pitch is going to do its most on the first day, so you win the toss and bowl, and possibly Gloucestershire looked at this pitch and that's exactly what they thought. Here is de Lange, he bowls a full toss, and that's turned away through mid-wicket by Goodman, and there is protection out there, so it's only going to be a single, and the score moves to 309 for 9. Goodman on to 2.
I think he was trying for the Yorker there. He's got the man out at deep mid-wicket. in the hope, presumably, of encouraging the batsman to expect a short ball, which can be hooked, and he's going for the double bluff and trying to fire in the Yorker, but just hasn't got his radar quite right so far. Captain has a chat with him, maybe saying, test him out with another short one.
Well, certainly seems to be nothing wrong with the technique of Goodman, that's for sure. That's short, and Matt Taylor is ducking underneath that one, so De Lange did indeed test Matt Taylor out with the short delivery, and well, he was tempted with one. He was tempted with one in the last over and had a hook at one off Craig Overton, but possibly Matt Taylor just realising that he's hitting to the longer boundary this time towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion and towards the car park, so shelving the pull shot, perhaps. De Lange bowls, and bowls a good length, which is jabbed away out towards extra cover, and there is no run. I gather that we are back on the BBC Sport website, so that is good to hear.
Excellent.
Available on...
But we're not on 5 Live Sports Extra, I gather, so we gain one and lose the other, but...
I was about to say we're available on all platforms we could be, but apparently not, so here comes De Lange to complete the over. He bowls, oh, and that one could have rolled onto the stumps. I think that may have been the old thigh pad issue, yes, and Matt Taylor just adjusting it back into its position. We nearly saw one of those yesterday, I think it was, where it just catches the bottom of the thigh pad and it moves back towards the stumps. But just like that one, Matt Taylor surviving. Gloucestershire 309 for 9, they trail by just 3 runs, and so far the mantra this morning seems to be frustrate Somerset from Gloucestershire.
Yeah. Do you think Gloucester would settle for a draw?
Well,
against a strong side away from home?
I think they probably would. I forget the exact date, the last time that Gloucestershire won their first 2 championship matches, but I think particularly because of the penalty point situation, I think that makes a draw not look too bad, actually.
Here's Overton in and bowls. And Goodman defends. Tall figure. 6 foot 6 inches tall. He's even taller than Craig Overton. Probably heard Tom Abel there. Bold Craigo, encouraging his big fast bowler. Here he comes again from the river end in bowls, and Goodman looks a well-organised batsman. Got nicely in behind that one. Played it firmly back up the pitch to the bowler. Hasn't looked in any difficulty so far. It's been tested out by a couple of bouncers from Marchant De Lange, which he evaded without too much apparent difficulty. Must be nervous out there. His first innings in first-class cricket. Overton's in and bowls to him outside the off stump and just lets that go through to Steve Davis.
I like that. He held the pose of the lead there for Craig Overton to look at as he came for a little stare. Didn't look as though there was a word this time, but judging by the way he bowled, though, I don't know about the nerves, because he certainly didn't bowl nervously.
No, he didn't. He did not. He bowled very well. Here comes Overton again in bowls. Oh, and that's a bouncer. He wasn't quite so comfortable there. He did duck out of the way, but his initial movement was rather towards the ball rather than away from it. Not in any great danger. Just looking up where he hails from. Originally, he's from Ashford in Kent. So he's not a man of the Shire. He is at university just down the road at Exeter as he's forward in defence, and that just runs up to Jack Leach at mid-off. Do we know how he comes to be playing for Gloucestershire? Was he in the? Has he come up through the academy?
Yes, I believe he has. Yes.
So he must have some sort of West Country connection.
Yes, I believe he is Clifton College.
Ah, right.
The great breeding ground for Gloucestershire cricketers, or one of them, I should say.
Overton is in and bowls and meets it with a firm defensive bat. End
Actually,
of the over.
Sorry, Anthony, I just had a sudden memory, and he is actually, I believe, Buckinghamshire product, because I have a feeling I saw a few tweets from Buckinghamshire.
He went
cricket.
to Dr. Challoner's Grammar School. I don't know where that is. But made his debut for the Gloucestershire second 11 in 2019.
Amersham, apparently, says Google. Other search engines are available.
So he doesn't have any obvious West Country connections, but he looks like a...
Here comes De Lange, starting the new over. Bowls a full toss and is out. Matt Taylor is out. LBW to a full toss. He looked like he almost didn't pick that one up. And the ball just, well, it didn't quite loop. I don't know if it was a slower ball or something, but either way, it seemed to kind of completely bemuse Matt Taylor, who played, well, he didn't really even play a shot at it. It just kind of, the bat came down and sort of wafted at it way too late, and he's out LBW.
I tell you, the other strange thing about it is that Martin De Lange didn't really appeal.
I think he just knew how out it was. He just didn't really bother to. So De Lange's picked up both wickets to fall this morning. Gloucestershire have added 8 runs and are bowled out for 309. And how often do you see that? You had a partnership like you did last night come out this morning and don't add too many more runs. It always seems to happen.
Well, we've had just about half an hour's play. Gloucestershire being bowled out for 309 to give Somerset a handsome first innings lead of 3 runs. We had this morning 7.1 overs. So
and 8 runs added.
And I don't think that the fact that they've been bowled out in the first half an hour, I don't think that hurts Gloucestershire's chances at all, because if they're going to win this game, they need to bowl Somerset out. And you know, if they batted for another half an hour and added another, I don't know, how many? They only added what, 7 runs this morning in half an hour. 302. Was it 301? It was 8. Yeah, 301 overnight. So they added 8 runs in half an hour. If they'd occupied another half an hour, adding 8 runs to their total, I don't think that would have been a particularly wise use of their time. So as it is, we've had, what did I say, 8 overs effectively, because the one ball that was bowled in that over counts as an over for the purposes of calculating the time. So 8 overs plus 2 for the change of innings. Subtract that from 88, and Somerset have got 78 overs minimum of batting today in which to put a score on the board. And if they're not bowled out, they're probably going to have to bat until best part of morning session tomorrow, maybe to declare half an hour before lunch and hope to have a lead of 300 plus, something like that. It's which will leave them 2 and a bit sessions in which to bowl Gloucestershire out, which will be a big ask, quite honestly. The Gloucestershire side bats pretty deep, as we've seen in this innings, and unless the pitch completely changes in character, there isn't much in it for the seam bowlers, and there wasn't much in it for Jack Leach yesterday. And talking to Craig Overton at close of play yesterday, he didn't sound particularly optimistic that there would be much turn on the 4th day for Jack to work with either. So take for 20 wickets to fall in the next 5 and a half sessions. Well, it's possible. but we will see.
And I guess it will be interesting to see how aggressive Somerset are, because, you know, at the same time as we've been saying a draw would probably be a decent result for Gloucestershire, it's hard to say really how decent a result a draw is from this position. Would you really want to risk setting Gloucestershire a target that they can chase in a similar fashion to they did last week? I'm not sure that Somerset can afford to do that.
No, I don't think they will. I think their first priority is going to be to make the game safe. They do score quite quickly under any circumstances. Somerset, they're an attractive batting side, a stroke-making batting side, but its stroke-making is not easy on this pitch against the Gloucestershire collection of seam bowlers, particularly David Payne and Ryan Higgins, very skillful on this sort of surface, and the priority for Somerset is not to lose early wickets, to give themselves a good start, which is something they haven't had. They didn't have in either innings against Middlesex, and they didn't have in the first innings here against Gloucestershire. So we will see. Could be a fascinating day's play. It could be rather a dull one if Somerset do find stroke making difficult, and the Gloucestershire bowlers can't make the inroads that they might otherwise make on this pretty lifeless track out there. Groundsman just going up and down with a light roller, and the pitch is pretty uniformly dust coloured now. There isn't much green to be seen in the middle of it. So Gloucestershire bowled out this morning for 309, the last couple of wickets to fall. David Payne, who was caught and bowled by Marchant de Lange, for 12, mistiming an intended drive. Good smart catch by the big South African. And then Matt Taylor, who made his career best score of 56, his first half century for Gloucestershire in first class cricket before he was LBW to de Lange, missing a full toss, and that was all out for 309, leaving David Goodman, Dom Goodman, who looked pretty secure, I have to say. Two not out. He didn't play a full shot, really, did he?
No, he looked very secure in his defensive technique, and you could sort of imagine that maybe, it's hard to say, of course, on an innings of 2 from 18 not out, but it looked as though maybe the attacking shots were what, you know, he doesn't quite have at the moment, but the technique you certainly couldn't question. He looked very solid when he came forward and ducked every bounce that was bowled at him, and there were good bounces bowled at him by both de Lange and Craig Overton. They both got the ball at exactly the right height, at that really nasty height at sort of shoulder height or so.
Yeah, and for a big man, tall man, he dealt with the bouncers really quite well, because they are more difficult for a tall man to evade. They tend to sail over the head of the shorter batsman. So that meant that Marchant de Lange finished with the more than respectable figures of 21.1 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 63, picking up both the wickets this morning. The other Somerset bowlers, Lewis Gregory, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 72. Craig Overton, no joy this morning, but he bowled a really good spell, I thought, this morning. He could easily have picked up Matt Taylor, LBW, or caught behind. He finished with figures of 24 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 63. Josh Davey, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 43. Jack Leach, miserly as ever, 29 overs, 10 maidens, none for 64. He kept things under control while the seam bowlers operated from the other end, and I thought James Bracey was very interesting about, you know, the problems of facing Jack Leach when you spoke to him last night.
Yes, I forgot to mention that, actually. It was I wanted to ask him that, because I'm sure that both of them will have spent a lot of time together
in the bubble
last year, having not played either of them more than a game last year. Jack Leach didn't play in any game other than the Bob Willis final, did he?
No, that's right.
And Bracey, who played in a game, but it wasn't a game because that was the
the one that was called off.
Yes, the one session long game against Northamptonshire where he opened the batting and didn't get any runs, but rather understandable that he didn't really, because having spent all that time sitting around and admittedly watching some terrific cricket, I'm sure, he was probably not in the best of frames of mind coming out and batting for what was always going to be the one red ball match that he would have in the season. Of course, he had plenty of innings in the T20, but that was the only red ball innings that he had. And the Somerset openers are out in the middle, and the Gloucestershire fielders are milling around, getting into their position. No surprise that it will be David Payne to open the bowling, and I can already say it will be Ryan Higgins, not only from the fact that who else would you open with really, also Ryan Higgins has got his cap off at mid-wicket. There are 3 slips in place for David Payne. Craig Brathwaite standing at first, George Hankins at second, and Chris Dent is currently positioned at third slip. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and Dom Goodman is down on the long leg boundary as David Payne will bowl the first ball of the innings. And an immediate flash and a miss. Tom Banton does not waste any time in opening up his stroke play, but that was a very loose start from Tom Banton, and Anthony Gibson is making a face that looks like he's just swallowed a lemon next to me.
Dear. It was a sort of convulsive. Just needs to calm down a bit.
Payne bowls. Oh, and that one comes back at Banton, and Banton is, I think they say, cut in half when that happens. And the ball just spearing back into his body and struck him on the body.
He's not a good starter, Tom Banton. He's very vulnerable at the start of an innings, and I think that goes when he's batting in the middle order actually as well as opening the innings, but it's more pronounced at the top.
Payne bowls. That's very wide. That's really a little too wide, and Payne doesn't want to show his displeasure too much, but he turned very quickly away from having delivered that ball. He knows that that's not really what's required. I mean, admittedly, Banton has shown that he wants to play his shots out there, so it could have worked, I suppose, just even though it wasn't, I suspect, what he was intending to do. Here comes Payne. He's in now, he bowls, and that's come off the splice of the bat, and it was in the air for a little bit. It fell well short of Graham van Buren at mid-off, but it did not come out of the middle of the bat, and that's something that can happen, of course, on the slow pitch. You just get that ball that pops up. You don't get the middle of the bat on it and don't keep it down, and that's actually pretty much what happened to David Payne early this morning when he was caught and bowled. Payne in once more, he bowls, and that's very wide, and in fact no ball called by Richard Illingworth, so Somerset get their first runs of the second innings. I assume that was for front foot. I can't imagine it was so wide that it didn't hit the cut strip. So Somerset 2 without loss as Payne bowls to Banton, and Banton is beaten by a beautiful delivery from David Payne, a pretty classic left-armer's delivery to the right-hander.
Yeah, Banton just playing the line of the ball, and defensive shot. Nothing wrong with the shot. It was the late seam movement that defeated Banton's efforts. Fortunately for him, didn't get an edge.
Here is Payne. He's in, bowls to Banton, and Banton Yeah, well, he has that one go past the outside edge as well. So a probing opening over from David Payne. Some good bowling, a couple of loose strokes from Tom Banton, particularly off the first ball, but he's got through it, and Somerset are 2 without loss after the first over.
Now the man who really needs the runs of these two is Tom Lammonby. 3 innings, just 5 runs so far. 5 in the first innings against Middlesex. First ball duck in the second, and a 6th ball duck here in the first innings. And he too is vulnerable early on outside the off stump. Got 3 slips, with Brathwaite at first slip, Hankins
yeah.
at second, and who's at third?
Chris Dent,
the Gloucestershire captain. It's Ryan Higgins to bowl from this Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and Lammonby survives his first ball. A defensive shot this time, not going for the ambitious off drive that was his undoing in the second innings at Lord's. Played a rather indeterminate shot in the first innings here. 3 centuries in the Bob Willis last season, being hailed as Somerset's new batting discovery. Higgins is in and bowls to him. Oh, he's gone, caught behind. 3rd duck in a row for Tom Lammonby. Good ball from Higgins, just took the outside edge. It bounced quite markedly, moved away from the left-handed Tom Lammonby, and that is the worst possible start for Somerset. They've lost Lammonby without scoring. 2 for 1 in the second over.
he is a very crafty bowler, is Ryan Higgins, and he's not one of those medium pace bowlers who can just bowl very full and that's it. He's realised, I think, that actually dragging the length back a bit on this pitch is where you get the life, and that ball was good length really rather than full, and that's the length that he bowled. So once more, Ryan Higgins, very intelligent bowler, and he figured out where he wanted to bowl it and he got the reward early for it. So the question is, can Gloucestershire keep taking wickets this time? Whereas, you know, in the first innings, Somerset were able to recover things with their very strong middle order and lower middle order. If Gloucestershire are going to make a bid for the win, they're going to need to keep striking, because they do just keep coming at you, this Somerset batting lineup.
Well, there's Tom Abel. He's out there in the second over for the third game in succession, third innings in succession, second innings at Lord's, and both innings here. Tom Lammonby. It's a cruel game, cricket, isn't it? 3 centuries last season and 3 ducks so far this season. Here's Higgins into Abel in and bowls, and Abel gets in behind. That's a textbook defensive shot of his. But perfect start for Gloucestershire. They look to take 10 Somerset wickets. Preferably, I would think 10 Somerset wickets during the course of today would be their target, to leave themselves plenty of time to chase down whatever target they are set by Somerset. Higgins to Abel outside the off stump, and he lets it go through to wicketkeeper Bracey. Light aircraft going overhead. It's the warmest of the 3 days, or perhaps the least cold of the 3 days that we've had here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, with mostly blue sky overhead, just a few white fluffy clouds, slightly hazier than it has been the first 2 days. The Quantock's looking slightly hazy away in the distance as Higgins bowls, and has stifled appeal for an inside edge into the pads, out into the offside. Good piece of bowling by Higgins. Uncertain moment for Tom Abel. who batted superbly in the second innings up at Lord's for 84, leading the way as Somerset chased down 285. Higgins is in and bowls, and Abel again defends, being offered absolutely nothing by Ryan Higgins. Very good first over, a wicket maiden. We've had 2 overs, and Somerset 2 for 1.
Well, Ryan Higgins with indeed a wicket maiden to start, and most of the deliveries were good length really rather than full. Of course he's going to vary it a bit because you need to, but I think in general it looks as if he is going to settle in on that kind of length, and the Payne-Banton duel will resume. Can't imagine Banton's going to want to be sitting on naught for too long here. Here is David Payne, left arm over in bowls, and Banton this time pushing defensively, and they didn't think too long about a quick single.
Just to say, Ed, I'm delighted to say that Radio 5 Live Sports Extra listeners have now joined us. Welcome to Cooper Associates County Ground at Taunton. Somerset 2 for 1, the man out, Tom Lammonby. I'm Anthony Gibson, and taking up commentary now, Ed Seaborn.
Here is Payne bowls, and Tom Banton will not play a shot at that one, but it's been another exciting morning really so far. I know Gloucestershire didn't score very quickly when they added their, what was it, 8 runs in
half
7,
an hour, yeah.
yes, 7 plus overs. However, it was still an exciting battle between Somerset's quicks and Gloucestershire's remaining batsmen this morning. Payne is in, he bowls to Banton, and Banton edges that one into the ground, and that has almost wiped out Chris Dent at third slip, and it will be 4 runs as Craig Brathwaite jogs in his very fetching sunglasses after it down to the third man boundary and will fetch it. But it was played with soft hands, that one, by Tom Banton. Of course it was soft hands that got him in trouble in the first innings when he had one roll onto his stump, just roll onto it. It only removed 1 bail, I think, in the end. But the soft hands working out well there for Tom Banton. He's got 4 to his name now. Somerset are 6 for 1. Their lead is 9. As here comes Payne. He's into Banton, bowls, good length outside off stump, no shot offered by Tom Banton. And the ball, which, as I said, really went almost straight into the ground, it then took quite a relatively high bounce, and it almost hit Chris Dent in the face as he'd gone down to try and stop it. Here comes Payne. He's to the crease, bowls, and that's another controlled outside edge from Banton. It's heading towards the wide third man boundary. It'll be another 4, so Banton not playing his shots with the same freedom, but he's picking up more runs for not doing so.
Well, he is, but he is keeping the ball down when he gets an edge, which that one wasn't in the air for very long, and the one that, the previous one in this over that almost took out Chris Dent, again went straight down off the outside edge, which I suppose is partly its testimony to the slowness of this pitch now as well.
Indeed, yeah, I was only really making the point actually that sometimes you can score more runs by not trying to than, you know, and if you're going to open the batting in English cricket, then you are going to get a lot of your runs down to third man, and as a consequence of that, Gloucestershire have decided that Dom Goodman should not be fielding at fine leg. He should instead be in at third man, so they are going to protect that area now as Payne is there. Bowls outside off stump, and Banton has nothing to do with it, so Banton winning the duel that over after Payne had been very much on top in the first, and Somerset after 3 overs are 10 for 1. Banton has 8, and the man out Lammonby caught Bracey, bowled Higgins for no score.
Yes, and 2 of Somerset's 3 Toms at the wicket at the moment. The other time when they've had 3 players in the team with the same Christian name as when the Craigs played together Craig Overton, Craig Kieswetter and Craig Meshda. A few years ago now. We have Gloucestershire with 3 players with the same Christian name. You can rack your brains, Ed, see if you can remember any. Mike, I should think, might not be a bad one, or possibly David. Mark could be.
Possibly.
Do let us know on Twitter. Is Higgins in and bowls, and Abel will pick up 4 runs to that. From that, just it didn't really go after it hard. Again, it came off the outer half of the bat. It wasn't an authentic outside edge. It was a thickish edge. Kept it down again. Ran away wide of third slip down to the wide third man boundary.
Bracey really wasting no time coming up to the stumps for Ryan Higgins.
14 for 1 as Higgins is in the bowls to Abel outside the off stump, and there's nothing to do with that delivery. It's a fine day here at Taunton. Just a few high clouds, hazy blue sky overhead. Just a shame we haven't got a crowd here. Can't wait for crowds to be allowed to come in. Even relatively small numbers would make such a big difference. Here's Higgins in and bowls, and Abel solidly forward in defence, plays that out into the covers. The Gloucestershire fielding side aren't as noisy as the Somerset side, are they?
No, there was a defensive shot in the first over which I thought looked fairly solid, and there were some oohs for it. So I thought, well, maybe they're trying to take after Somerset a little bit, but actually since then there hasn't been any more of that.
Higgins to Abel, who'll pick up another run here as that goes into a gap. In fact, they're going to come back for a second run as the throw comes in from, who's that out there? Is that David Payne? No, is it Matt Taylor? The left-hander.
I think it is Matt Taylor, yes.
2 runs go on the score, 16 for 1 Somerset. The one, I'm sorry to say, for those of you of a Somerset persuasion, being Tom Lammonby for his 3rd duck in a row. As Higgins is in and bowls, and Abel is forward defensively. His last 3 innings, Tom Lammonby, he hasn't survived a single over, which is it's the way it goes sometimes in cricket. But I wonder if they'll think about batting him lower in the order. We shall see. His Higgins in and bowls, and Abel solidly forward. Brings that over to a conclusion. It was the 4th of the innings, and Somerset, having bowled Gloucestershire out for 309 this morning to take a first innings lead of 3, have added 16 to that for the loss of Tom Lammonby. I'm Anthony Gibson. With me is Ed Seaborn. You're listening to us on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra on the BBC website on behalf of BBC Radio Somerset, Radio Gloucestershire and Radio Bristol. And a lovely fine day it is in Taunton, and it is a little less chilly than it has been on the first 2 days.
I've got another question for people out there, by the way, in addition to the 3 potential players on Gloucestershire for the same name. Payne starts the new over with a back of a length delivery, spearing in towards Banton, and Banton tries to split the gap at wide mid-wicket, but can't do so, picks out mid-on, and there's no run. The question I've got is, if 2 ducks in a row is a pair, what do you call 3 ducks in a row? Do you call it a triplet? Do you call it a trio? Do you call it a... I don't know what you call it. Here comes Payne. He's in now, bowls, and that's left alone by Banton, very watchfully past him through to keeper Bracey, and David Payne's getting some decent carry still. It's certainly not, we've been comparing the pitch to Bristol a little bit today, it's not quite Bristol carry from David Payne through quite yet. James Bracey is standing fairly close, but he's not taking the ball at around about pad height when Payne bowls a good length. Payne is there, bowls, and well, That one was a little bit fuller, admittedly, but he did take that one a little lower down, did James Bracey, but still not quite at sort of boot height. And as Anthony said, it's a beautiful scene here at Taunton. The Quantocks they have a nice sort of hazy look to them, don't they? It's a very atmospheric afternoon almost. 2 minutes until the afternoon. Here is Payne, he's in, bowls, and that's cut away by Banton, and it's a good tumbling stop by George Scott at point, diving away to his right, and he then did a double tumble for extra bonus points from the judges after he had the initial tumble to stop it. And he's sharp in that position, is George Scott, although he did actually drop. I can't remember, he might have actually been 2 catches in the Surrey match. One of them was very tough, one-handed attempt, as here is Payne, bowls, and that's struck on the thigh pad, I think, or maybe the hip from, or the hip of Banton, I should say, and it's going to be a leg by. Somerset are 17 for 1, and
first time they've changed ends.
Aha, yes, I hadn't spotted that. They had a period in the last match where I think Surrey went about 9 overs or so without changing ends, maybe more than 9 overs. Here comes Payne, so we get to bowl to Abel now, and Abel shoulders arms to end the over.
He hasn't quite
So
got his
goes down as a
line right,
maiden.
David Payne, has he? I mean, he bowled a good first over at Tom Banton, but since then, just a little bit too wide of off stump, not really making the batsman play.
I wonder if it's got something to do with the fact that he was getting a lot more movement through the air in the first innings, and he was getting the ball to swing back in almost
Yeah,
every
could be.
ball, and this innings so far at least, that movement in the air doesn't quite seem to be there.
In answer to your question about what you call 3 ducks, Bryn Thompson says a quince. And on the subject of cricketers with the same Christian name and the same side, Andy Nash, who was chairman here at Somerset for a good many years, he goes to England and the England team of 1967 with 3 Johns, Snow, Edrich and Murray. And I've got some botanical information which I'll impart after this delivery from
Of course you have.
Ryan Higgins, as this is turned into the onside for a single by Tom Banton, 18 for 1. Yeah, I didn't know this. John Atwill tweets, good morning Anthony, the bronze-leaved trees coming into leaf to the right of the Colin Atkinson pavilion, which are very handsome, are Acer platanoides. This is driven by Abel up to mid-off. We won't get platanoides. Crimson King. Just thought you'd let me know. Well, thank you very much indeed, John. I didn't know that that's what they were. I know my trees reasonably well, but acers are not my specialist subject.
You're more an HP person, are you? Other laptop brands are available.
This is outside the off stump. I do actually have an Asus laptop at home. So there. What's the score? 18 for 1. Ryan Higgins is bowling the 6th over of this innings. The man out is Tom Lammonby. Sadly, such a talented batsman. Just keeps. Well, it was a good ball. It was his undoing here this morning rather than a poor shot. Higgins bowls and Abel didn't play at that, just lifted his bat out of the way. Got in position to play it with Tom Abel. Steve Tancock says he thinks he's worked out what the problem is at the top of the Somerset batting order. Because I keep saying that I want Tom Abel to open the innings, not to bat at number 3. And sure enough, Tom Abel is coming in the 2nd over, innings after innings. Here's Higgins in and bowls, and Abel looking every inch an opening batsman there with that forward defensive shot. But I do think he ought to be opening batting. I think he's He's a very, very talented batsman, is Tom Abel. I don't think we've seen the best of him yet either. And that's not putting the mockers on him before I get piled in on Twitter for commentators' curse. Here's Higgins in and bowls to Abel. Turns that into the onside and won't get a run. End of that over. The 6th over of the innings, 18 for 1. Somerset building on their first innings lead of 3.
Well, trying to probe away is Higgins, but I have to say, despite the early loss of Lammonby, I still really don't see, at the moment, a cascade of wickets falling here, because...
You haven't seen enough of Somerset, then?
Well, I know the reputation of Somerset in the second innings versus the first innings as well, though. So
yeah, that is true. That is true.
Here comes Payne. He bowls now over the wicket, and Banton leaves that one, even though it did angle in a little bit towards him. It still started much too wide for that to be really any bother, and maybe the plan is from David Payne that he's going to try and get Banton flashing away outside the off stump, but at the moment he's not doing so. And I think if you bowl that good length as well, I don't know that there's too many reasons for him to play at those. That's straight this time from Payne, and Banton defends away out into the covers, and there is no run. And I am told by Adrian Thomas that the last Somerset cricketer with a pair against Gloucestershire was Lathwell, Mark Lathwell, in 1992, as that's a delivery which is heading towards the pads of Banton, and he clips it straight to Higgins at mid-wicket. It does not get a run for it. Just
got to be a little bit careful there, Banton, to keep that shot down. He plays it very nicely, but he can hit it in the air. That those two fielders that they're placed there, you've got a forward square leg and a mid-wicket no more than 10 yards between them.
Here comes Payne, is in bowls, and Banton is beaten, and he really had a prod at that one. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. It's the kind of shot that you would see the ball often played onto the stumps to, really, because it was a soft kind of poke at the ball late, and, well, I'm not sure exactly what he was doing there, to be honest. Here comes Payne, bowls to Banton, and Banton forces this one away, and it's a good tumbling stop at mid-off by Graham van Buren. And so Gloucestershire taking a leaf out of Somerset's book there with the run-saving fielding on the infield. We've seen a couple of good stops already, one from Scott, one from van Buren, and they are the only two fielders saving the single on the offside, unless you count the slips, of course.
Pity that was the best shot that Tom Banton's played so far.
Yes, it was a lovely shot. Here comes Payne. He's there, he bowls, and there's a drive, but he'll pick out mid-on this time, will Banton. So it's a maiden over as Matt Taylor mops up, and Somerset are 18 for 1 after 7 overs, and the lead is 21.
Yes, it's important that Tom Banton is patient. He can sometimes become impatient if he's striking the ball nicely but picking out the fielders, and certainly those last two shots, the back foot off drive, which was well fielded by Van Buren, and then the on drive, which went straight to mid-on, were both nicely timed, well executed shots, bringing him no runs. Ryan Higgins is going to bowl another over from this Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 1 for 7 so far in his 3 overs. He's in now and bowls. Oh, it takes Abel on the pad, and he's given. And that's the end of the Somerset captain, I'm afraid. Umpire Bainton wasting no time at all in lifting the finger, and that is a big wicket for Gloucestershire, because Tom Abel is the form batsman really in this Somerset side. He and George Bartlett, and well, that one ducking back in, beating the forward defensive shot. and pinning him LBW, and that's the second Somerset wicket to go down with the score on 18, and Gloucestershire very much on top.
Yeah, I don't know how much that ball did really. I had to look at the replay and it just looked really as though it was a straight ball and Abel walked too far across and tried to play a ball that was really heading towards the stumps and missed it. And as soon as it hit the pad, I must admit I was raising my finger here, and Neil Bainton had absolutely no hesitation either. And I think really just Abel getting himself in a tangle there as much as anything else. I'm not sure that, as I say, I'm not sure that the ball really did a whole lot. Perhaps just doing enough. But either way, Ryan Higgins has produced 2 early blows, and the question is now, can he keep going? Because it still feels as though Gloucestershire need to get more wickets early because of how the ball on this pitch may behave later on, and we may see as the ball becomes softer it just becomes very hard to take wickets. So for me, I think Gloucestershire do still need another early scalp or two if they are to really get into this Somerset middle order in time. So the new batsman James Hildreth, and well, I said it in the first innings really, you want to get James Hildreth out there against the new ball, and Gloucestershire have done that. Anthony Gibson has stepped aside and Kevin Howells has joined me for the first time today. Good afternoon, Kevin. I'm going to get it right this time at just after 12.
It is. It's a pleasant enough day, but pretty eventful out there. Pretty eventful.
Here's Ryan Higgins. He's in bowls to Hildreth, and Hildreth pushes that one away towards point, and there is no run. And it's been, and I said to Anthony, even when Gloucestershire were frustrating Somerset this morning with not scoring a whole load more runs, but taking up a few overs' time, it was still, for me, entertaining cricket, and even cricket as well. And that's been the theme for a lot of the match, really. Just been a tremendous game of county championship cricket so far, as Hildreth will face Higgins, who bowls, and well, Hildreth's footwork probably not quite working how he would like there, as he sort of came forward and then moved back a little bit as the ball reached him, but he ended up getting a good amount of bat on it in the end, but not enough that Gloucestershire didn't feel as though an ooh and an ah was justified. And Higgins continues to probe away as he does on a regular basis. He's in to Hildreth. Bowls, and there's another shout here, and they're up for everything, I think, really. And Neil Bainton says, no, not out. For me, it looked quite high to be LBW. I just wondered whether they thought that there was maybe a touch on it as it popped up to third slip. But for me, it was not out LBW. But obviously, I can't say as to whether there was an inside edge on it. Gloucestershire are not looking too disappointed, so I suspect there was not an inside edge on it. Higgins is there, bowls full, and Hildreth pushes away up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And with the sun out, I'm delighted to see that Craig Brathwaite has brought his signature sunglasses to England, and that he is able to wear them, even if he's not feeling particularly warm out there with his hands still in his pockets. He's brought those lovely sunglasses that he scored the century against Sri Lanka in Antigua whilst wearing. Higgins to complete the 8th over of the innings. He's there, he bowls full, and Hildreth confidently on the front foot away to extra cover. There's no run. Somerset are 18 for 2 after 8 overs. Banton has 9, and Hildreth has yet to get off the mark.
If there was to be a moment in the game early on today where you thought, despite everything that's been said about the pitch, the way it's sort of played from the end of days 1 and into day 2, that something still could happen in this game in terms of a result other than the draw, it would be with a new ball. And then, of course, a little bit of doubt builds up, a little bit of confidence issues and all that sort of thing. So this is, if you're a neutral, and at this stage, if you're a Gloucestershire supporter, you're very much enjoying this little passage of play. Let's see if it continues. A lot of experience also in this Somerset batting, and Banton and Hildreth. Hildreth especially, of course. It's Banton facing in the moment up onto his toes from the bowling of Payne, who's beginning his 5th over. His first 4 included a couple of maidens, conceded 10 runs. The other thing I'd draw, or one other thing from this morning's play, is that if we didn't already know it, Marchant de Lange is another name to add to the entertainers for Somerset, making things happen. Yes, frustration for him this morning a little bit. Certainly a player to watch. Bat and ball. This one is played very neatly by Banton. It races away on the shorter boundary side, on the leg side, for 4 runs. And with that 4, I think he moves up to 13. This is confirmation whether the board is up to speed or not on that. But
yeah, it will be 13. I
it
think.
will be 13. And the score will move on to 22 for 2. Indeed it does. As you see there, for those watching online and via the stream service. Just want to say hello to all those people that are watching and should be here again this morning. Met a friend, Peter, who called me over just outside the gates this morning. So good morning to Peter Lane and to others. This next delivery, punch back to Payne off the bat of Banton. Really enjoyed a little catch up, socially distanced and everything like that. It was all within the protocols, but it was lovely to catch up with Peter. And it is the one thing to be said of this very lucky job I've got of being around for quite a few years now. You do get to meet 1 or 2 individuals who are very kind and generous. You really feel you build a bond of friendship with people, and Peter's certainly one of those. So it was lovely to catch up with him this morning. That next delivery past the off stump and through to the keeper with an extra lift, bowling to Banton. Also to Jeff, who usually and hopefully sooner rather than later will again be here taking some photographs and things like that. So if Jeff's listening, painting his fence in his garden. Oh, this is warm enough to be drying weather for that, Jeff, I'm sure it is. Banton on 13. Oh, and a lovely delivery. Very nearly gets the edge. Oh, what a wonderful ball from Payne.
Yeah,
well, so
lift
much for a
that.
flat pitch and
I was going to
nothing
say,
happening.
if you didn't know better, if you hadn't seen anything else that had happened, you'd be thinking, what on earth are we talking about with this pitch that doesn't have the life on it? But I think it goes back to bowling it a little bit further back of a length to get that life.
Payne again. Bat on it from Banton into the offside. Completes the over. Banton 13. Hildreth yet to get off the mark. A score of 22 for 2. Remember the deficit, or should I say the lead, if you put it from the Somerset point of view, was 3 runs on first innings. Barely could, by the barest of margins, to use that expression, a lead for Somerset over Gloucestershire first innings. That lead has been extended by 22, but for the loss of a couple of wickets.
Well, Higgins cap off, and more shuttling of drinks, etc. And there's a very natty Gloucestershire coat, overcoat, being worn by the 12th man who's just disappeared, so I can't identify him, but here comes Higgins. He's there, bowls. And Hildreth plays that one softly, just wide of backward point, sets off for a single, and now has to get back sharpish. George Scott shying at the stumps, didn't hit them. I think Hildreth just averted the disaster in time, but goodness. Even somebody of James Hildreth's vast experience, and it is vast, 269th first class match, can still get nervous on naught, and this game of course meaning so much to Somerset as Higgins is in bowls, and Hildreth this time clips this one away through square leg. They'll get at least a single. Hildreth wants to come back. There's a shy at the stumps here, and that was a tight second run. It was well judged in the end as Matt Taylor came off the boundary, but they are certainly pushing things here, Somerset. 24 for 2, Hildreth on to 2, and they possess so many cricketers who, I think when presented with a situation like this, that's the kind of cricket that they're going to play. They're going to try and put Gloucestershire, put the pressure back on Gloucestershire with things like running between the wickets. As here comes Higgins, bowls very full, and Hildreth tries to drive, but he is picked out Goodman at mid-off, and there is no run. So Banton has 13. He's not actually looked in a massive amount of trouble since the first over, when he played and missed a couple of times. Here comes Higgins. He's in now, he bowls. Oh, and did that keep low? Hildreth certainly acted as if it kept low, but the ball certainly didn't get up much, and it was quite full. Hildreth is now prodding the patch that it landed on. I'm not exactly sure. I think that's the first time that we've seen anything like that. I mean, I suppose it's not a huge surprise to see something like that, but, well, interesting for that fourth innings, as Hildreth is understandably looking a little bit nervous about coming forward to that one, and plays it away to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I think the pitch has been reading the headlines over the last couple of days. It's been hearing that players have been saying that it's not interested. The pitch itself is losing interest, and it said, "Oh, we'll show you," and the pitch is sort of fighting back. It's eventful. Something's happening. Something is happening out there.
Higgins to complete the over. He's there, bowls, and this time it's left alone by Hildreth through to James Bracey. 10 overs have been bowled in the Somerset innings. 24 for 2 is the score. Banton 13, Hildreth 2. And Ryan Higgins has both the wickets to fall. Lammonby feathering a good length ball through to Bracey for no score, and Tom Abel walking too far across his stumps to Ryan Higgins and was trapped LBW for 6.
It is a perfectly blue day, really. Maybe just say a little hazy, maybe not crystal blue, but the gulls just fly across the top of the Lordy, and both of them stand at the far end as we look out on this great ground here at Taunton. Marginally warmer, but I think it is marginally. If you let's take a look at some of the Gloucestershire staff who are just sitting out there just the other side of the boundary in front of the Andy Caddick pavilion. They look pretty wrapped up still this morning. So to umpire Illingworth, who's now at the other end. But it looks a picture, it really does. As Payne bowls his 6th over, in the bowls over an edge, and that's cut, and it runs low past the 3rd slip, and in between him and Blackwood Point, and a good chase in the end to pull that ball back. Well, there are things happening. It's the way we like it. There are times that we like nice quiet periods that we can sort of gather our thoughts, but things are happening, and it's Somerset moving on to 26 for 2, so they're in front by 29 runs. Banton is on 15, Hildreth on 2. Yeah, the running between the wickets is interesting. The idea of putting pressure back on Gloucestershire by running at this stage, I suggest that they perhaps just take it a little bit more easy, but Banton works it away onto the onside, and there will be no run. Yep, were we really expecting this sort of thing this morning? Well, this is the new ball. This is the start of a new inning. So if it was going to happen, this is when the game could take an interesting course, an interesting direction. And so far, that is exactly what is happening. Banton, 15 not out. And the left arm of Payne in and bowls and full, and worked by Banton up towards mid-on. Probably worth just reminding, I think there's still some confusion around as to the way the day plays out, bearing in mind the events at Windsor Castle today and the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh. All played within first-class cricket, so all 9 matches in the county championship will pause at 10 to 3, and they'll start again at 4:10 this afternoon to mark the funeral. Payne bowls, push to mid-on, no run. And the way we've made up time for that within the game is 15 minutes over days 1 and 2. There'll be an extra 30 minutes because tea will be part of that break of play. So that could be a very long session this afternoon, a very long session of cricket. And hopefully the weather will stay fine and all will be well from that point of view. And I think for club cricketers, league cricketers up and down the country, of course a lot of the leagues starting today, a lot of the clubs getting back in action. If that's you, well, hello, hope you have a good first day back. And on to this again, they'll sharp have to run through for a single, and they do as the ball is worked onto the onside. They are keen on getting the legs going. Banton moves to 16 and Somerset to 27 for 2. And I don't really want to get too deeply involved with what's going to happen at club level, but my understanding is that club cricketers and league cricketers have been asked to take a minute silence somewhere around the 3 o'clock mark, and others may take even longer a pause in their play this afternoon. But generally cricket trying to do the right thing to mark the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh this afternoon, who has been well documented since his passing a week yesterday. A massive fan of cricket and of county cricket. Hildreth on 2, up onto his toes to turn that one and keep it down, Hildreth. And a no ball has been called by umpire Illingworth. So despite the fact that he has pulled whatever that thing is, a snood or whatever it is, up fairly high up his nose still because of the cold, he can still see that line, just in case the bowlers think that he can't see down as well as straight across at the batter. Well, he can. So no ball, 29 for 2. Payne again in bowls and has to come down sharply on it, Hildreth. So good pressure being put upon Somerset's batters here by this Gloucestershire attack, and they've got 2 wickets to show for it, but Banton and Hildreth, their own little battle at the moment, and yeah, whether putting pressure back on Gloucestershire or at least keeping themselves sort of pumped up a little with that running and within the battle and not going within themselves at all, this pair of Banton and Hildreth, but their lead overall is that of 32 runs.
Yep, and I still feel that whilst the ball is still new, Gloucestershire would like to get one more. Obviously you always say one more, don't you? But just because, as we've discussed, how important that new ball is. Banton doing some gardening, and Higgins, you'd imagine, will probably have maybe one more over after this. Probably wouldn't want to be bowling too many more than 7 overs in your opening spell. And having been made to wait for a little bit, I think Ryan Higgins is saying, no, you wait for me, not the other way around. Here comes Higgins, he's in, he bowls, and that's a little too straight and clipped away confidently by Banton out towards the rope, and I'm afraid it's out of my sight, and back for 2 tight runs in the end. The throw came whistling in out of my sight, and the batsmen get back to 31 for 2, Banton 18. More pushing of the field. I feel I should talk a little bit about leg spin, because I like to talk about leg spin, having been a leg spinner, a very bad one myself, as Higgins bowls, and that's forced away back to the bowler on the bounce, and there's Ryan Higgins with a thoroughly unnecessary faked shy at the stumps. But I noticed that Matt Critchley has picked up a 5 in the game between Derbyshire and Worcestershire, so Matt Critchley 5 for 67, and that adds to the 109 that he made in the first innings, so he's a cricketer that I always like to watch out for. Higgins bowls full, and Banton plays back up the pitch, and there's no run. And then of course I feel we can't go without mentioning the Matt Parkinson ball yesterday. It was likened to the ball of the century. Perhaps Parkinson to Rossington doesn't have quite the same ring to it as Warne to Gatting, but still, it was a spectacular ball. If you haven't seen it yet, then do get on to whichever social media channel you like to pick these things up from and watch it, because it is well worth it. Keeper up as Higgins bowls full, and Banton drives back to the bowler. Higgins this time motions to shy at the other end.
Perhaps the point that should be highlighted here then is, I'm not saying that deliveries like that happen every day, because they don't. I mean, it's outstanding. But there may have been times when a similar delivery will have been bowled, and there wouldn't have been the exposure that we now have because of the streaming services, because of the social media, because of the digital side of things. We can see it. It can be celebrated.
Here is Higgins, bowls full, and that's pushed away up towards mid-off where Goodman does the fielding. Yeah, but that is a great point, because it is the beauty now of county cricket and streaming. And it's, I mean, we talked a little bit yesterday, I think, about the kind of the extra caution that has to be taken with regards to match fixing, etc. Now that there are the streams involved, as Higgins bowls a good length ball, and that's played away up towards mid-off. But I think really that's the only thing that you could say at all negatively about that. And of course, cricket is now very firm, and very firm in its protocols against match fixing, as it needs to be. And so, you know, it's fantastic to have the streams and be able to see magnificent moments like that.
I hope you're not saying you've been approached on your way to the Cooper's Associate Ground this morning for information.
I failed to see how I could attempt to fix a match
Well,
up here, despite the allegations, I'm sure.
You would be surprised, because information can be team news. It can actually just be, what have you heard about this? What have you heard about that?
Well,
and I'm not making light of that at all, but it is along, and the players themselves have to be very wary of receiving any messages or any questions about that sort of thing, because it does have a bearing on the game. So I'm not sorry, I didn't mean to make light of any of this, but that it doesn't matter really the size of information. It's the way in which it's used.
I was just going to say, despite the allegations of commentators' curses affecting what happens out in the middle from many people many a time, I don't have that kind of power over the game directly, but as Kevin rightly mentions, yes.
So you beware, young Edward, as we see Hildreth on 2, up onto his toes and turned behind on the one side, and there will be a single for Hildreth. He'll move to 3 and the score up to 32 for 2. But yeah, the point you make about the fact that there is more access, that there's more profile, it will just open the game up to more and more people, 99% of which are in it for the right reasons, and perhaps 1% not. So, but listen, it's brilliant. It is brilliant, and it showed yesterday. And the thing is that they've been able to slow it down as well, so people can see the ball in slow motion. And as we see, the next delivery ball here from Taylor has been brought into the action from the river end. I'm not too sure there's any bat on that from Banton. I think it will be confirmed as a leg by, but it is one more to the total. And the score is up to 33 for 2 now. And from the player's point of view, of course, there is another area, I suppose, of concern, but one that they just need to be aware of, and that was Lewis McManus last week with the stumping of, who was it? Hassad, wasn't it? As we see Hildreth on 3 here, into his toes, pushed into the offside again, and McManus with the ball very clearly in his glove, high right up, and then somehow that left glove just knocks the bails off, and he's out. And again, it's the nature of the technology, the fact that very quickly that gets out there for everybody to see from a distance, but then somebody gets hold of it somehow and does something with it, and the close-up of it all. And Lewis McManus, I understand, was pretty upset about it all. The Hildreth on 3, next delivery, and that's full. Pushed through extra cover by Hildreth, played it very nicely actually, nicely timed. I don't think it will have quite the legs, it won't, to get to the boundary, but they will go through for 3, so Hildreth will move to 6. And the Somerset score up to 36 for 2. And for all the darting there is between the wickets, actually this pair, they're good runners, aren't they? There was a very comfortable 3, which some distance to cover, I suppose, with the ball, but there was a nice piece of running again, without the drama. Just nice and composed. But yeah, McManus, having realised what people had seen, he was upset, genuinely upset. So there's a lesson to be learned there. Banton on 18 and pushed into the offside, no run. Almost getting squared up, Banton there. I don't think that was the full face of the bat at all. So 36 for 2 is a lead of 39 runs.
I've had a message, by the way, from Roger Gibbons, who is the...
What does he want to know? You be
Well,
careful.
he is pointing out, yes, I am being careful, don't worry. I will come back
Banton
to
on
that after
18. Taylor bowls to him now. Caught! Another wicket is Banton, who's gone caught at third slip by Dent. An edge. Oh, Taylor strikes at the last ball of his first over, and Somerset now at 36 for 3 are only 39 runs in front in their second innings.
Well, it was a really good ball from Matt Taylor. Let's just say that to start with. It was probably a little bit over the top of off stump, but the line was terrific. He had to play at it, and the edge carrying for once. He'd been playing with such soft hands, but that really one of the first times that he'd really gone hard at the ball, and as a result of that, it carried through to third slip. And well, there is that extra wicket with the new ball, but it's always one more wicket. The message, by the way, from Roger Gibbons was that there is a current situation where we could have 3 players with the same first name playing in a first-class match for Gloucestershire, with Tom Lace, Tom Smith and Tom Price. And Tom Price played in one Bob Willis Trophy match last year, but neither Smith nor Lace were playing. Lace actually hadn't quite joined Gloucestershire at that point, I don't think, and Tom Smith wasn't selected, but very possibly later on in the season that could happen. So 36 for 3, and Goodman has been brought into the attack from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and it will be George Bartlett, the new batsman, but he will be at the non-strikers end, with the wicket having fallen off the last ball of the over. So Matt Taylor, who struck relatively early on in his spell in the first innings, got rid of Abel and Hildreth there, and then went a little while without taking a wicket. He gets another early one here. So Goodman, who bowled so impressively in the first innings, and look to back that up now as he comes into bowl to Hildreth, and that's full and played on the bounce back to the bowler Goodman. Tall, uses that height well, and may be able to hit that area of the pitch that we've been mentioning in terms of getting that extra little bit of bounce and carry. So here comes Goodman up to the wicket, bowls, and that's full, driven down the ground by James Hildreth, but only as far as David Payne at mid-on, and there is no run as the sun continues to beat down. I say beat down, it's not really beating down because we're still in April and still feeling the cooler air wafting into the Weston-super-Mare suite here as Goodman bowls, and there's a controlled outside edge from Hildreth. Soft hands into the short third man region. They will pick up a single, that is all. The score 37 for 3, but exciting to see from Gloucestershire's perspective, particularly with those 3 early wickets, that the weather seems to be very much playing ball today, and hopefully even with the extended number of overs there will be a full day's play. As that's edged and gone, there's another wicket, and Dom Goodman has struck for Gloucestershire, and it's George Bartlett who departs for a duck. He pushed forward, he looked as if he may even have been slightly on the walk as he played that one, and he got a big thick edge onto it, and James Bracey pouches the catch to his right around about head height, reaching upwards, and Somerset have lost a 4th wicket. They are now 37 for 4, and I bring back in Anthony Gibson.
Well, I did say, didn't I? They are a bit collapse prone, this Somerset batting line. That was some good bowling as well, but that was a poor shot from George Bartlett. He rather followed that delivery from young Goodman, and things could have been even worse for Somerset, because James Hildreth survived an LBW appeal by Ryan Higgins that looked absolutely stone dead when I looked at it on the replay, but he did survive it. And well, Somerset's two most experienced batsmen now will join forces. Stephen Davis, the left-hander, walking out from the pavilion, but this could be over today the way it's going. I can't say that Somerset can blame the pitch. One or two poor shots, but really just good bowling, making the very most of what's on offer.
Yeah, I mean, really, there was the one ball that was too straight to Bantam, which was clipped away through square leg for 4, but the other, I think the other 3 boundaries that Somerset have hit were all controlled edges to third man.
Yeah.
So it's been a very disciplined effort from Gloucestershire, and backed up so far, at any rate, even though it's only been 10 balls, it's been backed up by the change bowlers Matt Taylor and Dom Goodman. So Goodman will bowl to Stephen Davis. He will start off over the wicket, and he's in now, bowls, and there goes Davis onto the back foot and playing correctly up the pitch. So Davis, who batted very well in the first innings with excellent control, he didn't mind saying when he was talking to Anthony that he was not ready to talk about how he got out at that point. He was not happy about it, and I'm sure he'll be looking to put things right this innings, and Somerset need him to produce for them. Last ball of the over, here's Goodman. He bowls full and outside off stump, and Stephen Davis can watch this one go through. 14 overs gone, Somerset are 37 for 4, and they lead by 40, and after Anthony Gibson's voice, the next you'll hear will be Kevin Howells switching seats.
Yeah, the potential saving grace for Somerset is that they do bat deep with Josh Davey, who's more than useful batsman, coming in at number 9. But they'll hope that they don't have to call on the services of Mr. Davey just yet. We've got just over 20 minutes to go to lunch. Absolutely imperative that these two experienced players get through to lunch with no further losses. Here's Taylor coming in from the river end. He's bowling to Hildreth, who turns that away pleasantly out to deep backward square leg, and will pick up a single. 38 for 4. Hildreth moves on to 8. He's looked anything but convincing so far, James Hildreth, wouldn't you say, Kevin Howells?
Yes, I'm afraid so. It's been anything but convincing from any of the Somerset batters today. Give Gloucestershire some credit for that. They've basically asked a question of most balls, most deliveries. Yeah,
I think they've bowled really well and put the emphasis on good bowling rather than bad batting. As Taylor is in and bowls to Davis, comes across his crease, moving his feet well. He certainly did in the first innings. Stephen Davis has been guilty in the past of playing rather firm-footed shots through the offside in the air. It's been his Achilles heel as a batsman in recent seasons. Averages at about 38 overall, but only 32 for Somerset. As Taylor is in and bowls and tucks that away down to long leg for a single. 39 for 4.
If you are going to be blooding relatively young players in the top of your order, players like Steve Davis and others will know that they have got a responsibility for the times when it won't go right for that young top order to make sure there's a little bit of a backstop to it all.
Yes, Somerset do have a problem though with their top order, as Taylor is in and bowls, and this is turned away by Hildreth again out to the boundary fielder at deep square leg for another single, 40 for 4. I was chatting to Richard Latham in the press room just now, and I was suggesting that Tom Banton ought to be given an extended trial as opening batsman. Shortly afterwards he was caught by Chris Denton's slips. And then of course there's Tom Lammonby, 3 ducks in succession. Taylor in bowls, and defensive shot from Davis. There's Eddie Byram waiting in the wings, who scored 100 in the Bob Willis Trophy final at Lord's last September, but he had a pretty extended trial as an opening batsman in 2017-2018 without making the breakthrough really. And of course there's Ben Green, who opened the innings last season with Tom Lammonby. Taylor is in and bowls, and defensive shot from Davies. So, and there's the possibility that Tom Abel could open, but nothing that they've tried so far this season has worked. End of that over. It's 40 for 4, so the lead is 43 for Somerset with 6 second innings wickets in hand.
Lammonby, 8 first-class matches now, within that 3 centuries, and therefore the odds are so heavily stacked in his favour that he will come out of this and all will be well eventually. But I bet it's a tough time for him in his mind a little bit at the moment, obviously, because the thing about when you're younger is that the day is all your world, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he's a man of a young lad of great talent, and it's going to be 21 in June. Start of the next over. Bowled, and it's pushed by Hildreth into the offside of another young man here, Goodman. Now, I hope I've got this right. I was really impressed with him. And he's on debut, and it's just something about the way he goes about his cricket as a bowler that really strikes me as being sort of in control and composed, and he's got a big smile on his face right now, but I want to see him a bit grumpier as well, a little bit. But he comes in as Goodman to Hildreth, and Hildreth, with not too much width, will try and whip that one away off the back foot, but only as far as the man close in the offside. But enjoyed watching Goodman bowl in his first innings in first-class cricket. I enjoyed him scoring his first run in first-class cricket as well this morning. But he and Bracey, and that knock yesterday, it may not have been full of flourish and style, but I thought it was a nice, gritty, hard-worked century from Bracey. This one has passed the off stump and taken low down by the keeper. And those two, for me, have been the ones that I sort of are coming away from the game at the moment thinking most about. But of course that's because there are a few in the Somerset team who are performing at the levels that you've now come to expect of them. I'm thinking of the Craig Overtons of this world, I'm thinking of the Davies of this world as batters. The Davis innings and Overton support in the first innings as well. You sort of expect that from them now. But this is a man just making his way. First game, Goodman in and bowls and comes back into Hildreth, and Hildreth can't get it past the fielders in the covers, and therefore it will be another dot ball, and the score will remain 40 for 4, with Goodman to bowl 2 more deliveries from his second over. He's taken a wicket. It was the wicket of Bartlett, and he's back to his mark. He bowls here from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and that delivery shorter this time. I thought it was, and he's just worked away into the pretty low when he was played by the batter onto the onside, and there will be no run. The end that we refer to here, the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, will that ever be shortened to the Marcus Trescothick end, or not, Anthony? I think as the main commentator here, it should be your call.
I'd rather it was called something a bit shorter.
That's what I'm thinking. But Marcus Trescothick, I can take that. Next delivery, and fended away really for no run by Hildreth, and he remains on 9 and 40 for 4. Davis on 1 and Hildreth on 9 and Goodman's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 run, 1 wicket. You're going to take that.
Yeah, well bowled. Yes, I mean, you could call it the St James's end, couldn't you? Because we've got St James's Church just immediately behind us. Because we still call the River End rather than the Lord Ian Botham Stand end.
I'm going to go with. I mean, it's probably disrespectful to call it the Tres End, is it? Or the Banger End. The Banger End would be quite a good one.
Banger End, yeah. Right, here we go again. 40 for 4. That was a maiden over from Goodman. Here's Matt Taylor, and that's punched into the offside by Stephen Davis. Matt Taylor must be feeling pretty happy with the world at the moment, having made his maiden half-century for Gloucestershire. Important innings. He and James Bracey getting the ship back on course after Gloucestershire looked as if they were going to concede quite a substantial first innings lead. Taylor into Davis, who crosses stumps and playing that into the onside. Plenty of encouragement from the 3 Gloucestershire slips: Craig Brathwaite, George Hankins and Chris Dent. We've got deepish backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. As Taylor bowls, and this is an involuntary shot into the onside. He was looking to play a back foot drive there, Stephen Davis. The ball came off the outside, the inside edge of the bat rather, and squirted away into the onside. They pick up a single, 41 for 4, but Gloucestershire would have had hopes there. It was certainly a false shot. Lovely day at Taunton. A bit warmer than it, a bit less chilly than it has been. I think sitting out in the sunshine, it's very pleasant. We've got Somerset support staff sitting out in the sunshine in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, as this is played into the onside by Hildreth, but we won't get a run as it goes to Tom Lace at square leg. James Hildreth badly in need of some runs. He had a disappointing season last year before he got injured. Being run out, he was run out by Eddie Byram, and in the process of trying to make his ground, he tore his hamstring. So, classic case of injury being added to insult, as this is pushed into the offside, and Hildreth, as so often, makes as if to set off for a quick single, which certainly wasn't there, but keeps the fielders on their toes. 41 for 4, so a lead of 44 after Gloucestershire were bowled out for 309 this morning, adding just 8 runs to their overnight 301 for 8. Marchant de Lange picking up both the wickets. Taylor in and bowls to Hildreth. Plays that solidly into the offside. Won't get a run. End of that over, the 17th of the innings. 41 for 4, Somerset. Hildreth on 9, Stephen Davis on 2.
There's a question I would love to be able to ask someone like Richard Dawson on the quiet on the side. I know he's not head coach of Gloucestershire now, but ask him, or maybe even Will Brown, the chief executive, or all of them. Ian Harvey, who now is temporarily in charge, as to, having made the jump from Division 2 into Division 1, whether they support or believe that conferences are better than divisions. Here, in the meantime, with Davis facing on 2, he will push that into the offside, the bowling of Goodman. Because Gloucestershire in Division 2 for quite some time, it needed hard work and the great skill of Richard Dawson. I mean, clearly he's a coach of high calibre and much sought after for many years actually. Gloucestershire did well at times to keep hold of him, but eventually the call of England comes, and that's that, and that's fair enough. Davis is on 2. Next delivery past the off stump and through to the keeper for no run. But I would like to know, either if they want to say public or privately, whether they think that Division 2 is the two divisions as a good driving force to help push a group of players, individuals forward, or whether actually to be able to take a conference system which tends to allow a bit more time for squads to develop, you would imagine, without the relegation issues at the fore. Whether they think that would be the best way. I do think that counties like Gloucestershire and others do need to be listened to on that front. Davis on 2 and pushed into the offside by Davis off the bowling of Goodman for no run. 41 for 4. 44 is the lead. Somerset in their second innings. I do hope that cricket finally in this country does something which Neil Snowball, who's the managing director of county cricket of the ECB, says he wants to do, but it's been said before, and that's to establish something which just isn't here for a couple of years and then everybody questions it again, but something which stays as some sort of formula and format for a little while. Next delivery. Oh, it very nearly gets an edge. Oh, what a wonderful ball from Goodman. And Davis a little fortunate there not to have got a little nick through to the keeper.
Have the ECB said anything about for how long they're going to stick with this format?
It's just this year at the moment, and there'll be a full and extensive review. Don't we love our full and extensive reviews after the season is finished? But the plan, I think, and the hope would be that they do come up with something which will be in place for some time to come. Davis on 2. What's he going to do with this one? Gets more bat on it into the offside. Another good ball, that previous one from Goodman. He's an exciting bowler. 2.5 overs. His figures still read 1 maiden, 1 run, 1 wicket. Terrific. But yeah, but I tell you what I did like. I'm not always, in fact, I'm the most sarcastic when it comes to, I don't know what you call them, strap lines or things such as Super Saturday or Super September. I get them. I understand them as Goodman bowls now. And that's a lovely shot. Oh, he's made up for that previous one where he didn't do so well. Davis over pitch, and he's driven that beautifully over the boundary rope here through deep extra cover. That's a lovely shot from Davis. He'll be a lot happy with that. He moves to 6. 45 for 4 is the score, and the lead is 48. But now, what I did like to hear from Neil Snowball is the expression he said, oh gosh, what was it now? Instead of survival, he wants us to, how embarrassing for me. This is my age. Oh, I'm going to have to think about that one again. But he said basically that the point he was making is, and it is the case that for year after year after year, within this format of the game and championship generally, we talk about survival, and we need to move on from that.
I don't think we don't talk about survival here in Somerset. This is, it's still a hugely popular form of the game. It's Taylor in and bowls to Hildreth, who defends, and you only have to look at the numbers. Looking at the live stream, we had 41,000 on the
That's
first
a
day.
good point. That's a good point. No, I don't think they're unique users, are they? I mean, that's the number of people clicking on. But that is a point. If you get it out there and you promote it and you let people know what's going on and give access to people, most definitely, it fits a different narrative than others would want us to believe. I totally agree, Anthony.
Is Taylor in and bowls to Hildreth, who whips that away through the onside, but it'll only be a single as there's a man out at deep square leg. 46 for 4. I think the formats that are in more question at the moment would be the T20 on a county basis, given the advent of the 100, and the Royal London One Day Cup, which is being played simultaneously with the 100, and with, in the case of Somerset, almost a second 11 playing in that. I think the county game, the county championship game, the 4-day game enjoys pretty solid support as Taylor bowls outside the off stump to Davis. And to be fair to the ECB, okay, it's been bookended to either end of the season, but the ECB have just signed a 4-year contract with the BBC for us to provide commentary on the county championship, and I think that shows a degree of commitment. And Neil Snowball certainly, he did a Zoom call with Stephen Chalk for the Cricket Society recently. As Taylor bowls to Davis, who punches that into the offside. It's fielded in the covers by Graham Van Buren, and there's no run, and he certainly is very committed to county championship cricket, and he's got a pretty good track record of success in various forms of cricket administration. So reasonably confident about the future for the county championship, whatever format it's played in, as that's outside the off stump and no shot from Stephen Davis. And I think they're right to try this 3 conference formula for a season and then evaluate it and compare it with the 2 division setup. On the face of it, there's a lot to be said for this, but be just as well to see how it works out over a whole season. As Taylor is in and bowls, and Davis has plenty of time to play a defensive shot. I mean, if it gets really complicated in September with half points and goodness knows what else, then there's plenty of scope for things not to work out exactly as they might be, as it might be hoped they would work out.
Of course, and that's the only thing that I ever feel I've got any room or to pass comment on is helping us without dumbing down. And let's not go into that terminology debate, but just help as best we can us to tell the story and put it out there to an audience, as we see now. Lammonby says it's Goodman bowling and push back up to the bowler, no run. In a way, because we're very fortunate. Many, hopefully listening and watching us, have a little bit of time to follow closely, but many don't for various reasons. But they do like their cricket. They may think themselves more international cricket followers than domestic, but they are still interested in what's going on. If we can get that story out to them in a way that is not that difficult to follow, that does help. Hildreth's on 10. Let's get back to this, and that's worked way onto the onside. They'll have to scamper through. They do love their scampering, and I say they love it. I'm not too sure if a Somerset supporter I'm always that keen on it, but another single.
Well, especially as Stephen Davis isn't actually the quickest these days. James Hildreth still is, but Stephen Davis had to look lively there.
He did, and they were fine. 47 for 4. Davis is back on strike, and Hildreth has got himself a single.
And the lead has gone to 50.
It has. Notable. 50 runs in front. We're approaching lunch. It should be the last over before luncheon. Once again, Goodman bowls, and Davis punches out but straight to the fielder. Mid-off for no run. Yeah, so we wait until the end. It won't be known how it is all going to be worked out for next year until after the season is finished. But it's fair to say that as teams find their places, whether it be in Divisions 1, 2 or 3 at the end of the season, that could have an impact on where they are and what they do next year. Next delivery played defensively by Davis, and there will be no run. In terms of, because people are saying what's in it if you don't make Division 1, what really is, what really have you got to play for Division 2 and Division 3 come September? Well, there will be prize money, whoever that's worth, unless you finish in the bottom 4 of Division 3, and then you've still got a whistle for your supper. But does there need to be more? Well, that's something they'll talk about as well. Davis on 6, 47 for 4 is the Somerset score, and he's happy enough to let that one just move past him through to the keeper.
Yes, of course, but I mean, for years and years and years, county championship cricket was played, and first, the champions obviously celebrated enormously, and there was a bit of prize money for second and third, but didn't make a huge amount of difference whether you whether you were 8th or 17th.
No. People would argue that that's the way it should still be, but that one is again full through to the keeper, and it should be lunch with the score at 47 for 4. Davis on 6, Hildreth on 11, and that's a lead nicely rounded up to 50. Goodman 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. Taylor's been bowling as 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9. Anthony Gibson.
Well, Gloucestershire started this morning on 301 for 8. They lost their last 2 wickets, both of them to Marchant de Lange, for the addition of just 8 runs, which left Somerset with a first innings lead, a slender one indeed, of 3. And they've made hard work of adding to it, having lost 4 wickets in the morning session. Lammonby without scoring, Abel for 6, Banton for 18 and George Bartlett without scoring to get on to 47 for 4. The not out batsman Hildreth on 11, Davis on 6. We're going to have some lunch now, as indeed will the players, and we'll be back with you in around about 40 minutes time.
Exclusive deals, top prizes and amazing rewards. Time to take advantage. It's time to take Bradvantage. It's easy. Visit bradvantage.co.uk. Register using your Bradford's account number. If you're an existing rewards member, just sign in using your previous details. Select the rewards you'd like to receive. Your points are counted up at the end of October, so you have until then to decide. You'll automatically collect points every time you spend in branch or online. And the more you spend, the more you'll get. Legend. We'll be giving away more than £1 million worth of rewards and benefits throughout the year, so keep checking out the exclusive deals you can access and the prizes you could win. Visit bradvantage.co.uk and sign up today. Nice.
Good shot through the infield, 4. Short boundary to land. Thump down the ground, not time, but it'll be 4 more. Oh, the pickup. 6. Shot through the offside, beautiful shot on the up, all along the floor for 4. Smeared away. 37 without loss. He's got a wicket first ball. Caught and bowled. Several. Smeared away. Short boundary and 4. So White's on the boundary trail. I think he's got hold of that all right. It's into the churchyard, I think.
6 more to White. Fantastic shot there.
6 and plenty. Slams into the wall of the pavilion. Richard Kettleborough raises his arm. That's a quality shot from Cameron Wright. Big hit. We said he wasn't going to go aerial. We got it wrong. Into the crowd, 15 rows deep, and what a catch. Down the ground and big and high. Will it go all the way? Of course it will. That's into the Ian Botham stand, and that's 50 for Cameron White, made from just 29 deliveries, 3 fours and 3 sixes from just half an hour in the middle. Ball changes his angle. Cameron changes his angle. It's the same result. It's a great shot. That's a proper cricket shot, and that has travelled 95 yards, I reckon. Big hit again. High wide. Will it go all the way? Another 6 for Cameron White, and that was brute strength. Langer's found the fence again. He goes to 50. The partnership is worth 104. Langer 53 not out from 29 deliveries. He's been keeping a watching brief at the other end when Cameron White's been smashing it to all parts. Here comes Hardings. Big shot again from White as he cleared them out of Langer. He has enough. Langer goes again. This is huge. His biggest 6. Out the ground, over the top of the crowd. Goodbye. Another ball, I think. Gone again. Langer. High and handsome.
Another maximum. Superb shot. Straight down the ground. You can't defend that.
Drilled again. That's a quality shot. Langer just backing away to the leg side, giving himself a little bit of room, but the balance and the poise was fantastic. Another big shot from Cameron White. Sharp. Stuck out.
It's sliced away. It's up and over, and 6 more.
What a fantastic shot. That has gone square of the wicket. A full 70-yard carry. It's almost as if he's sliced it away. That's 6
There
more.
it is. What a way to go to your 100th. First game for Somerset in 2020 cricket. The captain of the Sabres goes through to 3 figures in just 48 balls. It's also a record score, record team score in 2020 cricket. What a day. Got it again. 6 more. Harvey.
Yeah!
Bowled him. Good ball from Ian Harvey, who applauds his former Australian teammate, Justin Langer. What an impact, what an impression he's made in his first 2020 game for Somerset, his first 2020 game ever. He can do that now. He might be out. Sacrificed his wicket. Straight down the ground. And 4. That's it. That's the world record score in 2020 cricket. Last ball of the innings. Going to be 1, I think. Coming back for 2, Parsons, and he gets there, and so too does Cameron White. 2 off the last ball. Nice symmetry to the score. 250 for 3 from 20 overs. Phenomenal effort by the Somerset Sabres. It's the highest score ever in domestic 2020. It's the highest score ever in World 2020. And it's due to Cameron White and Justin Langer.
Just going to be a roller coaster, and you know.
Gone. Good catch. Parsons, I think, at slip has snapped that up. It was a bit of width from Willoughby. Oh, what a ball. It swung around a corner.
A good start and then fell in a heap.
That's gone straight up in the air. It'll be a simple catch for somebody. It's scythed away. Sapaya. Oh, magnificent! Oh, yes. You'll never see a better catch than that all season. That's the catch of the year. Brilliant. Sapaya.
Well, I'm glad he didn't let me down. I picked him up as our best fielder, and that just shows you why. He's quick across the ground, and he's got a superb set of hands. Take the applause, Harold.
Spearman gone now for 12. Just look at this. Ball dropping over his shoulder. He's going at full tilt with the dive. Magic. Chance of a catch. Simple. Sapaya having caught the best one you'll see all season. He wasn't going to put that down.
Where to put the ball.
Oh,
close.
could be out, is out. Yeah.
Full length dive. High. This is another tester. Who wants it? Who's underneath it? Got it. Well held. Where's Durston? Return. Gone. Heave across the line. Full and straight from Sapphire. And the
Shy at the stumps, run out. I don't think we need the third umpire.
He's gone, the man next to us. Oh, and so have Gloucester, they've gone as well. All out 1-3-3. Quite fitting that Cameron White should get the last wicket after a brilliant batting performance.
Taunton for the afternoon session of day 3 in this LV Insurance County Championship Group 2 match between the old rivals, the old West Country rivals, Somerset, and their increasingly noisy northern neighbours, Gloucestershire. And they've got plenty to be noisy about at the moment, have Gloucestershire, having picked up those 4 Somerset wickets in about an hour and 20 minutes session this morning after they were bowled out for 309, picking up those 4 wickets. 4 of the young Somerset batsmen back in the pavilion. I'm Anthony Gibson. With me is Ed Seaborn. Ed's from BBC Radio Gloucestershire. I'm from BBC Radio Somerset, and we're both from BBC Radio Bristol. And I think you're pretty happy with the turn that events have taken on you, Ed.
Well, I did say that I thought Gloucestershire needed at least 3 wickets with the new ball if they were going to make some noise, really, in the match, given where it was heading, or seemed to be heading with the pitch. The pitch has not necessarily done what we might have expected, or at least on the face of it, so far. There has been a bit more life than I thought there might be in it, and there was also that ball that kept low to James Hildreth. So there are signs, I suppose, if you're thinking from Somerset's point of view, that if they can just get a score on the board, that there would be reason to believe they could put Gloucestershire under pressure in the 4th innings. But the match has not panned out here as I expected it to, and I think with, as I say, they had to take, from my point of view, those early wickets with the new ball because of what we know is the case with the ball. Does tend to stop moving, and what we thought, at least, about the pitch. We'll have to see how the pitch plays this afternoon, but I think, 3 wickets was minimum, 4 wickets was terrific, but it's a resilient Somerset side.
It's Dom Goodman to open the attack from the river end after lunch, bowling to James Hildreth. Yeah, I mean, they're a resilient side, Somerset, as well. And they've been seemingly down and out, dead and buried on any number of occasions in the last few seasons, but unless you drive a wooden stake through their heart, they have the ability to come back from the dead, and that's certainly what's needed here this afternoon. At the moment, they're looking down the barrel. This could finish today, and this, I think, a crucial partnership between the 2 most experienced Somerset batsmen, Hildreth and Stephen Davis. Goodman is in and bowls, and Hildreth drives without quite timing it. Will be hauled in, I think. Oh, perhaps it won't. No, it has. Do him an injustice. That was well timed and brings him 4 runs. And the Somerset 50 is on the board, 51 for 4.
Yeah, it was a bit of a half volley from David Payne, really, and Hildreth showing that the feet are working better early on after lunch than they were first of all in his innings. So an encouraging sign, I think, there for Somerset supporters.
Payne then to Hildreth in and bowls, and another run here as he tucks that off his hip down to backward square leg for a single. 52 for 4. He's on 15-16 now. James Hildreth needs some runs, needs some confidence. Stephen Davis made a classy 87 in the first innings. But after these 2, it's the all-rounders. Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, Josh Davey, and then the 2 bowlers, Marchant de Lange and Jack Leach. Somerset, I would say, would need a lead of probably 250 as Payne comes over the wicket to Davis, who plays that pleasantly into the offside. I suppose the top of the agenda for Somerset will be trying to make the game safe, but that's looking very, very difficult from a position of 52 for 4. And yet again, as so often in recent seasons, I think they will be relying on their bowlers to bail them out. Bowling Gloucestershire out in pursuit of whatever target they have to they turn out to have been set, as that's played defensively into the offside by Stephen Davis. Well, if the previous 2 days are anything to go by, the pitch will get easier as the day wears on. It's, as Ed was saying, it did offer a little bit of bounce and movement with the new ball for the Gloucestershire seamers. Payne and Higgins and Goodman. It's Payne though from the river end, and Davis is looking for a single into the onside, but it's not there as Van Buren is quickly onto it from mid-on. So end of the first over after lunch. 5 runs came from it, 52 for 4. 21st over of the innings, the Somerset lead 55.
Yeah, well, Anthony said plenty of batting to come. I think you'd probably say, though, that you would really be wanting one of Hildreth or Davies to be the one to bat with them, though. Not that, of course, they can't produce, you know, amongst themselves, but I think really these two here are the most important wickets for Gloucestershire to take, and it will be Ryan Higgins to try and do that from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end with 3 slips in place and point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. As here comes Higgins, he's in, he bowls, and Hildreth with a flowing drive, and that's heading away towards the short boundary. It is still just going to be cut off inside the rope by Tom Lace, and the batsmen have come back for 2. So another drive that Hildreth has got away. 54 for 4 are Somerset. Hildreth is on to 18, and he's picked up 6 runs through the covers with nice looking drives.
We were talking about what this end might be called if it wasn't called the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Here is Higgins in bowls, that's full and straight, and pushed up the pitch for no run.
And Tim Symes on Twitter says, Anthony, you've got the churchyard to your left. Surely it's the dead end.
Oh, that is very good. That kind of reminds me, I heard Kerry O'Keefe talking about his time at Somerset when he was doing the test matches for the Australian broadcaster against India, as here comes Higgins bowls, and that's left alone by Hildreth outside off stump. Comfortable looking lead for him, and I seem to remember Kerry O'Keefe saying that when he bowled here, the balls that he bowled would either come back wet or with bones on them. Fantastic teller of a story, Kerry O'Keefe. One of those people that you would just love to sit for an afternoon and watch even just an afternoon's cricket with. Here comes Higgins. He bowls, and that's edged, and it's just short of Brathwaite at first slip. Just played that softly enough, did James Hildreth, but that was a nervy moment for him. He's got away a couple of drives, but Ryan Higgins reminding him that he is there to cause difficulty, and well, yes, it was just played with enough of an angle bat that it fell short of Brathwaite. Higgins is there, bowls full, and Hildreth is getting the middle of the bat on this one. And the sunshine is still with us at Taunton, actually, other than when we're sitting here in the shade with the breeze coming through. It is a really beautiful day here.
It's lovely out in the car park in the sunshine. Sheltered as well behind the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion.
More basking in the car park. Here comes Higgins. He bowls, and that is once more full and straight, and once more met with the defensive bat of James Hildreth out into the offside. So the end of over number 22. Somerset are 54 for 4, effectively 57 for 4, adding on the 3 extra runs.
Lots of discussion or comment on Twitter about the travails of the Somerset top order. Grumpy Kit says, what are my thoughts on the subject? Not sure really. The more pressing worry, says Nefela, is the drought of runs for Lammonby. On the other hand, Rob says he's not worried about Lammonby yet. As Payne is going to bowl another over from the river end. Bowling to the left-handed Stephen Davis. Comes across his stumps and plays that defensively. I'm not sure. Somerset haven't got a huge number of options. They could move Abel up to open and move Lammonby back down the order to try and rebuild his confidence. They could bring Eddie Byram in for Tom Banton, but entirely sure about that. What they really need is a bit of confidence, these young batsmen. They're only going to get that by scoring runs, as this is turned away off his hip by Stephen Davis for a single down to long leg, 55 for 4. Perhaps they may get some confidence against the weakest side on paper in Group 2, Leicestershire. We'll be heading on Wednesday for a start on Thursday, but it's really runs under their belt that they need. Lammonby especially. I think it would be wrong to ditch him after just 2 games. Almost anyone can have a bad run. Payne is in and bowls to Hildreth, who plays that again with soft hands down towards the third man boundary, and will pick up 4 runs for it. Nicely guided that by Hildreth. 59 for 4. He moves into the 20s, 22.
I just think with Lammonby especially, what kind of a message would it send to somebody who has scored 3 centuries in a shortened competition, including a century in the final, and then, you know, after such a short period of time, admittedly, yes, no runs, but what kind of a message does that send to a young cricketer in terms of their, you know, their lifespan, as it were? I don't think you could possibly move Lammonby just as a outsider.
He's Payne into Hildreth, and Hildreth keeps that out, plays it out into the offside. Yes, I'm sure you're right. And I don't think that Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, and Andy Hurry, the director of cricket, or indeed Tom Abel, the captain, will be thinking in terms of making big changes for the game up at Leicester next week. But if there's another top order collapse, they're going to have to start thinking about what to do about it. As Payne is in the bowls to Hildreth, who is looking for a single again that is not there.
Been a much more secure start this from.
I'm glad you said that.
Hildreth in particular, there was the edge that didn't quite carry to Brathwaite, but I think I have to say in general, Hildreth does seem to be looking to play the ball with the right amount of softness, and that's why the ball didn't carry. But yeah, I think Hildreth's been looking quite good so far.
Is Payne to Hildreth, and again gets the middle of the bat on that. In defence, out into the offside, Graham Van Buren does the fielding end of the over, 59 for 4, 22 to Hildreth, 7 to Davis.
Yes, we're not quite needing to test the hypothesis as to whether I can actually affect the game from here. Our discussion this morning, fixing. And it will be Higgins to bowl. He has figures of 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 13 so far, having removed Lammonby, caught behind off a good length delivery, which Lammonby looked as though he had to play at, and Tom Abel, who sort of lost where his stumps were really and walked a long way across and was given out by Neil Bainton. Davis on strike, and there is a catching cover in place for Stephen Davis. I think we all know why that's there. Tom laces the fielder in fairly close as Higgins bowls to Davies and is beaten. Davies, well, once more Higgins finding that ideal line, and Davies, well, he's rehearsing the shot that he just played, really, and I think that shows you that there wasn't too much more that he could have really done about that.
No, he played it. It was a firm push as well. If that had taken the edge, it would certainly have flown in the air to one of those slips.
Higgins in bowls, and Davies turns that one away to mid-wicket. Graham van Buren does the fielding, and as usual with Graham van Buren, there is a large red streak on the trousers as the shiner of the ball in chief of this Gloucestershire side. Higgins rounds at the top of his run and moves in now to bowl full, and Davies drives up towards mid-off where Dom Goodman does the fielding, and another impressive, very impressive spell from Goodman before lunch. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6, and got that key 4th wicket, the wicket of George Bartlett, and he is having a terrific debut so far, Dom Goodman. Here comes Higgins. He's in bowls to Davies, who cuts, and he's cut that one away with good timing. He's got it behind point, and it will race away for 4. So Davies, I would say opening up his shoulders, but he just played a very late, controlled shot there and picks up 4 for it. 63 for 4. Davies moves into double figures. He's got 11 now.
Played that with a lovely flourish as well, didn't he? At the end, like a swordsman.
Yeah, well, he does look so good through the offside. Tom Lace is hunting at short cover, hoping that there's going to be some business for him. Higgins continues over the wicket. He's in now, bowls, and that's full, and driven back to Higgins, and this time he resists the, I'm sure, overwhelming temptation to fake the throw towards Stephen Davies.
I bet if Craig Overton had been batting, he would have made as if to throw the stumps down.
As we did see somebody actually release the ball and be docked penalty runs last year. In fact, you'll see him in your next match, Anthony, as Higgins bowls, and that's drifting down the leg side, and Davies is only going to get a single out to deep backward square leg, so he might well feel that he's missed out there on some extra runs. It's only a single, 64 for 4. Davies has 12, and if he tried to touch that one away fine, there was no fine leg, so Davies would have had a lot of room to pick up a boundary. But yes, Dieter Klein was the man who threw the ball. I believe it was Danny Lamb of Lancashire, and under the code of conduct was docked, or Leicestershire as a team were docked 6 penalty runs.
Were they? And that was because, did he hit the...
because he hit the batsman, and it was deemed to be unnecessary and dangerous.
The batsman was presumably still in his crease.
Indeed, yes, he hadn't moved.
Another over. David Payne bowling from the River End, bowling to Stephen Davies, who this time takes Ed Seaborn's advice and just nudges that off the shoulder of the bat down to the very fine... Oh, no, he doesn't. It's off the pad. I thought that came off the bat. But umpire Illingworth's in a much better position to judge that than I am. So it's 4 leg byes rather than 4 runs, but it certainly went fine.
Just a bit live. I thought it came off the glove, but it looks as if it came actually off just above Stephen Davies' hip.
4 runs it is, 68 for 4. As this is driven square of the wicket and fielded at backward point. Nice shot from Steve Davies, but straight to the fieldsman. Lovely sunshine here at Taunton. The warmest of the days so far. The weather set fair, not just for Somerset, but for the whole country for the next few days, as Payne is in and bowls to Davies, who draws his bat just inside the line of that short of a length ball from Payne, and it flies through at good height to James Bracey behind the stumps. Somerset lead 71. I think Somerset, if they can get it up to anything over 200, it's going to take a bit of getting.
I was thinking even really over sort of 170, they can really put the pressure on from there.
Payne to Davis, again moves across his stumps and is caught at second slip by George Hankins. Comfortable catch in the end. He moved well to that, did Hankins. Stephen Davis always vulnerable outside the off stump. That one angled across him from David Payne, took the outside edge. Good catch to his left from Hankins, and it's 68 for 5, and Somerset in even deeper trouble.
Well, it was a decent catch because Hankins was standing quite close at second slip, really. He was in a good pace from where you'd normally expect. So that, another indication, really, of what the players think of the pitch. And as it turned out, it was exactly the right thinking because, I mean, yes, maybe it would have carried to him, probably would have carried to him if he'd have been a step backwards, but it would have been a much more difficult catch. In the end, it came through at a decent catching height, but he still had work to do, and he is, in general, I think he dropped one last week, but he is in general a very solid slip catcher, is George Hankins. So swallowed that one up and adds another dismissal, another catch to his career number. He took 2 catches in the first innings as well, and really they were looking quite good in general.
They were starting
Davis
to talk
lunch.
about a lead of 200, and then next ball. Well, he is vulnerable to that sort of shot, Steve Davis. So Gloucester are through to the Somerset all-rounders. It's Craig Overton who is joining James Hildreth. Overton who batted well in the first innings for Somerset. Where he scored, he got 54. Very good partnership of, from memory, 112 I think it was, with Stephen Davis, and he needs a partnership now with James Hildreth. David Payne to bowl from the river end to him. He's in bowls, and a good ball, a full length, almost a Yorker, which is dug out by Craig Overton. David Payne 1 for 29 in his 9th over. Brian Higgins 2 for 18. Matthew Taylor 1 for 9, and Tom Goodman 1 for 6. So the wickets being shared amongst these Gloucestershire seamers. Payne, left arm over the wicket, in and bowls to Overton, brings that one back into the big right-hander, who defends comfortably enough out into the onside. Another over ticks by, the 25th, another wicket for Gloucestershire, very much on top. 68 for 5, Somerset, effectively 71 for 5 in what has become a one-innings match.
Hustling around Gloucestershire, they are not wasting time changing over. As soon as the previous over is done, the slips are not quite full on sprinting, but they are charging from end to end. Gloucestershire trying to keep the pace of the game up high so that Somerset don't feel as though they've got time to really think out there. Here is Higgins. He's in now, bowls, and Hildreth plays with bat and pad very close together, but he got the bat out in front of the pad and played it to mid-wicket for no run, and that is something that James Hildreth can do. You always feel if those feet aren't quite working that you can really challenge that front pad of James Hildreth. Here comes Higgins. He's in now, he bowls. And oh, that is a great ball from Higgins. It's hitting that ideal length. It's on a line where Hildreth feels he's got to play at it. And, well, he went down to examine where the ball bounced, but didn't do any prodding because he knows that really that was nothing to do with the pitch. That was just a good ball.
Has the alarming habit as well, Hildreth, of looking behind himself when he's played and missed to see if the wicketkeeper's caught it.
Higgins bowls to Hildreth, full and straight, and that's a much more rigid-looking defence from Hildreth. Yes, I I must say, been a massive sort of believer in the whole, if the batsman looks behind him, then he's nicked it. So I think quite a lot of the time they just look behind anyway. Here comes Higgins. He's to the crease, he bowls, and that's full and pushed away out towards extra cover. Higgins does a slightly different thing with his action every once in a while. Just, I don't know that it's actually anything that necessarily makes a massive difference, and then I'm no bowling coach, but it certainly is a different visual every once in a while for the batsman, and of course he can use the crease very well to his advantage as he bowls from close to the stumps, and Hildreth is pushing that one up to David Payne, who's fielding at mid-on without the cap. Higgins continuing to probe. It doesn't really look as though there's a great deal of swing out there. Maybe there is a bit of seam movement, but I'm not sure there's still masses there. There's been the occasional bit of lift if you bowled a bit further back in the length, but Higgins is there now, bowls, and that's a comfortable leave to end the over from James Hildreth. That's 3 maidens now for Higgins, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 18, and Somerset are 68 for 5. Craig Overton be back under the pump potentially at the River End from David Payne.
Yeah, this is a short session. The funeral of Duke of Edinburgh coming up at 10 to 3, so it'll be an hour and 10 minutes session, and then we will have a break of an hour and 20 minutes and resume at 20 past 4. I think Ed is making way for Kevin Howells as Payne is in and bowls to Overton, who edges all along the ground between second and third slip, and we'll pick up just the single because Dom Goodman is down at third man, so Craig Overton slightly uncertainly off the mark. Score moves on to 69 for 5. Welcome back, Kevin.
Has much happened?
Wicket. Another. I'm going to ask you in a minute for what your solution to Somerset's top order batting problems would be. Here's Payne in and bowls, and Hildreth defends. You can think about that until the end of this over. Lots of comment on Twitter about it. Andy Cleve says, "How's that 300 lead looking?" Be lucky to set them 200 from here. I think they'd be lucky to set them 100. But you never know. Craig Overton took part in that very useful partnership with Stephen Davis in the first innings as Payne bowls a bouncer, and Hildreth, not tempted, just bends his knees, squats underneath it. He's not a tall man, James Hildreth, so doesn't find it difficult to evade bouncers. He's not at his most comfortable against the short ball, James Hildreth, though. I saw him, he was absolutely tormented here by Neil Wagner when Wagner was playing for Essex a few seasons ago, and went in for leg theory as this is pleasantly stroked. A back cut down to third man by Hildreth for another run, 70 for 5. And it's slightly odd that you don't see more of that, Kevin, with bowlers going round the wicket and aiming at the batsman's body with a leg slip, forward, short leg, sort of old-fashioned leg theory. Can be a very effective tactic, but particularly perhaps with a left arm quick going around the wicket and angling it in at the batsman's body. He's Payne into Overton, who chases after one outside the off stump. Wanders away towards square leg, looking at the bottom of his bat. King ball. Shouldn't have done that. He'll be anxious to cement his promotion in the batting order above Lewis Gregory. Gregory having been the incumbent at number 7, with Overton coming in at 8, and roles reversed this season. Payne is in and bowls, and That runs off thick edge down to short third man. Goodman does the fielding. 71 on the board, 71 for 5. End of that over. What would you do about Somerset's top order batting, Kevin?
Just really maybe for a bit more experience there. You mentioned Abel, perhaps. But equally, Jason Kerr made it pretty clear ahead of the season that the age and experience wasn't an issue for him for his young batters. He thought they were good enough, and he no doubt will stick with them. And I can understand if you're a Somerset supporter, you know you're not that impressed. You're worried. You know, it's not that bad. You're a little bit concerned. I get that, but you know, generally you'd remind yourself it's what, April the 17th. Is it the 17th today? It's something like the middle of April, maybe the 18th. And you know, Banton, the names Banton, Lammonby, Bartlett, we can equally talk of them as being wonderfully exciting and talented, gifted players, as this one is played by Overton onto the leg side, and things can turn around really quickly. Now I understand that perhaps, so, you know, you follow them day in, day out. I just come in every now and then, and perhaps you see it a little bit more often. I've seen what you've written and said at lunchtime about this is something that perhaps Somerset supporters have come to expect a little bit more often than they should do. But
well, we have been distinctly collapse prone for the last few seasons.
Overton on 2, next ball. Oh, and he's bowled him! What a ball, he went forward to that, and that's just clipped the off stump, I think, and the bail's come off, and Overton looks back, and I'm not surprised. What a delivery from Higgins. I'll tell you what, whilst we talk about the Somerset batting, and we have been actually giving full credit to the Gloucestershire bowlers and to Higgins, he just looking at the replay, they just can't quite believe it, can Craig Overton, but I'll tell you, it's 6 wickets down, it's 71 for 6, which is only a lead of 74 runs in this derby, and Higgins and Gloucestershire are so on top, and I really did not see this coming.
No, me neither, but terrific delivery from Ryan Higgins and Craig Overton. Well, there's no reason to blame himself for that. That would have done for many a more experienced batsman than Craig Overton. So Lewis Gregory to the rescue.
Well, we'll see. I would like, in some ways, him to be to the rescue because I've so much enjoyed the first 2 days of cricket. But the pace in which the game has just accelerated today is unbelievable. So I'm not trying to sit on the fence too much, but equally I cannot, from where I sit and stand, looking in on, look at these names and say anything other than I look forward to coming to watch them bat, and I think they will come good. It's just perhaps, well, certainly they need to be given time. Now, I'm afraid if Somerset supporters think, well, how much time do we give Bubba? Well, need to be given time, and perhaps just a little bit more experience up there at the top. And if Tom Abel is prepared just to go that little bit higher, it's on small margins, isn't it? Really, because what difference should it make? But it can. It often does. So
I think if it was me, I think I'd give Lammonby and Banton one more go against Leicestershire, and if it doesn't work out there, then move Abel up to open and Lammonby put him down.
Yeah.
To
keep them in the team though.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Keep
yes,
them.
Yeah. I'm not. Yeah. He's too talented to be dropped.
Yeah. Gregory facing the bowling of Higgins. What a day for Higgins so far, and he gets a big stride into that. He doesn't want to allow that ball to move too much. He wants to get to it if he possibly can Gregory. Well, Gloucestershire. I wanted to come in and talk about the fact that our colleague Sam, one of the journalists here, has spotted that, and you may well have done this, I don't know, Ed, but spotted that whilst we've been talking about Don Goodman as opposed to Dom Goodman, Dom Goodman being the cricketer, apparently his nickname is Len, as in Len Goodman from Strictly Come Dancing. And I quite like that. In fact, I like it a lot. The next delivery is played by Gregory in the sunshine here at Taunton for a single out on the onside. And the score moves to 72 for 6. And of course, do I need to say what we need? Not necessarily today. In fact, I don't know if it's possible today, but what we need is we need a 7 for Goodman at some point. So somebody, somewhere, gets the honour of shouting out, 7! It's going to happen. And I tell you what, if he's a talented bowler, it will happen. Next delivery though from Higgins, pushed into the offside.
This is lost on me. I've watched one episode of Strictly Come Dancing when we were in a field in the camper van in North Devon, and it was pouring with rain. There was nothing else to do.
And it was the only signal you could pick up on your little black and white portable.
It was, yeah.
Oh dear. Hildreth is facing next delivery and defensively played back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. 72 for 6, Gregory on 1 and Hildreth on 23. And Higgins figures 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 19. It's not totally lost on you, I don't think, but I get what you're saying.
I know who Len Goodman is, but that's about the extent of it. Well, I said overnight that for this game to produce a positive result, one or other of the teams would have to either bowl really well or bat really badly. And I think in this innings, it's been a combination of both. I don't think Somerset have batted particularly well, but I do think that Gloucester have bowled pretty well. Certainly that last dismissal owed nothing to batting frailties. It was just really good bowling. I thought George Bartlett played a poor shot to be caught behind, and Tom Banton, in all honesty, never looked particularly secure. Not sure if he wouldn't be better off down the order as well. But then he does open the batting in white ball cricket, but then white ball cricket's a very different kettle of fish when you've got a ball that doesn't swing as much, and the pitches tend to be more reliable for batting on as well. Right, Gregory is on strike. Payne is in and bowls. That's outside the off stump. Gregory plays no shot. Lewis Gregory, of course, who hit the winning run up at Lord's in that against the odds victory over Middlesex. And as I was saying earlier on, Somerset have come back from the dead on more than a few occasions in recent seasons, being saved by their bowlers with the bat as well as with the ball. Payne is in, bowls to Gregory, again too far outside the off stump. Gregory has nothing to do with it. The Gloucestershire slip fielders much noisier in this innings than they were in the first innings, because they've had much more to be noisy about. Got 3 slips and a gully, more like 1, 2, first, second and third slip, and then a 5th slip. Payne is in and bowls, and played into the onside by Gregory. He's been bowling good pace. David Payne bowling over the wicket, so angling the ball across the right-handed batsman towards those slips. He's had a good bowl in his 11th over in 2 spells. He's there, bowls, and that's driven nicely by Gregory away through a gap in the offside, and that will run away over the boundary rope in front of the scoreboard just to the right of the Colin Atkinson pavilion. Nice shot from Gregory. He moves on to 5, the score on to 76 for 6. It was a forthright cover drive, that. He's rather a forthright batsman, Gregory, isn't he? His bat always seems a little bit broader than other players, because he does play very straight. Here's Payne in and bowls. Plays a slightly hurried adjustment in playing that defensive shot. Obviously a little bit of seam movement still for David Payne. Pitch will probably quieten down as the afternoon wears on, but the way things are going, that could be too late for Somerset. 6 wickets down already, in desperate need of a partnership. Try and set Gloucestershire some sort of a target. Payne bowls, and again has to look lively. Lewis Gregory plays it well in the end, jumping into the defensive shot. End of that over. 76 for 6 Somerset, so a lead of just 79.
When people talk about differences between Division 1 and Division 2, the main difference that coaches seem to talk about, and players generally, coaches and selectors for that matter, it's in the bowling and how good the first the change bowling is. You know, lots of teams have very good, talented, skillful opening bowlers, but what about that first change? Well, on evidence here today, and evidence which has been building, I suppose, for a season or two, Gloucestershire most definitely have some very good first change bowlers. I mean, Josh Shaw from Yorkshire is a very talented, gifted player. He's injured before Goodman gets his opportunity. Higgins, of course, is a wonderful bowler, and he's showing his skills here. So he starts in his 11th over, 76 for 6. And the other thing that I'm pleased by, regardless of how this now plays out as a game, but the victory last week against Surrey, and what we've already seen here, shows what people were saying anyway within the ranks of Gloucestershire, that despite the loss of Richard Dawson as head coach, Higgins bowls and past the off stump and through to the keeper, the continuity of Ian Harvey staying, and then you've got Gloucester through and through, Mark Lane being brought in, and I've come to believe over the last 10 or 15 years that the character of a cricketing squad and team is really built upon people that feel for the county and the team they play and played for and go on and coach. I truly believe that's really important, and I think we've got that in evidence here for Gloucestershire. Next delivery past the off stump and through to the keeper, wide of that off stump of Hildreth. He remains on 23. So sorry to be so forthright.
No, I agree.
I'm just thinking.
I couldn't agree with you more about Mark Lane. He's a terrific coach, lovely man as well, and I'm sure he is setting just the right tone with Ian Harvey. I think that they make a very good combination.
Which I understand was the case with Dawson and Ian Harvey as well. I mean, I don't know. Well, I do know Richard Dawson a little, and that's a full delivery which Hildreth keeps out onto the onside. There was every chance that I saw Richard Dawson debut as a player when he started with Yorkshire many moons ago. But I of course went on played a little bit for England, did Richard Dawson. But I'm told that it was a good relationship, good combination of Dawson and Harvey. So if that's going to be the case now again with Elaine working alongside Ian Harvey, great news. Higgins bowls full. Oof, that almost got through. It was quite a flourish of a drive there, attempted by Hildreth, and very nearly got in between the bat and
inside edge onto the off stump. But it's the way he plays, James Hildreth. He does not like being tied down. He's always looking to counter-attack. It's in his nature. He can be watchful, but if he sees half a chance of scoring some runs, he's going to take it. And he's not been in great form.
Shuffle, just a little shuffle from the bowler. Higgins comes in, right arm. Did that keep a little bit low? There's certainly one or two that have done so. He comes jacking back in and has to be down on it fairly sharp. There's Hildreth. It's no run. So Gregory on 5. Hildreth remains 23. Somerset at 76 for 6, and Higgins figures they're good. 3 for 19, 4 maidens, 11 overs.
Yeah, batsmen confer in mid-pitch. They've batted together a lot, these two, over the last, how long was it since Lewis Gregory came into the side? About 2011, 2012, something like that. So they've had nearly 10, 11 seasons playing together for Somerset. And pillars of the Somerset side throughout that time. We're going to have a bowling change at the river end. Is that Matt Taylor coming into the attack?
Yes, looks like it. I just hesitated for a moment because
Oh,
David.
sorry.
You're looking around and expecting to see Kevin Howells, and here I am.
Well, I'll just do this over, and then Kevin can come in and take over from me for a few minutes. Here's Taylor then bowling to Gregory in bowls. Gregory turns that nicely down to deep backward square leg for a single. 77 for 6. These the last two recognised Somerset batsmen. Josh Davey next in is a bowler who bats, and Marchant de Lange after him is a bowler who belts it at every available opportunity. Here's Taylor coming around the wicket, in and bowls to Hildreth, who plays just across his front pad, as he has the tendency to do. If his eye is in, that's absolutely fine. But if he gets it wrong and doesn't make contact, he's a potential LBW victim. That's how he was out at Lord's. It wasn't a very good decision, I don't think, but he was rather asking for trouble playing around that front pad as he does. And this is just flicked down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Just managed to get a touch on that, did Hildreth. It went very fine, no chance for the fielder down at long leg. 81 for 6, Hildreth moves on to 27.
Probably one of the worst balls that Gloucestershire have bowled. It was well outside leg stump, and somebody of Hildreth's quality is not going to miss out on that.
There's Taylor again. And this is driven by Hildreth and well fielded by Van Buren, moving to his left at mid-off. Wasn't quite timed that by Hildreth, but not afraid to go for his shots, whatever the circumstances of the match. And the circumstances of the match couldn't be much more dire from a Somerset perspective at the moment. The lead of just 84 with 6 wickets down already. Taylor bowls, Hildreth drives. Picked up this time at mid-on. Again, he didn't really time that. Taylor bowling a full length, inviting the drive. Trying to bring the ball back in to the right-handed batsman. Pin him LBW with the one that ducks back in, or the one that slants across to take the outside edge into the slips. Taylor bowls. Hildreth, this indeed comes off a thick edge. He's going to run down towards the third man boundary. 2 fielders are in hot pursuit, but vain pursuit. So 4 more runs to James Hildreth. He's picked up 8 in this over. 85 for 6, moves into the 30s. 31 he has at the end of that over. And after a few words from Ed Seaborn, Kevin Howells will take up commentary.
Very impressed with the spell of David Payne. He didn't manage to get that second wicket, but you could see he was really bending his back and sending it down with real extra pace. And when David Payne wants to, I think he can get up towards mid-80s when he really bends his back, and you could tell the extra explosivity that was through his action towards the end of that spell. He really was pushing himself and pushing his body, driving himself forward for another wicket at the end of the spell, and now replaced by Matt Taylor, and Ryan Higgins replaced by Dom Goodman.
I was tempted, but I'm not going to. I'm going to save it until he does take 7.
Here is Dom Goodman. He's there, he bowls, and Gregory goes reaching for that one. He's timed it well up towards mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps, but well home, Gregory, and if that ball had hit the stumps and ricocheted off them, then I'm not entirely sure that Dom Goodman, even in his first-class match, would have been able to stop himself from showing his displeasure. But such is the enthusiasm of Ryan Higgins that he was not going to miss the chance to shy at the stumps, even if Gregory was comfortably home. Here is Goodman, bowls short and wide, and that's cut but not timed by Hildreth, rather clothed to backward point, and there's no run. The score remains 86 for 6 as the seagulls cry out.
As somebody that lives right bang centre really in the middle of the island of the UK, I love that sound. Of course, you can get gulls making that sound anywhere, but And here we're right not next to the coast. We're close enough. It's a lovely sound. At this time of the day, not at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I was about to say, I wonder how long it stays lovely for. Goodman bowls very full, tried the Yorker there, and it's squeezed out to point for no run by James Hildreth. And I go back to what I've been thinking, really, all this innings, that you just never feel as though Somerset are out of a game. And even at this point, I don't think you can quite, you certainly cannot count them out. Goodman bowls, and that's left alone by Hildreth, who rather sways away from that one. Just seen them do it so many times, and so many different characters as well, so many of that lower order, tail in inverted commas, I think, rather than genuine tail. Just, you can pretty much point to an innings that every single one of them has played at some point, which
I agree with you. I totally agree.
Goodman is there, bowls, and that's a pretty comfortable leave from James Hildreth. And it's not even just one of them; it's all of them. And even at this stage, if they lost another couple of quick wickets, if Big Marchand strides out to the middle and starts clubbing them, every single one that he clubs is a run Gloucestershire have got to get, of course. And if he does it quickly, then that changes the feeling that Gloucestershire will have going into a potential run chase, for sure, as here comes Goodman to complete the over. He's in and bowls, and that's driven off the inside half of the bat, and I think onto his pad by Hildreth, and that ends the over. So more encouragement for Goodman. And at the end of that over, 32 have been bowled in the innings, 86 for 6. The lead is 89.
I totally agree with everything you've said. However, right now, I prefer to be a Gloucestershire supporter. And Somerset have work to do, but you're right. Every single one of those names, you can look at them in this Gregory, Hildreth, Jack Leaches, and Delango, are capable of doing something. Doing something that is required by their team, whether it be ball in hand or whether it be bat in hand, and that's part of the Somerset strength. Let's see what Gregory can do here today, though. He's on 7 not out, and it's Taylor bowling his 6th over. Comes down on it with a good thud on the bat, you can hear that. Last week, there were only 3 teams, weren't there, that had outlier wins, and Somerset were one of them. Gloucestershire, one of them, Hampshire the other, and we know what Abbas did yesterday with exceptional bowling. A hat-trick, he took 5 for 3 and 17 balls, something like that, ridiculous. Well, Middlesex's second innings made a steady start, but it's not steady now. Next ball here, comes in, LBW appeal, flies out onto the leg side, not out. Maybe a little high.
Anthony Gibson has said it was doing too much,
so
I believe him.
Yes, you can't do too much. 41 for 3 Middlesex in their second innings. They still trail by 490 runs. Abbas has taken 8 wickets in the game so far. That must be what? That's another 2 in this inning. Back here at Taunton, Lewis Gregory's on 7. Taylor bowls to him now, round the wicket, coming down on it late, and punched up to mid-on. He had a few double centuries, or a couple of double centuries. A few was probably more than a couple, isn't it? Some double centuries last week. And the first one we may get this week is going to be Ollie Pope, who's enjoying himself at the Oval against Leicestershire. But Leicestershire will be pleased following a bit of a drubbing at the hands of Hampshire last week, that they've put on a better display there at the Oval. Clearly gives the impression, though, it's for the batter there at the Oval this week. And again, down on it with a thud of the bat from Gregory, keeping it tight, and that's what Gloucestershire have done so well. There have been 1 or 2 magical deliveries, but when there haven't been the magical balls, by and large, on percentages, there have been the deliveries which have been straight. I mean, you have to be defensive, be watchful, and that's why I quite have enjoyed the Goodman debut, for the fact that he hasn't, ripped through, taken lots of wickets, but he's been there on the money. Virtually every ball. It's been terrific. His figures show so as well. 5 overs, 1 for 7 at the moment, but it's Taylor bowling. round the wicket, and worse than the players of the U's and the R's, as that one just runs down towards Goodman, who's down at fine leg. And the score moves to 87 for 6, but we are definitely in the territory of U's and R's, because things have been happening here so frequently today, on this third day of this cider derby. I said on one of my bulletins for someone else, I said, there is no cider to be drunk here, and they didn't believe me, which is a great shame. And it is all round, it's a great shame. One, they thought I was lying, and two, there isn't any cider to be drunk on both counts. Taylor bowls, and LBW appeal. Well, they're going up for most things at the moment. I'm not surprised, because that ball is just shaping in here on the batters, but Hildreth will move his score to 32 at the end of that over. 88 for 6. Gregory on 8, Hildreth on 32, and this lead is 91 runs. So close on the first innings. Somerset made 312, Gloucestershire 309. Cracking game.
I suppose the regulations that usually exist about bringing alcohol into grounds, I certainly haven't seen anything in the agreement that was signed to enter the ground about bringing in alcohol. Not that I would, of course, certainly not,
I know
not to consume during the day.
They trusted us that we weren't going to do that.
Anyway, but back to the cricket. Dom Goodman, as you say, it has been so impressive, his control so far, at any rate, as he bowls once more, and that's a pleasant drive down the ground from Hildreth, but he can't beat mid-off, and there is no run. But I don't feel a bit bad almost bringing up the Exeter University match that I watched him in, but I almost feel actually, because he's bowled so well in this one, that I can talk about it. But most of his bowling on that day was very short and quite wide, as Goodman is there and bowls short and wide, and it's cut away, but it's straight to cover. Tom Lace does the fielding, and there's no run. And the thing was that he actually hit that spot a lot. It was as if, you know, I suppose the sort of accuracy versus precision type thing. He was hitting the same spot, it just wasn't quite the right spot. Here, he has hit the right spot with real consistency, and he's got his reward with a couple of wickets, as that's a full straight delivery, and Hildreth playing quietly away back up the pitch. James Hildreth, his county desperately needs him once more, as it has done so many times over the years.
In some ways in many ways I was disappointed when I saw that Shaw had picked up an injury, which he picked up in the game last weekend, didn't he? So I was looking forward to seeing Shaw bowl. Know a little bit about him from Yorkshire, but what a replacement.
Goodman bowls, and that lifts, but no shot from James Hildreth. And as he does so often, Dom Goodman, that right hand comes up into the air, the left hand stays down. But Hildreth knew what he was doing there, and he bowled so well in the first innings against Surrey, did Josh Shaw. He was the pick of the bowlers, picking up 4 wickets, and yeah, a big shame to see him go down. And of course, Dan Worrell, the hope is that he will be available to play in the next match, as Goodman bowls, and that's driven off the inside half of the bat by Hildreth up towards mid-on in the end. Certainly not where he was looking to hit it. David Payne does the fielding, but there is another fantastic quality option to come into this Gloucestershire attack, and there's certainly reasons to be excited about that. Of course, there is a big job still to be done here, but adding a bowler of the immense calibre of Worrell to the attack. As Goodman bowls, and that's a on drive, which this time Hildreth does mean to get towards mid-on, but still doesn't get a run for it, as David Payne picks up. And it is a maiden over from Goodman. Somerset 88 for 6. The score remains. They have a lead of 91.
Payne's bowled 11 overs, 1 for 36, 3 maidens. Higgins 11 overs, 3 for 19 and 4 maidens. Taylor with his 6 overs, 1 for 20. And Goodman now 6 overs, 1 for 7. And 2 with 2 maidens. Taking a sanitation break here, so they clean their hands and all that sort of stuff. Although they'll only be out there for another 12 minutes or so. But it's at that mark that they've got to. And then there'll be that break, come back on at 4:10. They will have had their tea, and they will be prepared and refreshed for a long session. What have we got? Oh, 44 overs remaining. But yeah, it'll be a longish session. It's not easy for me to say.
Yeah, it hasn't been bringing alcohol into the ground, don't we?
No, sure. Nothing to do with the cider. No. 88 for 6. 91 in front. Gregory is on strike, and it's going to be Taylor to continue. Aircraft flying reasonably low across the ground in the sunshine on this Saturday afternoon at the start of a new season. Oh, and leading edge there from Gregory, looking to work it on the onside. Flies out to the off. Encouraging for Taylor, who wants to add to his wicket, 1 wicket so far in this innings. In the Somerset first innings, Taylor took 3 wickets, 3 for 67, in just over 17 overs. But this is the Somerset second innings now. 91 in front, with the 4 wickets remaining, and Lewis Gregory is on 8. Taylor around the wicket. Oh, in the air and out! Little chip out there to mid-wicket, and that's another wicket down. It's Gregory who's gone this time for 8. It's 7 wickets down at 88 for 7, just 91 runs in front. Well, that had been coming, because he just wasn't getting the timing right, and it's just looped up. A catch taken, and he's gone. And another slow walk for a Somerset batter, making his way off the field. Not got into double figures, out just for 8, Gregory, and he'd been looking to work the ball away there on the onside and wasn't getting the timing right, and Taylor gets his 2nd wicket here, and, well, deserved. All these wickets deserved by a Gloucestershire attack that have really stuck to their job, and really stuck to it well, encouraged by the fall of the wickets, of course. This is a phenomenal display and performance, it really is, from the Gloucestershire attack, and it's been, and people will be looking this up now, diving for the record books to see, although the game is not over, but looking to see when Gloucestershire last left Somerset here with a victory in red ball cricket. They had an horrific time last year. I mean, gosh, it was a dreadful time for them. But boy, if they come back, they've come back determined to make amends, and they're well on their way to doing so, but work still to be done.
Well, I do happen to know when the last time Gloucestershire came away with a 4-day victory here at Taunton, but I feel I shouldn't mention it yet.
Fair
so
enough. Higgins,
I have it up my sleeve courtesy of Adrian Thomas, but I have not. I don't feel the time is right to release it quite yet. As you said, Gregory, the timing, it was all about the timing really, because he acted as though somehow the ball had popped up on him, but looking at the replay, I don't think it did.
Higgins constantly involved, taking wickets, taking catches, and helping his mate out there, Taylor. There's a simple little loop to him on that occasion, though, and he comes around the wicket, in and bowls to Davy, who is the new batter, worked away onto the onside. And for all the talk there's been of Somerset making a noise in the field, Gloucestershire, encouraged by the wickets they've taken, well, they're as noisy as anybody right now.
Well, it shows you, doesn't it? I mean, we've got Somerset 88 for 7, and they're making as much noise as Somerset probably were when Gloucestershire were 40 odd for no wicket. But that's the intensity, and it is great to see from a Gloucestershire point of view.
Davy facing again. Oh, and that's beaten him through to the keeper. Well, what terrific variation as well, really. And Taylor is just having a wonderful time out there. Isn't it though the case that because they are so on top in the game, seemingly at the moment, that it does bring out the best in them, but they're not. But equally, they're not getting carried away. They're still just putting there in the right spot, but just causing so much anguish for the Somerset batters. And Davy is the latest here to be troubled by the left arm of Taylor. Bowling, and it's full and driven by Davy, but for no run to mid-on. And there's one more ball left of this 35th over. 3 slips, and a backward point. Mid-off, mid-on, couple out there on the leg side, waiting for that ball maybe to loop to them at mid-wicket or at square leg. And Dom Goodman down there at fine leg as well. But Taylor, his tail really up. In now, and forward defence, or, well, not forward defence, defence from Davy. And it completes that over. So I'll let Anthony and yourself talk up to little moment of history, really, coming up. The players, the game will be suspended for a short time. But Somerset 88 for 7. Davey had to get off the mark, and Hildreth on 32. This lead is a slender 91 runs in front, second innings.
Many thanks to Kevin, and with only a couple of overs remaining until that break, I still can't imagine that the break can help anybody other than Gloucestershire, really, because they've really been bowling their hearts out the last handful of overs, and they've done that because they've known that they're about to have a break of an hour and 10 minutes or so. So really, as Goodman continues and bowls to Hildreth, who drives pleasantly enough up towards mid-on, but Gloucestershire are going to be oohing and eyeing for everything. Admittedly, it may not have come right out of the middle of the bat, but he certainly meant to play it down the ground, and it ended up down the ground. But they've been able to push themselves, I feel, all four of the Gloucestershire seamers, and you can see the ramp up in intensity, particularly from the two left armers, as Goodman bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by James Hildreth. And actually, I would say, from Goodman's perspective, he is looking pretty much as he has for really the entire match so far. He's still just looking steady. He's not over trying, which it would be easy to do in a situation like this. And
he uses his height well, doesn't he?
He does.
In the sense of, you know, he keeps a good line, keeps a shortish length, because he is getting that much more bounce.
Goodman bowls full, and that's driven away by James Hildreth. A classic extra cover drive executed by James Hildreth. He moves up to 36. Somerset 92 for 7. And he does have, he keeps his height at the crease as well, which is something that, you know, sometimes you see a tall, quick bowler kind of collapsing over sideways or something like that, just to, you know, reduce the height that they can deliver for him. But he's smooth through the crease, and he keeps his height up. But James Hildreth was more than equal to that last offering of his, as Goodman bowls once more to Hildreth, who struck on the pad and would have been heading well down the leg side, and I'd say very much strangled shout, but
getting a bit overexcited in the Gloucestershire slip cordon, our noisy northern neighbours. Still, as I said earlier, they've got plenty to be noisy about, plenty to get excited about. It's been a top-class performance with bat and ball from Gloucestershire.
Goodman is there, he bowls, and that's full and straight. Hildreth with soft wrists playing it out towards extra cover, and just one more ball remaining in this over, and then there may only be time for one more over.
I think they'll err on the side of caution, won't they?
I thought so, yes, that's true.
They'll
yes.
come off. They won't want to go on beyond 10-2.
Yeah, that is true. Here is Goodman. He's in, bowls, and that's full, but not a delivery which Hildreth wants to offer a shot at. So 36 overs have been bowled. Somerset are 92 for 7. James Hildreth really, not of course that there isn't still De Lange and Leach to come after this, but Hildreth seems to carry Somerset's remaining hopes in his hands here at 36 not out, in the lead of 95.
Yep, and I'm indebted to Steve Bittard for the information. This is not the first time that game of cricket has been halted by commemorating someone who's died. I'll come back to that after this delivery from Matt Taylor from the River End. I mention it because it also involved Gloucestershire. Taylor is in and bowls and played up to mid-on. This was in 1884 when Gloucestershire were playing Lancashire, and the match was actually abandoned after lunch on the second day when a telegram informed WG and EM Grace that their mother had died. A long time ago that was, before the advent of the official county championship as it is deemed to be now, but that was those were in the days when Gloucestershire bestrode the world of English cricket and won the championship, what we now regard as the unofficial county championship, on several occasions. Here comes Taylor in the bowls, and Davies looking for a single into the offside. There's a misfield out there by Tom Lace, but he recovers himself quickly and there's no run.
Lace was tying himself in knots there.
Oh, oh. Yeah. Well, I suppose, and when he gets out in the second innings, I should be able to say, well, that's curtains for Lace. How many balls have we got in this set? 4 more, I think it is, in this over before the break. It's a defensive shot from Josh Davey, who knows how to handle a bat. Scored. He was more prolific with the bat when he's in his Middlesex days than he has been with Somerset, but he's more than capable, and certainly someone needs to stay with James Hildreth. And Davey is the most perhaps Davey and Leach are the most obvious candidates. Marchant de Lange will come in and lay about him, I don't doubt, but he never gives much of an impression of permanence. It's exciting while it lasts. Here's Taylor in the bowls to Davey, who pulls that away, and you get a hand to that at mid-wicket. That was a half chance to mid-wicket. It was travelling. Who is that out there?
I think it's Higgins again.
It's Higgins, yeah, just looking
sitter of a catch earlier, but that
ruefully at his left hand. It would have been a terrific catch if he'd taken it. Don't think they took a run, did they?
No, they hesitated and in the end decided not to. Higgins, they're not making much of it, Gloucester, because then it was a very, very tough chance and travelling quickly, but Higgins had a anguished look towards the sky, which the stream just picked up.
Here's Taylor in the bowls and Davey defends. It would have been a spectacular catch if he'd taken it, because the ball was really travelling. He middled that, did Josh Davey, looking to clear mid-wicket.
Yeah, I mean, for me, he saved 4 runs there, really, rather than anything else.
Yeah, right. So 92 for 7. This is the last ball before the break. We'll be going off air and rejoining you at 4:10 for the evening session, when we'll have best part of 40 overs or so to be bowled outside the off stump. No shot from Davey, and I think that will conclude proceedings for the time being, with Somerset in all sorts of trouble on 92 for 7. The not out batsman James Hildreth on 36, and Josh Davey yet to score. The lead just 95 runs and only 3 wickets remaining for Somerset, relying on their bowlers yet again to bail them out with bat as well as ball. Well, we'll close down the microphones now and rejoin you at 4:10. remaining, and Gloucestershire, Ed, I should imagine, absolutely cock-a-hoop.
At the moment, yeah, I don't think that they will be happy though until Somerset are bowled out, and bowled out for, ideally from their point of view, at least less than 150, because I think if it gets more than that, then Somerset really will feel like they have something to bowl at, and they will back their attack to defend. Really, they will back their attack to defend any total that they have to defend, but you know, they will obviously hope to have more runs than less to defend. Higgins to bowl the first ball after the resumption, and it's played away into the mid-wicket region by James Hildreth, who is on 36, and he, well, Somerset would hope that the other three can bat around him.
Yeah, he's got to be the main man for Somerset. He's battling his way back to form. James Hildreth's had a pretty thin time of it recently.
Here's Higgins, he's in, bowls to Hildreth, and that's outside the off stump, and Hildreth leaves. Well, what a time I suppose it would be for James Hildreth to rediscover his form. If he were to get runs here, and runs that would propel Somerset to another incredible comeback victory, then, well, what a setup that would be for him for the rest of his season. Ryan Higgins, who is at the moment, I believe, the leading wicket taker in the county championship, is bowling to him, and Hildreth has played this one softly through the third man region, as he's done several times in his innings so far. It's heading towards the boundary, and it crosses it now. So James Hildreth gets 4 first runs after the resumption, and Somerset 96 for 7. Hildreth moves to 40.
Yeah, he played that quite deliberately, Hildreth. Just turned his wrists on it at the very last moment, guided it wide of gully, between gully and backward point. The shot of the hockey player, and indeed tennis player, that he has been in the past.
Here is Higgins, lead 99, as that's pushed away up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Is it a requirement then for Somerset batsmen to have been former hockey players then?
well, I mean, Joss Butler, for example, Tom Banton, both, and you can see it in the way they play, and the way that Hildreth plays as well, with the hands and the wrists, and makes them. It's one of the things that makes them such good players.
Here is Higgins, he's in, he bowls full and straight, and on the bounce back to the bowler, reaching to his right to do the fielding, and they're all tremendous reverse sweepers of the ball, and that's really the kind of, I guess, the shot of the hockey player, those sweeps.
Well, they're all unconventional, in the sense that they do use their hands and wrists so much, but they've all got a wonderful eye for a ball.
Higgins to Hildreth, and he floated that one up there almost. It was obviously a seamer, but it was tempting Hildreth for the drive, but he didn't really follow through full-bloodedly at it. James Hildreth, end of the over, 96 for 7. Ryan Higgins currently in a interesting tussle with Mohammed Abbas for the leadership of the county championship wickets column, I believe, unless Abbas has struck very quickly after the resumption there, that currently Ryan Higgins is 1 ahead of Mohammed Abbas with 12, and Mohammed Abbas has 11 at the moment. But Ryan Higgins very much hoping to add at least 1 more to that total, and it's not going to be David Payne to resume from the river end. It will be Matt Taylor,
who bowled pretty well before the break. He's going to be bowling to Joss Davey, right-handed batsman. 3 slips in place. He's in now and bowls. Davey gets that one off a thick inside edge out into the onside. Gloucestershire haven't altered their field very much. We did have 4 slips at one stage, but the 4th slip has been dispensed with. Be interesting to see how the pitch plays. It seemed to show a bit more, or perhaps the Gloucestershire bowlers have just got more out of it than Somerset bowlers managed yesterday. as this is driven by Davy. Nice shot. Going up towards the Lord Ian Botham stand. It won't reach the boundary. They're coming back for the second run, and that's all the runs that there will be. Takes the score to 98 for 7, and it means that Gloucestershire will have to chase down something into 3 figures, which I suppose is something for Somerset followers to cling to.
Pleasant shot from Josh Davy. Nice way to get off the mark. Gloucestershire have set their mid-off quite wide. It's sort of floating between mid-off and extra cover, so options either side on the drive for Josh Davy.
Here's Taylor again, left arm round the wicket, bowls to Davy, who's up on his toes, playing that out into the offside. Elsewhere in the country, in this group, Hampshire against Middlesex. Middlesex 74 for 3, needing another 457 to beat Hampshire. We declared on 290 for 4, and Surrey going on against Leicestershire. They've built their lead to 97 now, 472 for 4. Ollie Pope 204 not out. Taylor is in and bowls, and solid looking defensive shot up to mid-on for Josh Davy. So Surrey will obviously look to bat and bat and bat and bat and probably declare, I don't know, sometime in tomorrow morning session and set Leicestershire something and try and bowl them out.
Those poor Leicestershire bowlers, huh? First James Vince and now Ollie Pope. Double centuries, and Ollie Pope's double century hasn't come that much slower than James Vince's.
No,
Pope's 204 not out of 239 at the moment.
Good stuff, isn't it? And the other bad news for Somerset cricket followers is that Essex are fighting back against Durham. They have, though, lost their 9th wicket now, 319 for 9. That's 156 runs ahead. Simon Harmer and Sam Cook and co to bowl, as this is a defensive shot from Josh Davy. And Durham not having the strongest batting lineup in the world on paper. You'd have thought Essex at Chelmsford moving into the position as favourites. So it's not been a great day from the Somerset perspective, but we've still got plenty to go. We had when this session started, we were 41 overs short of the close, as Josh Davy plays this up to mid-on and won't get a run. We've had 2 overs since the resumption, so 39 overs remain in the day's play. So plenty of cricket to be played. I think we'll be finishing at around about 6:30. Don't think there's any real likelihood that they'll have to finish early because of bad light. It's a beautiful afternoon. Almost entirely blue sky ahead of us, just a few white fluffy clouds. And the ground here at Taunton, as Ed and I were discussing just before we rejoined you, looking at absolute picture, and I don't think there's a more attractive first-class cricket ground, county ground, in the country than here at Taunton.
Hills still with that haze, just beautiful light as that's a shot from James Hildreth off the first ball of Ryan Higgins over that came off the leading edge of the bat as he was trying to turn into the leg side, and ball went all along the ground but not off the part of the bat that James Hildreth was intending to use, and rolled away up down the ground. And that really the first false shot since the resumption. 2 slips in place now for Higgins, and he bowls, and that's left alone by James Hildreth, not getting through at any great height there to James Bracey. Gloucestershire have a 3rd man in place, which I think they are probably right to have, given the ease with which Hildreth has been running the ball through that region. It's just they should probably keep that 3rd man in place at least whilst Hildreth is batting, as Higgins bowls, and that's driven but not timed perfectly by Hildreth nor placed, and Don Goodman moves across from mid-off to his left to do the fielding. At the moment, Ryan Higgins is, well, he's still probing away, but Hildreth, so far at least, has not looked in massive difficulty since the resumption, as Higgins bowls to him, and that's a pleasant drive and a good stop by, I think that is, oh, it's Chris Dent actually, isn't it? Yes, it's Chris Dent at extra cover. Sorry, I get so used to seeing Chris Dent at first slip that I don't tend to look for him elsewhere. But it was Chris Dent who did the fielding at extra cover, and he had some wicket ends to worry about, diving around in the dust there to stop it.
And they put a third man down there in front of the river stand for that shot that Hildreth plays.
Higgins bowls, and that's short and wide, and it's cut and not perfectly timed by Hildreth. Really missed out on a very rare poor delivery from Ryan Higgins, and he really got, I think, probably the bottom part of the bat on it, and it went really into the ground, and George Scott had a bit of work to do from point, but not masses. That was a short wide ball from Higgins. Got away with it. Now bowls, and that's straighter, and Hildreth turns that one away into the leg side, and there's not going to be a single as Van Buren is there at mid-wicket. And James Hildreth, he does often take that first couple of steps down the pitch as if to set off for a run, and I think probably you just have to be used to him doing that, but if you weren't, you might easily be sold down the river by it.
I don't know, I think it's sort of reflexive thing, but it also keeps the fielders on their toes. Puts a little bit of extra pressure on the fielder if he thinks that the batsman may be trying to steal a single, maybe take his eye off the ball in his anxiety to get it in quickly, hurl it at the stumps. Maiden over. Josh Davey will face from Matt Taylor, and Josh Davey plays that firmly to mid-wicket, but won't get a run. Batted quite nicely in the first innings, did Josh Davey, making 17 in that good partnership with Marchant de Lange, in which he played a supporting role to the big hitting South African quick bowler. Taylor's in and bowls, and again solid looking defensive shot from Josh Davey, and it's beginning to look, Ed, a bit like the last session yesterday afternoon when the Gloucestershire tail-enders held Somerset at bay. Somerset had Gloucestershire at one stage 203 for 7 when George Scott was out, and must have felt that they were just about through, and nearly another 100 runs were added as Josh Davey plays that back up the onside of the pitch for the next couple of wickets. James Bracey was out when the score was 274, but they finished on 301. So that last session, well, between the George Scott wicket was 98 for 1. Somerset could certainly do with that here this afternoon, as Taylor is in and bowls outside the off stump, bringing it back into the right-hander who shoulders arms a foot outside the off stump, bowling at similar pace to David Payne.
Yeah, I would say so. And Matt Taylor from round the wicket can generate some quite sharp movement back into the right-hander when he's on, so Davey's got to be a bit careful with shouldering arms to the wrong one, but equally he doesn't want to be playing at balls he doesn't have to play at.
There's Taylor again in bowls, and Davey defends, and you can tell it's a little bit warmer because George Hankins at second slip hasn't got his jumper on. I suspect he may have a couple of layers underneath his cricket shirt, but it's not nearly as chilly here this afternoon as it was yesterday and indeed on Thursday afternoon. And also the breeze has dropped, which means that we're not shivering in the commentary box. Runs rather dried up for the time being for Somerset. Taylor bowls to Davey, who's playing that into the offside to Van Buren, and again there won't be a run. End of that over, and it remains 98 for 7, so we've had 2 consecutive maiden overs.
Gloucestershire trying to get the strangle on. They don't mind necessarily if they aren't picking up wickets quickly. What they would mind is if they were bowling in a way that were allowing Somerset to get away from them quickly. So at the moment they're quite happy with things. But Josh Davey, I was thinking during that last over really with Matt Taylor bowling to him, Josh Davey kind of could play the Matt Taylor type innings. Is a similar, probably fairly similar in terms of batting ability. Josh Davey probably in his career a little better, but here's Higgins bowling to Hildreth, who drives, and it'll be picked up at extra cover by Chris Dent, or it won't actually be picked up by Chris Dent immediately. He had a one-handed attempt at it, but didn't field it cleanly. Not that it would have mattered anyway, it was always going to be a single. Somerset 99 for 7, Hildreth on to 41, and really Josh Davey, I think he's just got to dig in, because that's the type of player I guess he is, really, rather than the De Lange type, or is he more a can he be more of a dasher?
He can be more of a dasher. If the ball's there to be hit, he'll hit it.
I suppose actually in a similar way to Matt Taylor, really, or at least what we saw from Matt Taylor anyway. Here is Higgins, he bowls to Davey, who is comfortably forward and playing that one out into the extra cover region once more, and there's no run, so 3 slips back in place, and Gloucestershire very much looking to keep things tight in terms of that offside field. They're not just saying to Josh Davey, okay, you can have the drive through the covers if you'd like to play it. They want to keep that region secure. Higgins bowls straight, and Josh Davey plays it with an angled bat towards mid-wicket. I think he knew exactly what he was doing there. At the same time, Gloucestershire were thinking about what might have happened had he not got bat on the ball.
He does tend to turn his wrists and play those defensive shots into the onside, which must be giving the bowler some hope of getting it past the bat and onto the pads.
Higgins targeting the stumps, and he bowls forward straight, and that's stopped by Higgins in his follow through off the firm defensive press from Josh Davey. And there's not many balls bowled by Ryan Higgins at the moment that the batsman can leave, and that's really a running theme of his bowling, really. It's very rare that Higgins bowls a spell where you'd say he's too wide. Bowls now, and once more Davies on the front foot and playing on the bounce back to Ryan Higgins. So this is a period of attritional cricket which you don't necessarily see so often at Taunton these days, but it's what Somerset really need to do on this pitch.
Yeah, they've just got to hang in there, hope that the bowlers tire, hope that the pitch continues to flatten out.
Higgins is there, he bowls to Davey, and this is outside the off stump, and Davey doesn't have to play a shot at this one. So that ends the over. Somerset remain 99 for 7 with a lead of 102. De Lange and Leach, the 2 remaining Somerset batsmen.
A tweet from Ruda Ann, who says, if we don't find a decent opener to hold things together, we're cooked in this competition. And how does the Gloucestershire bowling look sharper than ours too? Yeah, I think that's certainly they've Gloucestershire have bowled with a lot more penetration in this Somerset second innings than Somerset did for most of yesterday, particularly in the latter part of the day when they really struggled to clean up the Gloucestershire tail. Going to have another over from the River End. Matt Taylor to bowl it. He's in, bowls to Hildreth, who drives that pleasantly, but only as far as... Is that Chris Dent at extra cover?
It is, yes.
He's at extra cover, and Graham van Buren at mid-off. George Scott at backward point. 2 slips. Craig Brathwaite, who's had nothing to do at all in this innings so far. George Hankins, who has had a part to play, taking the catch that dismissed Stephen Davis. This is driven by Hildreth, but again, this time he can't get it past mid-off. Playing with some freedom, but then he always does, James Hildreth.
I think if you're Matt Taylor, you've got to push the odd ball up to him like that. You can't just, allow Hildreth just to prop forward and play defensively and try and turn the odd one through the leg side. I think you have got to get Hildreth driving, and then you try and get him with the one that isn't quite as full as he thinks it is.
He's in and bowls. This is turned down to long leg by Hildreth just for a single, as there's a fielder down there who I'm guessing is Dom Goodman.
Yep, it was.
Another run goes on the board. 99 for 7. Hildreth on to no, I think that's the 100, isn't it? Yes, it is the 100 for Somerset. Hildreth on to 42.
2 people applauding.
I was going to say, somebody has applauded. I think it's one of the Somerset support staff sitting out in the sunshine in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Cricketers themselves don't sort of mark total milestones as Davey defends that into the onside. They'll certainly applaud individual milestones, 50s and 100s, but whether the fact that 100 has come off on the board is really neither here nor there if you're playing in the game.
Yes, I think especially in a situation like this, and actually even when Gloucestershire were chasing that total last week, and there were quite a few people watching from the flats, I don't think there was too much applause when Gloucestershire, for example, when Gloucestershire brought up their 50 or their 100. They're more interested in the number of runs required to win at that
absolutely.
stage.
Here's Taylor to Davey, who defends. Just had 1 run in the last 4 overs. I think it's been, as Ed was saying, it's been pretty attritional. Good, accurate bowling, not offering the batsman anything loose, and batsmen obviously focused on keeping their wickets intact, not being given the opportunity to score easy runs, and not prepared to go on the attack and attempt to score runs off good length, good line deliveries. Taylor in and bowls, and Davey again defends into the offside, brings that over to a close. 43rd of the innings. The score remains 100 for 7, the lead 103.
And that is the type of cricket that Gloucestershire are used to playing, and I think you said it, whether it was today or yesterday, that the pitch really in general has not played to Somerset's strengths as a side, and at the moment at least, could all change of course when Somerset come out to bowl for the second time, but at the moment it doesn't seem really to be doing anything other than allowing Gloucestershire to play the type of cricket that they're used to playing in terms of tying the runs down. Batsmen can't play their strokes as freely as they'd like, and it's really about consistent, accurate, patient bowling.
Plugging away, not giving anything away, and waiting either for the batsman to make a mistake or for the pitch to misbehave, such as with the delivery that Ryan Higgins got Craig Overton, which you were saying, Ed, looking at the replay, came back like an off break.
Yeah, it really did. Here is Higgins, he bowls, and that one looks as if maybe it did come back a little bit at James Hildreth, and he certainly wasn't as far forward to it as the height of the ball when it reached him would lead you to believe he might have been. Whether it did keep a bit low, or whether it was just the fact that it did maybe deviate a bit that got his footwork a little bit out of kilter, but small sign of encouragement there for Gloucestershire as Higgins bowls to Hildreth, and Hildreth will not play a shot at this one. It was a cracker of a ball, and if Ryan Higgins is the person to interview at the end of the day, I would be very interested to hear what he did with it. Whether it was, as many replays as I looked at, I couldn't tell whether it was an off-cutter or not. Perhaps it was, perhaps it wasn't. I don't know. If he is the person to interview, I would be very interested to ask him. He bowls now to Hildreth, who drives up towards mid-off, and Tom Goodman with a good old-fashioned long barrier to stop it. Even if he didn't stop it cleanly, he made sure that that was not getting past him. I'd like to see a old-fashioned long barrier every once in a while.
Well coached.
Whereas, I mean, a situation like that, there's really no point in attacking the ball, which seems to be the fielding philosophy nowadays. As Higgins bowls, and that's driven up towards mid-on this time, and once more the long barrier executed this time by David Payne. I think, understandably, especially because of one-day cricket, fielding styles and techniques change.
It's particularly valuable, the long barrier, on a bumpy outfield, because you're getting if you go down with your hand, there's always a danger that it's going to bounce over the top of it off a rough surface.
Higgins in, bowls, and Hildreth leaves. Higgins bowling a little bit further back of a length there. But so far, James Hildreth is, I'd say, quite seeing off Ryan Higgins, because that's not necessarily the right terminology, but he is making sure that Higgins cannot get past him at the moment. And here's the last ball of another over, as Higgins bowls it now to Hildreth, who drives, and he's pierced the gap at cover, and this is heading towards the boundary rope, and it will make it. 4 runs to James Hildreth to end the over. Another pleasant drive from Hildreth moves him to 46. Somerset 104 for 7, effectively 107 for 7.
And that is James Hildreth's highest score for Somerset in first-class cricket since the season of 2019.
I was wondering when the end part of that sentence was going to come, what it would be.
His best score in the Bob Willis last season was just 45, which shows what a rough time he's had of it. If any of our Twitter correspondents would like to look up when he got that 45, it would be when he last got more than the 46 that he scored at the moment. It'd be interesting to know. No, it's not a bowling change. It's still Matt Taylor from the River End. He's just having a chat with. Who's he chatting to up there, Ed?
Is that Dom Goodman who's moved up there? No, it's not. It is David Payne, I believe.
Payne,
yeah. And the umpire was just having a brief chat to Chris Dent, I think, about the ball. I think the ball had gone into the covers, and Chris Dent was probably hoping that he was going to be allowed a change because of it, but it looks as though it's just a case of drying it. Graham van Buren is attempting to do that at the moment.
Well, they didn't let Somerset change it, did they? After it went into the ground sheet at the far end of the ground and got pretty wet, judging by the amount of drying that was involved.
No, perhaps Chris Dent was just making sure of what he could and couldn't do with the ball to dry it off. I'm not sure.
Here comes Taylor then, in and bowls to Davey, who again covers up and plays up the onside of the pitch. He's being made to play almost every delivery by Matt Taylor, but so far, touch wood and everything else, he's coped pretty well.
So far, Gloucestershire haven't been tempted to, say, dig one in short at him, and this probably, from the river end, you know, this is the short boundary here, so Matt Taylor probably can't afford to do that.
Bowls, and Davey again plays a straight defensive bat, plays it up the offside of the pitch. 104 for 7, Somerset, so a lead of 107. We're in the 45th over. So add 10 to that for the 8 that were bowled this morning when Gloucestershire were being bowled out, plus the 2 for the change of innings. That makes it 54. So we've got this, and it's 88 that So it's 33 overs after this, as that's played out to extra cover. So it's becoming less likely with every over that goes past that this match will finish today.
So there is the umpire's discretion to continue if they feel a result is... I can't remember how long they can continue for. Is it half an hour?
Half an hour, I think, yeah. But if a couple of wickets were to go down now, Gloucester would fancy their chances of knocking the runs off this evening. Oh, and that's edged down to third man. Had there been a third slip, I think that would have been a catch. But there isn't, and it's gone for 4. At 108 for 7. Josh Davey on to 6. That was an authentic edge.
Yeah, it was, and Gloucestershire they've sacrificed the third slip in favour of either a mid-wicket or an extra cover, depending on which you might want to leave open. But of course we've seen catches in both those places in the match so far, so it's a toss-up. I'm not sure. I mean, normally you could say, yes, Chris Dent should have had a third slip in, but at the same time, you know, the relative likelihoods, I'd say it's pretty even between a third slip and a mid-wicket and a cover as regards a catch.
It's Taylor into bowl to Davey, and this time defends up to Van Buren at mid-off, 108 for 7. This is the score. He went after the one that he edged through third slip. He went after that quite hard, did Josh Davey. It wasn't a full-blooded off drive or anything like that. It was a firm push, as if he was looking for a single into the offside. He took the outside edge and flew through where third slip would have been. Would have been a tough chance, I think. Low, probably in front of third slip. Taylor is in bowls, and Davey copes with that calmly enough. Up to mid-on. David Payne does the fielding. End of another over, the 45th over of the innings. 108 for 7, the lead 111.
Partnership of 20 so far. They have batted together now for just over 10 overs. So, yes, heavy going, but they've been out there together for, in terms of overall time, a fair while at the crease. They've been together since the resumption, which has only been, well, what was it, half an hour ago now, so still they have negotiated the first part of their innings, and well, this is an interesting field. Josh Davey now has a deep point out for him as Higgins bowls to him, and that's left alone by Davey outside the off stump. And I wonder what the reason behind having a deep point would be.
It's Hildreth, isn't it?
That explains why. Thank you, Anthony. That explains exactly why there is a deep point out. Pardon me. James Hildreth on 46, and Higgins has had to do, in fact, has been very few changes of strike. This time Hildreth will change the strike as he turns it on and went into the leg side, and Van Buren has dived over the top of the ball, but it doesn't matter because Matt Taylor is coming in from the boundary to make sure that there is only a single to 109 for 7. Hildreth on to 47, and now it is Josh Davey on strike, and surprise, surprise, there is no deep point for him, and indeed no third man, and 3 slips are back in place, and the fielder they've dispensed with is a square leg rather than a mid-wicket or a extra cover. Higgins in bowls, and Davey pushes calmly away to point, where George Scott does the fielding. Continuing to probe. I just wonder, even with Ryan Higgins' pace as it is, if Ryan Higgins might not be tempted just to dig one in, even just to force Davey to duck underneath it at least. He's looked quite comfortable coming forward so far as Higgins bowls. A little bit further back of a length there, but once more Davey gets everything in behind it.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing, that might just vary it a little bit. Josh Davey looks comfortable enough just defending against good length balls, that offering something short, maybe slower balls, or just something to, because he does like to feel bat on ball. He will go for his shots, will Josh Davey, if Higgins can lure him into going after the wrong one.
Here comes Higgins, he's there, he bowls, and that's left alone this time by Josh Davey. So there is a deep square leg out there, so there would be some protection for Higgins if he did decide to dig one in. And you talked about Neil Wagner earlier on. Neil Wagner is not absolute express pace, and Gloucestershire, I suppose, could decide to go down that route, but I don't think they will, as Higgins bowls. That's well wide of off stump and an easy leave for Josh Davey. That ends the over. 46 have been bowled in the innings. Somerset effectively 112 for 7, but I just don't think that Gloucestershire will be looking at it like that. It's easy to look at it from the point of view of the spectator and think they need to do something different here, but I don't think Gloucestershire will feel that way. They will feel that actually what they're doing is working, and eventually they will get the payoff.
Well, they're certainly keeping the lid on the scoring rate. What were we when we went off?
92 for 7, I think it was.
92 for 7. So we've been back on now for 35 minutes, and in that time only 17 runs have been added. So and that is with a batsman who is as naturally free scoring as James Hildreth, and that takes him on the pad. And
just noticing Dom Goodman is doing some loosening up down at long leg, so suspect bowling change is imminent.
Yes. Will they keep Matt Taylor going from the river end, or perhaps give George Scott a try? Or
David Payne is probably ready to come back, I would guess.
Yeah. Here's Taylor in and bowls to Hildreth. Plays that into the offside, where it's picked up by the Gloucestershire captain, Chris Dent. Yeah, and
David Payne was also doing some
yes,
doing some loosening up.
So I think we're going to have a double change. I think we're going to have Goodman for Higgins and Payne for Taylor. That's assuming that a wicket doesn't fall.
I suspect maybe Higgins might have one more. I'm trying to look around and see when he's got his cap on, actually, so maybe he won't.
His Taylor bowls to Hildreth. No, he doesn't bowl it at all, in fact. I was going to say, he looked as if he was going to bowl it very wide outside the off stump, but I think he just lost his footing almost in his delivery stride. And umpiring were signalled dead ball.
Yes, so I think he did well to pull out of that one. Like you say, it looked odd, and it looked as if the ball was going to go horribly wrong for him. So definitely better not to release the ball if that's going to happen.
Here he comes again in late afternoon sunshine. He's in and bowls to Hildreth, who moves into a firm, well coached forward defensive push, wanders down the pitch, just giving it a bit of a prod. He's on 47, is James Hildreth, from 114 deliveries, so which is pretty slow 47 by Hildreth standards, but all of the responsibility really is resting on his shoulders, as slightly more aggressive defensive shot on that occasion, a firm push which goes out to George Scott at backward point.
And go back to a period in last week's game against Surrey where Ben Folkes and Jordan Clark were frustrating Gloucestershire for quite a long time, much longer than this, and they didn't deviate from their plan. So there's no way, I don't think, that they're going to be deviating from it here.
It's Taylor again, and Hildreth. Quite a high backlift there, as if preparing to play an aggressive shot, but the ball wasn't there for it. Checked his shot, just played it quietly into the offside. David Payne doing some loosening up exercises, knee lifts at mid-on, so I think he's going to come into the attack for the next over from the river end. Taylor bowls. Hildreth again checks a shot, and that's a maiden over. Good over that from Matt Taylor, because you could almost sense that James Hildreth was wanting to get on with it, wanting to play the ball away through the covers, but not given the opportunity to do so. With Taylor accurate and Hildreth patient. End of that over. It's 109 for 7.
Yep, bowled with very good discipline has Matt Taylor since the resumption, and he hasn't picked up the wicket. However, he does still have now very tidy figures with 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 27. And I'm just looking over into the distance to see whether he's leaving the field or whether he's just going to field it deep backward square. I think he's just going to field a deep backward square rather than taking a break. And David Payne is going to come on, but he's not going to come on from the river end. He's going to come on from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Don't think he's bowled from this end so far in the match. Maybe he did bowl one spell, I can't quite remember. I think this may be his first spell from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and he's going to bowl round the wicket. Gloucestershire fans will know this, but it's a very different visual with Payne coming round the wicket rather than Matt Taylor, because Matt Taylor comes from behind the umpire, and David Payne actually comes in really almost from a right armer's angle, and he bowls round the wicket. Bit of a delay here. I'm not exactly sure what they're waiting for, whether it's looking towards the pavilion, but I don't really see anything happening over there.
I don't know what's going on.
Doesn't seem to be any change in the field. Perhaps it was just Chris Dent asking David Payne exactly what he wanted. And in the end they've decided that it is better to have the 3 slips and there is no mid-wicket in place.
Yeah, plenty of open spaces on the onside. Surprised they've got the man back at deep square leg. He's shown no real attacking intent, Josh Davey.
Payne is there, he bowls, and that's run off a controlled outside edge down to third man by Josh Davey. He'll pick up a single as the throw comes in. 110 for 7. Josh Davey moving on to 7 with a controlled shot behind square on the offside. Did wonder whether possibly there was going to be a ball which was dug into the pitch by David Payne at some point in that over. Now with James Hildreth on strike, that looks a little bit less likely, and the field spreads a little further for James Hildreth with the deep square leg, the long leg, the third man, and they're joined by a deep point now. So only 3 fielders other than the 2 slips, saving the single inside the circle. Here comes Payne, he's in, he bowls to Hildreth, and Hildreth plays that one straight to one of the fielders inside the circle. In fact, the only fielder other than the slip cordon saving the single on the offside, and Ryan Higgins it was who did the fielding and has now decided that he wants to swap positions with Graham Van Buren. I'm sure there was something very scientific in that, but actually they probably want Van Buren as the left-handed thrower on that side, and they probably just realised that. As here comes Payne, he's in, bowls, and that's full and straight, and Hildreth will drop and run into the covers. Van Buren moving across from, well, more like wide mid-off really to do the fielding, and another single is added. Somerset on 111 for 7 for the innings, 114 run lead. Hildreth up to 48.
Chelmsford, Durham need 168 runs to win after bowling Essex out for 330, but they've lost a wicket without a run on the board, 0 for 1.
And I wonder who that is. Is it Borthwick? If it were Borthwick, that might be trouble for Durham. as Payne bowls short, and Davey has fenced that one away down to fine leg for a single. So Payne did indeed decide that he was going to try and bang one in.
News has just got worse. It's 0 for 2.
Oh gosh. Who's taken the wickets?
Jamie Porter's got one and Sam Cook the other.
Oh, right, so
neither is Borthwick. He's just come to the wicket at number 3.
Right.
2 openers have gone.
They didn't decide to open with Harmer then. Here's Payne. He bowls to Hildreth. That's full and straight, and Hildreth defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Well, maybe that. I don't think that it will help Somerset out on the field, but it might help Somerset supporters to know that the comeback is very much possible. At the moment, both sets of fans, I think, will be feeling rather nervous. Gloucestershire fans will not be happy until Gloucestershire can show they can take a wicket here. On the other hand, Somerset fans will not be happy either, as that's dug in short, and Hildreth ducks underneath it, and that one really, when it hit the surface, it rather ballooned and seemed to take a long time really to go through to James Bracey, if I'm honest, and James Hildreth would have been in no trouble at all, even if he had decided not to duck it. 112 for 7, and Somerset effectively 115 for 7, and there is going to be a bowling change, and I think we're going to get spin.
That's interesting. This will be interesting from a Somerset perspective, because you would imagine that one of their best chances of bowling Gloucestershire out cheaply in their second innings would be through that man Jack Leach, operating on a wearing pitch. But we will see what Graham Van Buren gets from it. Hard for us to see actually with him bowling from the river end when we got the slip wicketkeeper and batsman obscuring our view of what's happening to the ball after it's pitched. It's played up the onside by Davey. Here's Van Buren. Davies down the pitch, hitting it over the top. And that has gone for 4. Bouncing over the boundary rope in front of the river stand, as it's now called, what used to be the Marcus Trescothick stand, for those of you who know the ground here at Taunton. So signs of aggression from Josh Davey. Takes the score on to 116 for 7. Takes his score on to 12, so he's into double figures. It's been a very patient, concentrated innings. And this time he goes again, and that's going to land safe, but he mishit that. He'll come back for 2 runs. It was in the air for quite a long time. And 2 fielders converged on it, but neither could get anywhere near it, really. But this is interesting from Josh Davey. I'm not quite sure what his teammates will make of it.
He didn't get to the pitch of that really, and that's where his troubles lay.
Here's Van Buren to Davey. This time he defends into the offside.
It was a very nice checked, lofted on drive off the
first one was fine,
but then the second one he lost his shape completely.
Here's Van Buren again, and Davey just comes off a thick edge out into the onside. 118 for 7 at the end of that over. 14 to Josh Davey and 48 to James Hildreth. And very hard to draw any conclusions there, Ed, as to what, if anything, Graham Van Buren is getting out of this pitch with his slow left arm.
No, I don't think you're going to get a great indication of what Jack Leach might get out of the surface by watching Graham Van Buren. They're just different spin bowlers, really. Van Buren will bowl really wicket to wicket. He'll bowl at I would say at a quicker pace even than Jack Leach, even though, as you said, Jack Leach appears to be bowling a bit quicker since the tour to the subcontinent. Here's David Payne continuing. Bowls, and Hildreth tucks that one away fine, down towards long leg, and it will be a single, 119 for 7. But he's not a big turner of the ball, is Van Buren. He might get the odd one to turn, but I don't think overall you're going to get a massive impression as to what Jack Leach might get out of the surface. But it wasn't too far off bringing a wicket. Just signs though that Gloucestershire are not quite so happy at the moment just to let the game drift and just bowl line and length quite so much. It's another decent shot from Josh Davey, once more angling the bat down to third man for a single. So the run's beginning to tick along a little faster now for these two. 120 for 7. Davies up to 15, and he's angling the bat nicely, is Josh Davey, and picking up good profit down to third man. Definitely an important fielding position for Chris Dent, as his Payne continuing round the wicket. He bowls, and that's gone through to Bracey, who takes it one-handed rather nonchalantly in the end. I'm not sure whether it flicked the pad of James Hildreth or whether it just went straight through. I think maybe it did just go straight through. A little misdirected from Payne, and James Hildreth missing out really on an opportunity to get to that half century.
Yeah, because there's masses of space on the onside, just the one fielder saving one.
Here is Payne bowls, and Hildreth turns that one away down to long leg, and that is a very welcome for Somerset half century for James Hildreth. 121 for 7 is the score, and James Hildreth is hanging on for Somerset here.
That is his 78th 50 for Somerset to go with 46 centuries.
Is his 78th in first class cricket or overall?
For Somerset in first class cricket. Right.
Well, he has played a tremendous part here as Josh Davey faces and pushes up the pitch. David Payne does the fielding in his follow through.
It came off 124 deliveries with 7 fours. So not one of his quickest, but potentially, if he can keep going, one of his most valuable.
Certainly. And really, I suppose, just like James Bracey, really, it wasn't anything like fluent best, but that's the kind of batting that's needed. As Payne bowls, good length and straight, and Josh Davey is looking like a bit of a wall at the moment for Gloucestershire to try to knock down, and they're not able to do so. So that ends another over, and Somerset 120 for 7, lead of 123, and the prospects of an exciting chase continue to increase.
Players just taking a sanitisation break. We've had 50 overs in this innings now, and it's another 28 to be bowled this evening at 16 an hour. That's going to take us to 20 to 7 or thereabouts. But no threat of an early finish from bad light. It's almost completely blue sky in front of us now as we look out across the ground to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion and the Lord Ian Botham stand. Just see the top of the spire of St Andrew's Church, and then in the distance just the tops, the hilltops of the Quantocks, looking slightly hazy. Today it's not been quite so piercingly clear, the light, as on the first 2 days, but the positive side of that, it's not been nearly so chilly either. Van Buren is going to bowl another over from the river end. He's bowling to Hildreth, who's on 50. Hildreth is forward, playing the ball back up the pitch. Good player of spin is James Hildreth. He says tempting Providence. Slightly odd that Van Buren has been brought into the attack. I suppose he's just trying to shut up one end. Defensive shot there from Hildreth. That's probably what he's being charged with doing. Just pushing it through. Hildreth drives smoothly away through the offside, but there's an offside sweeper now, so it's just a single as Ed Seaborn makes way for Kevin Howells. Another run on the board, 122 for 7. Van Buren bowls to Davy, and he doesn't come down the pitch and try and hit him over the top on this occasion. Mid-on has been set back. He's 2/3 of the way back for that lofted on drive of Josh Davy, and this is more tossed up, tempting Davy. Runs off an outside edge out to Brathwaite, who's moved out of slip. George Hankins is at slip, Brathwaite's at backward point. Van Buren bowls, and Davy this time picks out mid-wicket. Brings that over to a conclusion. 122 for 7. 51 to James Hildreth, 15 to Josh Davy. Welcome back, Kevin Howells.
Interesting phase of the game where things haven't really settled down as such. You can't really settle down when the lead is as slender as it is in the context of the game, but an interesting little phase now. Following the gap, there was a suspension of play, and then if there hadn't been that suspension of play, you just wonder if things might have changed a little. The momentum most definitely with Gloucestershire and their bowlers. However, up against Davy, who you don't need me to perhaps say again, I just think is just a wonderful character and a cricketer. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he's not the first name goes down on a team sheet, you know, when they write out the team for Davy, but just the way he just goes about his cricket. And he's on 15, but Hildreth, and we all know what Hildreth is capable of, and he's doing a good job, but much more needed from the experienced Hildreth. And right now, it is Payne for Gloucestershire, bowling from this end. He's been bowling from the far end most of the game, if not all the game, and that's past the off stump and through to the keeper.
Pain for Gloucestershire, and plenty of pain for Somerset as well.
I wondered what you were going to say there for a moment. I thought that was a wonderful, illustrious career just brought to an end. Well done. A little restraint, but quite right, quite right. 125 in front, 122 for 7. And Hildreth on 51. Waits this delivery from Payne, and very solid in defence into the offside. But there is still a lot of cricket. I'm sure you've been saying there's a lot of cricket to be played here today. Now the light, you know, it looks okay. However, are we still at this time of year where it can fall quite dramatically?
Yeah, it'll be fine.
You reckon?
Yeah,
I hope so. I hope
well,
I know I do hope so. I mean, the quite a shadow now starting to be cast out from the apartments away to our left-hand side. That could creep quite some considerable distance across, because we've got 27 overs remaining, 5:05. Hildreth on 51, and that is cut down to third man into the shadow, and a single for Hildreth moves his score to 52 and 123 for 7. Middle of this Payne over. Banton made 18, Lammonby another duck, I'm afraid, for Tom. Abel 6. Bartlett Nord, Davis 12, Craig Overton 2 to a wonderful ball from Higgins. Gregory 8. The fall of that wicket, it was what, 88 for 7. And here Davy is now on strike, 15 to his name, and comes down sharp, and oh, they'll have to run quick, and they do. They make their ground.
Well judged, that was.
Well, it was.
Yeah, he spotted the opportunity, set off straight away, and James Hildreth needs no second invitation. Still very quick between the wickets, even at the advanced age of 36. Well, it's not actually all that advanced age, is it? 36 in the old days. You'd say the batsman was in his prime.
Well, he needs to be in his prime here today at the moment for Somerset. He's on 52, and he's facing again. Delivery from David Payne, whipped away, middle of the leg, on the onside, man up off the longer boundaries, wider boundary. Hildreth with a single to 53.
I fancy Payne hasn't bowled so well from this end as he did from the river end. It's the first spell he's bowled from this Trez Pavilion end, and that last delivery down the leg side and scoring opportunities more arising more frequently than when he was bowling from the river end.
And again, Payne to his mark. Off past umpire Bainton, left arm, and that's past the off stump. Close enough to have a little encouraging ooh from a couple of the Gloucestershire players, but takes the score to 125 for 7. Davey on 16, Hildreth on 53, and Payne now has bowled 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 45.
Where's James Hildreth off to?
I think he's just going to go to the toilet. I think the groundsman's toilet over there. I think that's what he's all now you see, he's just done something there which shows he's not that old, because he's on his way to the toilet. He's had to climb a fence to get there. And I'm not going to take that any further, but there will be people of a certain age who will know exactly what I'm referring to. You'd have to open the gate. But anyway, he's on his way, and this is to just do a little bit of repair work on the bowler's approach of the top end there, Anthony.
Yeah, ground staff.
However, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer to get Hildreth back now.
Well, I suppose he must have asked the umpires if it's okay to go off and have a pee. But
we'll find out if they start looking around, saying, "Oh, he's back again."
He's only been out there for an hour. He just thought,
well, he's back quite quickly.
Yeah. Here he comes, jogging back. Pick up his helmet, his gloves, and his bat. There's the obligatory fist bump with his batting partner, Josh Davey. In Hildreth we trust. In Somerset, it's good to see him get some runs after a very, very lean patch. Saying this is the highest score since 2019. His best score last season was just 45. And it's good to see. So he's ready now, and Van Buren is going to bowl another over, and it's turned into the onside, and there won't be a run for Hildreth. 124 for 7. Hildreth on 52, reaches that side off stump, plays it defensively into the offside. Chris Dent picks up. Van Buren, slow left arm, not so slow, in fact, firing it in, and Hildreth again forward in defence. Good player of spin is James Hildreth. Not that I think he's having much in the way of turn to cope with out there at the moment. He's bowling darts, really. Well, actually, having said that, there was a little bit of air to that one, and Hildreth picks up a single as he plays it to the left of Dent at extra cover. Sets off straight away, 126 for 7. Moves on to 54. Josh Davey. And Josh Davey plays this again, straight to mid-wicket. That seems to be his default shot, is into the onside. Yes. Van Buren bowls. This time he plays it into the offside for no run. So just the 1 run from that over. 126 for 7 at the end of it. It was the 53rd. We're going to have 78 today, assuming that Somerset don't get bowled out, which is a fairly large assumption to make, considering they're 7 down at the moment. So on the face of it, we've got another 25 overs to be bowled.
See, it wouldn't just be last week, but last week will still be clear in their minds. When you've recovered, as they did at Lord's, it does mean that pretty much whatever position you get yourself in, you aren't going to give up. You are going to keep on battling. You are going to be able to draw on those moments where you think, we got back into the game. Often it'll be different people. And of course, still got Leach and March and DeLanger to come and bat here as well. But it's Hildreth at the moment, is doing a good job on 54. And it's Payne who continues to bowl for Gloucestershire. That one's whipped around the corner, down towards long leg. So Hildreth will move his score up to 55.
Yeah,
127 for 7.
Yeah, 55. It's quite difficult to see the scoreboard with the sun shining.
Well, it hasn't turned over, which is why I was just double checking. But the score is now 127 for 7. And 3 slips in, mind you, for Davy. He's on 16. And it's Payne coming into bowl from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end and up onto his toes, and worked again round to that fielder who was being called upon in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. A second successive delivery. 128 for 7. And Davy moves on to 17. Thrive, not survive is the old slogan I was trying to think of a little earlier. And I mention it only that I'm just going to put this out there as well, that the last time I had a look at the BBC's own website, the commentaries this afternoon, 707 listening to the IPL, well over 7,000 listening to the county championship.
There you are.
Hildreth's on 55 and Payne in and bowls. That's pushed just in front of square on the offside, a tumbling stop and no run. So yeah, plenty of cricket still to come this afternoon and into the evening. And if you are able to join us for most of it, if you've been with us for most of the day, it was there was real extra poignancy for me in what happened at 10 to 3 and 10 past 4 with nobody in the ground as well, and the terrific from the players and the staff and the umpires, and leaving the field obviously initially, and then for the lining up as they did. It looked so impressive. And that one's past the off stump, taken low down by the keeper at 3 o'clock, and then we all just either sat around or found things to do of a certain. Or you went.
I did the crossword.
Yeah, you did the crossword, and successful.
Well, Time Saturday crossword it takes a bit of time to finish. I've done about
more
half
than an
of
hour.
it. Well, I wasn't doing it for the full hour. It was about 20 minutes.
I wouldn't be able to get one of them. But as long as you haven't got down to that annoying last one, you can't quite do. Yeah. Payne around the wicket, and that's Hildreth will push it into the offside to Dent to do the fielding. No run.
Yes, I was at Lord's when, of course, when Duke of Edinburgh's death was announced, and the players there lined up in front of the Lord's Pavilion, and the bell was rung for the 2 minutes silence, and it was very poignant, given of course Prince Philip's connections with cricket and with Lord's in particular.
Definitely. Hildreth's on 55 and defensively played into the offside just in front to square to finish off another over from Payne. So Somerset settling nerves, but so much work still to be done because the lead is just 131, so close in that first innings. 312 for Somerset, played Gloucestershire's 309, but then wickets tumbled so quickly the start of this Somerset innings, and we're continuing to do so up until that break at 10 to 3, and it's just simmered a little here now.
It's very reminiscent of the final session yesterday when James Bracey was leading the way for Gloucestershire and getting good support from Matt Taylor. Are we going to have a changeover? Is Van Buren as that's played into the onside by Davy. I'll finish this over and then Kevin can take over from me. Van Buren bowls. Davy gets one there. Now that did bounce and turn. So Jack Leach would have perked up having seen that. Bracey just don't know whether he took may just have knocked the bails off, and the umpire Bainton has to come scurrying across to replace them. Yes, Van Buren bowls and Davy defends into the offside. I'm sure that the bails represent a very, very serious risk of spreading disease. This is pushed through by Van Buren. What do you think about the option of what's the logic behind bowling Van Buren when Matt Taylor had been bowling so well from that end? Here he is again, and that's played into the onside. It was in the air for about a yard, that shot from Davy, and produced a yelp from one of the Gloucestershire fielders, perhaps trying to tempt Josh Davy into going for another of those big hits down the ground. Anyway, that's enough from me for the time being. Ed Seaborn will give you his thoughts on that Van Buren over, and then Kevin Howells will take over.
What are they doing? Says Anthony. What are they doing? Well, he bowled a maiden over, and possibly Graham Van Buren is doing us all a favour and making sure that we're all out of here before 7 o'clock tonight. I don't know. I was going to tell you what I did after I went out onto the balcony to pay my respects alongside the players, and I took the opportunity to see how my Swedish ice hockey team was doing, and they're in a very...
You what? You did what?
I did. My Swedish ice hockey team. They're in a very important Game 5. It's a local rivalry, just like this one, a northern Swedish derby between two storied teams, and yes, and they're currently winning, so I'm a happy person. Here comes David Payne. He bowls round the wicket, and that's run away down towards long leg. It'll be a single for James Hildreth. He's got 56, 129 for 7.
Do your blonde looks tell me that you've got some sort of ancestry there?
I don't. No, I have
sport?
ancestry with another country which is very often mixed up with Sweden.
Norway.
No,
Denmark.
Switzerland.
Switzerland.
Well, it is because people say some people so often seem to say Switzerland when they mean Sweden. Just
ABBA did not come from Switzerland.
no,
No.
they didn't. Celine Dion did sing Switzerland.
Yes. Oh, she sung for them, yes, but she's French-Canadian, I think.
Indeed, yes. Anyway. Yes, so I do have Swiss heritage, and of course Switzerland is another ice hockey country, not of course as good as Sweden, but yes, I do follow Swiss ice hockey as well. As Payne bowls, boy, bangs that one in very short, and that must have been very close to being too high to be a legal delivery, but it is signalled as one for the over, and signs here that over the last few overs really that Gloucestershire have felt that they must try something different, which I don't know, it's not the same kind of calmness that was there last week. They never did this last week, even when it looked as though Folkes and Clark were taking Surrey towards a draw, as that's very short, and Davey gets on top of that. He didn't look quite so comfortable playing that one, but then it was probably a better directed delivery than the previous one, which he could see quite early was going to be one that he had to duck underneath. But they are trying different things. I mean, Van Buren is doing a good job, I think, from the river end. Went for 6 off his first over, and he's only gone for 2 off the next 3.
Oh, you're saying that now. Anthony's not in the room.
What are you doing? He says, pointing towards Graham Van Buren. Here comes Payne. Is there now. Bowls very full and driven by Davey, but only as far as wide mid off, and there won't be a run. Yeah, so it's not really as though you're bowling for anything other than, I suppose, potentially just giving Matt Taylor, Ryan Higgins a bit of a break, but I think possibly it could be time for Dom Goodman to come back into the attack, because he's bowled with...
Bring the Goodman back, yes.
He's bowled with real accuracy,
yeah.
and I think he provides something different to the attack, which Gloucestershire, I think, need at the moment. That's down the leg side. Davey had a little flick at it, but it was too far down the leg side, really, for him to get the flick on it, or to potentially get a little edge through to Bracey and a strangle down the leg side. Still plenty of cover out there on the leg side, with deep square leg and with, say, just about long legs still. Not particularly fine, although a bit finer than we've seen. And now a deep, well, not a deep, but now a backward square leg in place as well, as that's another short one. And Davey ducks underneath it, and that ends the over. David Payne is trying his best, but he's unable to get too much life out of this at the moment, and that ends over number 56. 129 for 7 are Somerset, and they lead by 132.
One thing I did do, and I observed the silence and paid my respects as well during that period of time, but I also just got to work on an interview I managed finally to get recorded yesterday, and many thanks. Gosh, I tell you what, Lisa Paget has an immense amount of patience, And we finally got a recording done yesterday talking about the Western Storm, which I really wanted to do, so much wanted to do. Couldn't get it out yesterday, but we're going to, if you're able to listen to Sports Extra, 5 Live Sports Extra tomorrow, it will be going out lunchtime tomorrow. Just outlining the season, and she does explain about the 6 professional players, and also about, you know, the potential for spectators coming back in on the roadmap proposals to watch the start of the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy games as well, and the relationship with the Welsh Fire and everything like that. So I found it really, really interesting, and thanks to Lisa for her time yesterday. But I just had a look at that, you know, technically, and did a little bit of editing and work. And we'll be able to play that out tomorrow. But yeah, it was, I enjoyed the chat, and hopefully people will do if they're able to listen tomorrow. Van Buren, meantime, bowls and cut and carved down for Brathwaite to do the fielding. Sharp piece of work that. It's backward point, very deep there on Hildreth's batting. He remains on 56, 129 for 7 as Somerset in front by 132. That's just past the off stump oohs and ahs. So Hildreth having really put in some hard work here for this half century. How much further can he take it? Well, the outside edge, that's gone through what sort of second, third slip, and it's one for Brathwaite to go chasing, and they'll go back for 2, and Hildreth moves to 58. I think Van Buren here is posing a few problems, and that's probably why the captain's sticking with him. 131 for 7. There's still 22 overs left at the end of the day today. I think I can see the Goodman warming up, you know. He could be getting your wish in a few moments' time. That one's driven towards extra cover. Again, they'll have to be quick, and that sort of puts the pressure on the Gloucestershire skipper Dent. He doesn't so much fumble it, but doesn't field it cleanly, and therefore what looked to be a bit of a scamper for a single turns out to be far more comfortable. And the Somerset score to 132 for 7.
Yep, sharp single on the infield, and Somerset have been doing quite a bit more of that lately. The strike has been rotating well as they've looked more comfortable together, these two.
Davy on 17. Oh, that one is squeezed out by Davy. He didn't know a great deal about that, but managed to keep it down low on the leg side. There isn't a forward short leg. On that leg side there's mid-wicket, which could easily, dangerously loop up to mid-wicket, a shortish mid-wicket and a square leg. Looking to reverse this is Josh Davy, and he does so very successfully for 4 runs just down in front of us. Well, Josh Davy, that's one for the books. Reversing that, and he got it away very well. I wasn't too sure. I'd love to see the shot again, actually, as to just have a look at that, because there were 2 slips and up and over the top of the second slip. So it's a brave shot in so many ways, but executed. It's a 4, and Davy moves to 21, and the score is 136 for 7, which is 139 runs in front.
I think a clever option, really, if you're going to execute it like that, because, like you say, there was a second slip, but the second slip had just come from backward point, or, well, more like short third man. So the risk factor was not too high if he didn't get as much bat on it as he did. But yeah, signs Josh Davy is feeling pretty confident out there as Anthony Gibson moves outside to enjoy life from the balcony, and he is very much enjoying it. I can see from his
I think it's
face.
going to be a bit warmer for him out there.
Indeed, and I'm sure he's very much enjoying this partnership, which is building. And now it will be Dom Goodman replacing David Payne, who tried his best to make something happen but was not able to do so. As here is Goodman starting his next spell. Bowls full, and that's driven away by Hildreth, and he's beaten the fielder at extra cover, and that will be 4 runs through extra cover. And we have said that James Hildreth hasn't been at his absolute fluent best, but that was a shot of vintage James Hildreth quality.
Yes, suggesting that he's feeling okay. I mean, it was there to be played. You know, Goodman is a young man. Hildreth will be thinking, you know, all my experience, you know, I'll teach you. You need to bowl well to me.
Yeah. Put him under pressure early. And in fact, yes, Anthony has said it is the 50 partnership, and it was. Apologies for missing that, as that's turned away through to mid-wicket by James Hildreth, and there's no run. And yes, it is 140 for 7. And yes, there we go. I was a little bit put off because of looking at firstly my computer and then the stream, which was still saying 136, but it is indeed 140. Anyway, I can't blame them. My mistake. Goodman loses his run up.
He's waiting for you to be.
Indeed, yes. Just allowing me to get my bearings. Hildreth 8 boundaries, 63 from 147 deliveries as Goodman is there, bowls to him, and that's drifting onto the pads, and he's lucky to get away with that one, is Goodman, as it's clipped away out to deep backward square leg for a single. And Matt Taylor is out there, 1-4-1 for 7. Hildreth 64, but said it so many times throughout this match, really. There is so much space fine down there. Hildreth will probably be a bit annoyed that he got as much bat on it as he did. Certainly timed it well, but only got a single for it when really the ball probably deserved to go for 4. The delay here, I think, possibly just a discussion about what the plan is as much as anything else, and it's been very different since the resumption at 4:10, and I thought that the resumption, the hour 20 minutes off, I thought that that might suit Gloucestershire in terms of the bowlers coming back fresh after a break, but it actually seems as though the Somerset players, Hildreth and Davey, and I'm sure those to come, have actually used it to say, we're not out of this game yet, we need to knuckle down and play perfect cricket from here on in, and if we do that, then we've still got a great chance to win. It looks as though they've kind of redoubled their efforts since then.
Well, the momentum was with Gloucestershire, so if anyone was going to suffer, perhaps for it would be the bowling side, possibly because they were taking the wicket. So yeah, giving a chance for both to regroup, I suppose. But from Somerset's point of view, they really need to put a stop on things, and that came with that break.
Here is Goodman, he bowls, and Davies getting everything in behind that, and it's hard to criticise because Gloucestershire know what they're about, they know what their bowlers do. Davey had a lot of full straight bowling with which to get forward and play defensively, and it seemed as though he was not quite allowed a lot of deliveries to get his eye in, but that's certainly what ended up happening as Goodman bowls, and ooh, did that one keep it ever so slightly low as it's turned away through mid-wicket for a single, and the score 142 for 7. Did you think?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's certainly got the bowler and some of the fielders excited.
The runs continue to accrue for Somerset, and the lead heading towards 150, which I think is a important mark in terms of psychology as much as anything else. As Goodman is there, bowls full and straight, and played away to George Hankins, who is for that ball fielding in a short extra cover position. 58 overs have been bowled. There are 20 overs remaining in the day. Somerset lead by 145.
We haven't updated scores from elsewhere, which for those that are unable to get to those scores, perhaps we should do so. Derbyshire versus Worcestershire. Derbyshire 182 for 2, second innings, lead Worcestershire by 267. Interesting game at Chelmsford, where Essex recovered to score 330 all out, and Durham are now 2 down at 16 for 2. Need another 152 runs to win, so that is a fascinating game developing, with the defending champions looking to maintain that unbeaten record, which currently stretches to 12 games at Chelmsford. Van Buren here at Taunton bowls, and Davey pushes that one back up to Van Buren for no run. Some more scores at the end of the over. Let's get back to events here in this West Country derby with Josh Davey on 22. Van Buren bowls to him now. That's down the leg side. And the shouting you hear, I think, is from Hildreth, who, because the ball ran behind Davey, was the one probably to make the call and said yes, no, no. And they all stay where they are because Hildreth did come a little way down. Van Buren again bowls in defensively. Solid here from Davey. Tried a reverse sweep. And there's only a slip in now. Brathwaite, who was at seconds, gone back out there to backward point. Short third man and big stride from Davey. And he holds the pose. He thought that was good. And he gets down there and yeah, looks good. I'm just going to stay here. Anybody want to take a photograph? And once again, Van Buren in and punched from Davey. Looking quite assured here is Davey at the moment. But Van Buren capable of producing a special ball of which Davey has got to be equal to. And just has to stop and check himself there, Davey, into the offside. So he whips through that over, leaving 19 left in the day's play. 142 for 7. Davey on 22, Hildreth on 64. A partnership of over 50 runs, much needed. Nottinghamshire, Warwickshire. Warwickshire 29 for 1, need another 304 to win. Middlesex, better from them second innings, but got a big task. Abbas has taken more wickets today, but 142 for 3. Middlesex against Hampshire need 389 further to win. Surrey 612 for 6. In front of Leicestershire by 237. You just wonder how Leicestershire will cope with that sort of pressure now at the Oval with the day to go. Glamorgan 228 for 5, lead Sussex by just 32 runs. And Yorkshire 288 for 3, lead Kent by 402. Lancashire 288 for 7, in front of Northamptonshire by 416 runs.
Oh, I say it again, those poor Leicestershire bowlers. First Hampshire and now Surrey. Here comes Goodman. He's in now, bowls. And, oh, is that pad first? He's given him! He's given him! Well, Neil Bainton took a step towards the offside, and it was as though he suddenly realised, hang on, that was pad first. Hildreth, I don't know whether Hildreth played a shot in Neil Bainton's judgment at that. It looked as though he was possibly trying to run it down to third man, but he was nowhere near the ball, and it looked as though maybe the ball struck him outside the line. But the question is, did Neil Bainton decide that James Hildreth played a shot? What we do know is that James Hildreth is out LBW, and Dom Goodman has done it again for Gloucestershire, his third wicket of the match, and none more important than that. Somerset 142 for 8.
I don't know what was going through umpire Bainton's mind, but it looked a little unusual because he'd gone off. He was off walking and sort of came back on himself to say, oh, that's out. And then there was a little bit of a coming together. It was all okay in the end, but between the bowler and the batter, only because I think he accidentally stood on the back of Hildreth's ankle, which that might have been a bit painful, but extra pain on top of the dismissal as well. So, well, the breakthrough comes about, and it's a wicket for Goodman, who looked to me perhaps in the previous over to be trying too hard, or looking for the wicket, striving for that wicket, instead of sticking to what he's done so well, which is he's on the money every time. But he's got a wicket, LBW Goodman, and the end of a good innings from Hildreth, but you just wonder if it's going to be enough for Somerset. He's out for 64, and the lead's 145 with 2 wickets standing in the second innings.
Now I cannot wait to see how Marchand de Lange approaches this situation, whether he decides, I'm going to try and...
You know how he's going to do it.
I don't, because okay. I think he could, maybe he could decide that he's going to try and play a different way. I don't know.
Okay,
it's going to be very exciting, whatever happens, and Goodman will bowl the first ball to him. And he struck on the pad here, and this time not out, says umpire Bainton, and nobody's gone to field the ball. Everybody's appealing to Neil Bainton, who gives a leg by. De Lange did move a fair way across there, but in Neil Bainton's judgment, I would say that he's decided that the ball was missing leg. The leg bye is given. It was certainly worth the loud shout that Gloucestershire gave.
Well, I looked for just some reassurance there from Anthony, because that looked very close to me. Looked very close. The umpire must have thought he was going down. That's the only explanation for that one. Going down, possibly high. I thought perhaps that's what had been just going down the leg side, but I tell you what, it was very nearly 2 and 2.
Well, here is Goodman. Davey is on strike with 22 to his name, as that's outside the off stump, well outside the off stump, and a pretty easy leave that time for Josh Davey. And what we can say, or at least I will say, about the Hildreth dismissal is that it was not a good shot at all, and it almost looked as though I'm not sure what happened really, because he was so late on the ball that he didn't get through his shot. If in Neil Bainton's judgment he did play a shot at it, so late. As Goodman in and bowls, and that's outside off stump, and once more Josh Davey is able to shoulder arms to it. But I think that's going to be one which possibly at the end of play, or at least at the end of my stint, I'm going to have to find on either Somerset or Gloucestershire's social media channel and replay a few times just to see exactly what it was that happened there.
See, I'm still of that upbringing where I say, look at the paper tomorrow. He's out.
What's a paper? Oh, sorry. Goodman bowls, and that's full and straight and pushed away towards extra cover, and there is no run.
But I know a lot of people have an awful lot of interest and fun over the winter months. It tends to be perhaps a bit more enjoyable when the season's finished, to have a look at some of these. What they call, a lot of the clubs run the out or not out, and you're the umpire.
Oh yes, I do love a good out or not out.
That could be one of them for the winter. But in the meantime, it's a massive wicket, of course.
Here is Goodman. He's in. He bowls, and Davey is back to what he was doing before with a solid-looking defensive shot into the covers, and that ends a successful over. The run that was off, it was a leg bye, so it is a wicket maiden for Dom Goodman, and the wicket of James Hildreth for 64. He made that of 150 balls with 8 fours. Somerset lead by 146.
Yes, I'm always very grateful to teams when they can get together where even I can take the second innings score and work out what the lead is. If they go over 9, I'm struggling. Over 10, I suppose, I then start to struggle. But yeah, only 3 in front at the end of the first innings, Somerset, and they've just added another 143 runs to that. And I shall do one more over. Van Buren continuing to bowl. He's bowled 6 overs, 15 runs conceded so far, and reaching for it a little. De Lange there.
These two will know each other quite well, both from the same regional setup in South Africa.
De Lange facing and playing back a little tentatively. I won't try that word again tonight. I shall practice it. De Lange. Defensive again. Van Buren, was that the first time is he a grunter?
He has actually been grunting a little bit.
I hadn't noticed it until then. De Lange with Van Buren bowling, and well, he's keeping these out at the moment, but I suppose that's all he needs to do in some ways. But he's not having a go at his mate, that's for certain. Not yet, anyway. Oh, LBW appeal out. Well, he went back and didn't know hardly anything about that, and that sort of looks to be, from where we are, a fairly easy decision for umpire Illingworth to make at the far end, but it's 9 wickets down. The lead for Somerset remains only 146, and De Lange, LBW, he's gone to the bowling of Van Buren, and he makes his sorry way off back to the pavilion, with Davies still there on 22, and Gloucestershire having to have worked really hard since the resumption of play at 4:10, getting their wickets again. And Van Buren gets a wicket, and it's 1 for 15 from just under 7 overs for him. Leach will now come out to join Davey, with work to do here, because this lead is just 146 in front for the home side. And that looked to be a fairly easy decision. I haven't seen the replay, but a fairly easy decision for umpire Illingworth to make.
Certainly live, it looked stump to stump. It looked very full. And I think in general, you know, when Graham van Buren is bowling, that the ball is not too likely to be turning too much. And, well, I think he will be absolutely delighted with that. As I say, they will probably know each other. They will probably have played quite a lot of cricket together. They didn't play for the same provincial team, but they did play for the same franchise team in South Africa. So I suspect some friendly rivalry between the two, and Van Buren will probably be having a few friendly words with De Lange, maybe after the match is over rather than this evening.
I'm told from players that these are big moments when teammates get to face each other, whether it be sometimes at international level, of course. Teammates can county or state teammates or domestic teammates can play. Dare I say they'll be meeting in opposite teams for 100 franchise as well, or teams this summer, some of them. But here we have Leach, who is capable of doing more than just hanging around. He was part of that recovery at Lords as well. But Davey, who's worked hard for his 22, is just standing at the other end wondering, will he get another chance to eke a few more runs out and build a lead here. In terms of overs remaining, 18 in the day, and I think James Bracey, I wish he didn't call himself Bobby Bracey on Twitter, because that's all I can ever think of now, is to call him Bobby. James Bracey has been asking, I think, for some shades there. Keep the glare out a little, the wicket keeper. Leach with Van Buren looking for another wicket here now, and 4 to that right to the pitch of the ball. Leach, I mean, he starts if he's going to walk off somewhere. I don't know where he's going, but anyway, it's 143 for 9. Davey on 22, Leach yet to get off the mark. And I shall come back a little later on, but Anthony will come in and join you. As I say, we've got quite a few overs remaining here this afternoon, although it must be said, Van Buren, as you correctly identified earlier, as the pace of him getting through his overs, it may be not quite as late a finish as we thought.
Indeed not. With, what is it? Actually 17 overs, yep, 17 overs remaining in the day's play, and back-to-back wicket maidens for Gloucestershire, just when it looked as though Hildreth and Davey were possibly getting Somerset into a very good position, as Goodman continues, bowls very full. Davey plays that one up towards mid-off, and there is no run, and indeed Kevin Howells has taken his departure, and here is Anthony Gibson. What did you make of that Hildreth LBW then?
Took me by surprise, I must say, but it was as you were saying, it was a strange shot from Hildreth.
Here is Goodman. He's in, he bowls back of a length and punched away up to mid-on, where David Payne does the fielding, no run.
I just don't quite understand why umpire Bainton moved so sharply to his left if he'd already, as he presumably had, made up his mind that was LBW, because it really didn't matter where he was standing if the decision was out. But he didn't, he moved to his left and then stuck the finger up. There wasn't a big delay or anything.
Goodman is there, bowls, and there's a flowing drive from Josh Davey, but he's picked out Chris Dent at extra cover, so there's no run. I can promise you that Neil Bainton will not be happy about that, because it's certainly not in the, it's certainly not something that I think an umpire really wants to do, because naturally it opens up the possibility of the team saying, well, if you moved, you kind of thought it was out. But
Quite.
At the end of the day, though, if he makes the right decision, then I think that's really all that matters. But of course, I can't comment on whether it was the right decision or not, because I've not seen enough replays. I haven't really seen a replay at all properly. As here's Goodman, he's in bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Josh Davey. I'm really, really impressed by so many things about Dom Goodman, but his wrist and his release is really impressing me. This over in particular, just I'm sure it's been there all the time, but I haven't necessarily noticed it before this over. But he gets a bit of natural shape away from the right-hander as he's in bowls, and moving across his stumps a little bit was Davey, but too far down the leg side from Dom Goodman. It's only a leg by though, so still the long period without a run off the bat continues, but it's one more run for Somerset. It'll take them any way they can get them at the moment, and the lead is up to 147 for them. Jack Leach will take strike. Looks as though Goodman's going to decide to come round the wicket.
What I would say about the Hildreth dismissal is that it came as a complete surprise, because he seemed to be really settling into his work and been looking very secure.
Here is Goodman. Leach just has one ball this over to face, and he prods that one away through the gully region. It'll only be a single though, as Matt Taylor patrolling out there keeps it down to the 145 for 9. Leach is off the mark with that little guide through the gully, and means he will in fact keep the strike. And like you say, it was one thing for James Hildreth to suddenly play and miss after what seemed like, I don't know, did he play and miss once since the resumption? I don't remember it,
no.
but for him to be bamboozled that much by a delivery, it just came, like you say, it was a complete shock, completely out of the blue.
Yep, and a crucial blow you have to feel. Somerset won't think they're out of this. 150 odd is going to take a bit of getting against Jack Leach on the last day. One assumes that Gloucestershire will be batting this evening. If Somerset could pick up a couple of wickets this evening, that would set them in good stead for the overnight. That's played out into the offside defensively by Leach, and he won't get a run. Van Buren continuing from the river end. He's bowling over the wicket to his fellow left-hander, and Leach this time chops that into the offside, but only as far as cover point. Umpire standing on that side of the ground because of the evening sun as Leach stretches forward. I suppose of these two, Leach will try and keep his end up, and Josh Davey will have to take the responsibility of scoring some late runs, as that's another defensive shot from Leach. He's been out there for, how long has he been out there? 109 minutes, Josh Davey. 89 deliveries for his 22. Van Buren bowls, and Leach will pick up a single this time, as that eludes the grasp of the fielder at forward short leg, who is
Tom Lace.
Tom Lace. Under the helmet, another run on the board, 146 for 9. So Gloucester will need at least 150 to win, which I suppose is a small psychological milestone. Davey is driving that firmly, but it's well cut off at mid-off. End of that over by Chris Dent doing the fielding there. 145 rather for 9. So no, my maths is all. they would need, as things stand, 149. Gloucestershire. So that psychological milestone, if indeed it is what, doesn't yet apply.
I think you were right the first time, Anthony.
Was I?
Yes, I think it will be 150 to win if the last wicket falls now.
It's a lovely evening here. I was sitting outside just now, and it's really warm in the evening sunshine. And in fact, Josh Davey has dispensed with his sweater.
Actually, I'm almost at the point where I could do with taking off my jacket, actually, as Goodman continues, bowls to Leach, and it's full, and Leach pushes away to wide mid-off, and there is no run. It did. Oh yeah, I looked at the forecast, and it looked as if it was actually going to be getting warmer through the afternoon rather than colder, and it certainly feels as though that's been the case. And the other difference is that there hasn't been the breeze coming through recently. The fresh sea breeze through the western Supermare, sweet as. Goodman in, bowls over the wicket to the left-handed Leach, and Leach pushes away to backward point and doesn't pick up a run. And these two will not give their wickets away lightly. not that Marchand de Lange did, and in some ways you'd just say maybe he might have been better off trying to...
I'm sure he would have been. You know, it's not his game to try and block it out. I think he would have been much better taking Van Buren on and taking his chances.
Here is Goodman in now, bowls to Leach. Leach clips this one away, and that's a nice looking stroke from Leach. Picks the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Leach wanted the second run, but Josh Davey rightly tells him to stay there. So just the one run, 147 for 9, and well, that's well, that now does mean it's definitely 150 plus to win. It would be 151 from here, and Davey twirling his bat has looked really quite confident of late as Goodman bowls to him, and there's a drive straight to mid-off though. Just got that a bit straighter than he was hoping to, did Josh Davey. He was looking for that gap at extra cover but couldn't find it.
The other disappointment about the Hildreth dismissal was that he was just 8 runs short of overtaking Bill Alley as Somerset's 4th highest run scorer in first-class cricket. He needed 72, a fact that I knew but wasn't going to mention while he was out there batting, lest it put the mockers on him. But
well,
you'll have to wait.
Something to look forward to at Grace Road.
At Grace Road, yeah.
Here comes Goodman in, bowls to Davey, back of a length, and Davey, everything in behind that, rolls gently up towards mid-on where David Payne does the fielding, and will just have buoyed Gloucestershire. I would actually say that the intensity from Gloucestershire perhaps wasn't quite as much as it was, you know, as soon as they went out there after the break in the evening. Here comes Goodman. Is there, bowls to Davey, full and straight, and Davey playing away comfortably to cover, and there is no run, and Somerset 147 for 9, lead of 150. I think I was probably focusing a bit too much on the fact that the likes of Higgins and Payne would be fresh, and in the end actually the break overall seems to have suited Somerset, but Gloucestershire have gone bang bang, as they like to say.
Yeah, I think the cricket lost some of its intensity, or the Gloucestershire cricket lost some of its intensity when Van Buren was brought into the attack. It seemed a strange thing to do. He's got a wicket, of course. He's in now bowling to Leach, who stretches forward, plays it out into the covers. Chris Dent does the fielding. He's got a slip. Hankins and forward short leg Tom Lace under the helmet there, and Leach again stretches forward in defence. Not a cloud in the sky over the Cooper Associates County Ground now. Completely blue sky. Beautiful evening, and very pleasant for watching cricket. It's just a shame there's nobody here apart from a handful of us journalists and media folk and the 2 teams, of course, and their followers. That's about it. As Van Buren is in and bowls, and Leach again stretches forward. Not much sign of any bounce or turn for Van Buren, is there? Not that he's anything like as good a left armer as Leach. Leach gets across to that outside the off stump, thinks about an aggressive shot, but contents himself with a firm push into the offside. Van Buren in and bowls, tosses this one right up, and that is played away into the onside. It was a good tumbling stop out there.
I think it's George Scott, actually.
Is it? George Scott, yes, because Craig Brathwaite has taken George Scott's place at backward point stroke square leg. So a run was taken there, 148 for 9. Another run to Jack Leach, who moves on to 4 and keeps the strike.
Well, Goodman, his figures, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 19. Every time you think that they can't get better, they seem to. But he is now out of the attack. So that's the end of another tremendous spell, and he went for, I think it was 6 in his first over of the spell, and as Kevin Howell said, I'm not sure whether it was trying too hard or whether it was just getting loose again. Either way, the first over didn't quite go to plan, but since then he was immaculate and has been, really with the exception of only maybe a couple of overs, which even somebody like Ryan Higgins is going to have, has been just tremendous. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 36. Could easily have had a second wicket in the first innings. And in this innings, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 19. And Gloucestershire are going to have an interesting decision to make, I think, assuming that Dan Worrell is able to come into the side next week. And then, of course, there's Jared Warner, who played in the second 11, and I'm not sure whether it was always going to be the plan to bring Goodman in before Warner, or whether, with Warner just coming off injury, they decided to let Warner have the full second 11 game. In any case, here is Higgins, bowls, and Leach tries to whip this one away into the leg side, and it's rolled away down towards short fine leg off his hip area, and it's going to be a leg by. 149 for 9. Yep, for just ticking over there. Lead of 152. So Higgins hunting wicket number 4, has once again been the leading wicket taker in this innings, and he will run in now to bowl to Davey. Davey with a forcing drive, but straight to Chris Dent at extra cover. Not sure whether has Mohammad Abbas taken any more wickets. He's got 2 in the second innings, so possibly that puts Abbas level now. In fact, no, it doesn't. He's still on 11, but Higgins does have company on 12 at the moment in the early stages of the championship wicket-taking table, as Davey leaves that one outside the off stump. Bryden Carser, or Cars, I suppose you'd call him over here, of Durham, has also got 12 to his name. And at Chelmsford, Durham 31 for 3, needing a further 137 runs to beat Essex, as Higgins is in bowls, and Davey, everything in behind that, plays it up the pitch. Higgins has a little bit of a stare, but nothing more than that. Hills looking beautiful in the distance, and the road, still the odd car passing by, but it's a beautiful, serene evening here at Taunton as Higgins bowls, and there's an edge, and it's juggled and held on to eventually. I think he had at least 2 goes at that, did Craig Brathwaite, but that is the end of the innings. Ryan Higgins gets his 4th wicket, and the last man out, Josh Davey, who played so well. It was low, and I'm not sure whether it was 1 or 2 extra goes that Craig Brathwaite had at it, but eventually he held on to it. Juggling catch, and Gloucestershire will require 153 runs to beat Somerset here at Taunton.
And they'll be favourites to do it, I think. It's, I've just been looking at the Hildreth dismissal, and if he didn't get an inside edge onto his pad, it was a pretty good decision. He didn't manage to get his pad outside off stump. I think it would have clipped the top of off, middle and off, something like that. What I don't quite understand is why the umpire was moving away to the side as if a run was going to be taken. It's certainly Hildreth set off for a run, as if he had edged it into his pad. Anyway, we'll ask James Hildreth at the close of play what the explanation or what he thought of the decision. I'm sure he'll be very diplomatic. That's a pretty sorry tale there for Somerset, being bowled out for 149. Banton at 18, Lammonby 3rd duck in succession. Tom Abel LBW to Higgins for 6. George Bartlett a duck. Stephen Davis 12. Craig Overton 2. Lewis Gregory 8. Marchant Delanger 0. Jack Leach 4 not out. And the 2 innings which stand out like good deeds in a naughty world. First of all, Josh Davies 22, combining stout defence with occasional bursts of aggression, and most of all James Hildreth, who made 64, did his very best to build the Somerset lead. He was uncertain at the start, seemed to be growing in confidence, and then was beaten by a good inducker from Dom Goodman, LBW for 64 from 150 deliveries with 8 fours. So if Somerset do have a chance of winning this match, and they still do, 153 is going to take a bit of getting for Gloucestershire on the last day, but they owe that chance very much to James Hildreth. Do you want to talk about the Gloucestershire bowling, Ed?
Yes, I'll take you through the figures. David Payne, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 48. He kind of bowled in patches, I would say. He was, bowling as well as he would like to, and maybe in other patches he tried to go the short ball route, and that didn't really work out so well for him, and he bowled that spell from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. But I think probably if you disregarded that spell and just looked at his body of work from the river end, he bowled very well. Ryan Higgins, 16.5 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 29, and I don't know, it's hard not to wax lyrical about Ryan Higgins' bowling as somebody that follows Gloucestershire, because at the moment it still feels as though not so many people around the county circuit as might be do wax lyrical about it, because it's immaculate control, and he has so many more tricks up his sleeve than just being a medium pacer who can swing the ball. So once again he will be the headline bowler, I suppose. Matt Taylor, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 27, was also terrific. He picked up the wicket of Tom Banton as well as of Lewis Gregory, and both of those, well, really all the Somerset players could have dug in at any point really, but 2 more important wickets there, and Matt Taylor bowled with terrific control. Dom Goodman, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 19, should be immensely proud of his work on debut, and he will hope that his work is very much done and that he does not have to take to the middle again. But he looked solid in defence with the bat and with the ball, bowled with immaculate control, hit a good length, but didn't get carried away with trying to bowl too quickly, trying to bowl too short. He just stuck at it and bowled really in exactly the way that you would have hoped to have bowled. Tremendous debut for Dom Goodman. And Graham van Buren, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. He'll be delighted, I'm sure, to have got rid of Marchand Delanger. And he certainly did his job too, and I think he took 1 wicket in the Bob Willis Trophy last year, so he's already got a wicket in the county championship here, so congratulations to Graham van Buren there. So very tidy set of figures, as I suppose you would imagine really when you bowled a side out for 149. Now the question is, can Gloucestershire's top order hold it together under what will be immense pressure from the Somerset fielders? I suspect that they will try and go out there and score their runs at a decent clip, you would imagine, but we'll see. That could open up possibilities as well. But I think if Somerset get at least 2 of Dent, Brathwaite, Bracey, if they get 2 of those tonight in the 10 overs remaining,
yep.
Then yes, things could get dicey for Gloucestershire tomorrow.
Well, it was Somerset's batsman who brought them back from the dead against Middlesex to win the game at Lord's. The onus is now on Somerset's bowlers to do the same, to bowl Gloucestershire out for fewer than 153. That is going to be quite a task. The groundsman going up and down. Scott Hawkins going up and down out there with the light roller. That you would say that this 10 overs that Gloucestershire have got tonight could be an awkward period, but the pitch seems to have played more easily in the last session of each day than it has done at any other time. And the pressure really will be on Somerset's bowlers, more so almost than the Gloucestershire batsmen. But as you were saying, Ed, it's going to be interesting to see how they go about chasing down what's a relatively small target. The received wisdom seems to be that you need to take the fight to the bowlers, get the runs sooner rather than later. If you hang around out there and allow the bowlers to bowl, well, you may be asking for trouble. But Chris Dent and Craig Brathwaite, we assume, will open the innings for Gloucestershire. The umpires are in front, standing in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, away to our right in the lovely evening sunshine here at Taunton, and here they come. There's only Brathwaite there of the two batsmen at the moment. No sign of Chris Dent just yet. Here he comes out of the pavilion. The squeaking you can hear. Needs a bit of WD-40, that roller.
The Gloucestershire batsmen are not swinging like a rusty gate, I can confirm. I'm not missing that.
Somerset fielding side congregated outside the entrance to their dressing room, what used to be the home dressing room here for many years. It's now the committee room, committee dining room at the far end of the first floor of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. And well, Somerset's bowlers have a formidable task ahead of them to bowl Gloucestershire out for fewer than 153, but a couple of wickets this evening could make all the difference. It's a very noisy roller, that, isn't it? Still, there aren't much in the way, aren't many in the way of other sounds around at the moment. There will be shortly when the Somerset fielders get going.
Yes, I'm sure they'll be making it quite clear who's actually under pressure out there.
Yeah. Yes, this is an important little session. If Gloucestershire can get through unscathed, they'll be red-hot favourites tomorrow, even if batting tends to be more difficult in the morning here at Taunton than in the afternoon. Lewis Gregory's going to open the attack from this Trez Pavilion end.
I was actually going to ask you whether you thought that it would be Gregory or whether it would be Davey, presumably partnering Overton.
Well, that's obviously the plan. He opened the bowling in the first innings, but Jason Kern obviously, and Tom Abel and Andy Hurry, the cricketing triumvirate for Somerset, know what they're doing. And Brathwaite is going to take strike from Gregory.
It's the fielder at long leg that was in question. It almost looked as they were going to have a short fielder in on the leg side there, but decided to push him back to the boundary.
Here comes Gregory into bowl to Brathwaite. He's there and bowls a full length delivery. Attempted Yorker, which is rather squirted down to long leg for the first run of the Gloucestershire second innings. Brathwaite rehearses the shot. Right hand, left hand combination. Brathwaite, the right hander. Dent, the left hander. And I guess, Ed, that Chris Dent will perhaps play in the same way as he did when Gloucestershire chased down that total against Surrey.
Yep, I suspect he probably will. I don't imagine he will be letting too many scoring opportunities go by, so I think the onus is on Somerset to bowl tightly to him and then see what happens.
Here comes Gregory again. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Dent, who gets in a bit of a tangle there, and ball just runs out into the onside where Josh Davey does the fielding.
I love it because Dent obviously didn't play a shot at it, and the ball pitched way outside the leg stump. I'm not sure why Chris Dent didn't play a shot at it. He got himself in a mess there. But then, as soon as the ball ricocheted off his pad, everyone was shouting "No shot!" from Somerset, as though the umpire might suddenly forget the rules and regs.
It's Gregory in the bowls to Dent, who pushes that into the offside. Bartlett does the fielding from extra cover. Bartlett, who failed to trouble the scorers, as they say. Here this afternoon, played a rather indeterminate prod at a lifting delivery from Goodman, and was comfortably taken behind by James Bracey. Here comes Gregory. Familiar approach. He's in, bowls. Driven nicely by Dent, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. The first boundary of the Gloucestershire innings is an he has he pulled it back in?
He has, yes, just about. In fact, actually, the ball seemed really to slow up towards the rope, because I certainly thought, like you, 4 runs off the bat, but it seemed really to slow up towards long off.
Tom Banton, well fielded. Quick across the ground. So what did they take? They took 3 runs.
Yeah.
So 4 without loss. Gloucestershire chasing at 153. Gregory bowls to Brathwaite, who defends. A slightly crooked bat to backward point.
Pitching it right up there, Lewis Gregory, each of the last 2. I mean, the previous one I think you would say was over-pitched, really, and certainly inviting the drive without too much risk from Chris Dent, but that one was probably more like that full challenging length that he's looking for.
Here he comes again. Gregory in bowls to Brathwaite, who drives handsomely, but straight to Bartlett, to Banton rather, who fields at shortish extra cover. So 4 runs off the first over, and no signs there of anything particularly hazardous as far as these 2 opening batsmen for Gloucestershire are concerned.
Well, Craig Overton, not too much of a surprise that he's got his sweater and his cap off, and he will bowl from the river end, and this will be an exciting contest. Craig Overton will not be holding back in any respect, and he will be hunting early wickets, and it's really edge of your seat time until either the end of the game or until Gloucestershire get off to a decent enough start that they'll feel more comfortable. Here is Craig Overton. He's in, he bowls to Dent, and Dent leaves this alone outside the off stump, angling across. And I think we were talking about in the evening session how batting has seemed easier. It remains to be seen whether the 10 overs is a good thing for Gloucestershire to be batting this evening or not.
Well, if they get through them, it will be a good thing. If they lose a couple of wickets, it'll be not. Interesting to see how much further back Steve Davis is standing to Craig Overton than James Bracey was to David Payne.
3 slips in place. Oh, Dent plays this one very softly, and that just had me a little bit concerned that Dent was going to play that too softly and possibly angle the ball onto his stumps there.
That was angled down, wasn't it?
Yep. There's a couple of times there where he's not quite certainly not looked as committed as he has in all of his other 3 innings so far, but there's time for him to get in as Overton bowls to Dent, who's squared up by that one, and it's gone through behind. Well, Craig Overton almost immediately letting Chris Dent know that he's there, he's on the money, and well, that one moved off the pitch, I think it looked like, and that is exactly what Somerset are hoping to see. As here comes Craig Overton. He's in now, he bowls to Dent, and that's down the leg side, and Dent has a flick at it and doesn't get anything on it. The last thing Gloucestershire need as a strangle down the leg side.
Dent's doing a lot of gardening on that pitch at the moment, going down and prodding it as if ball is doing a little bit. New ball, you would expect it to.
Yeah, certainly not looking especially comfortable out there, and who could blame him really? As here comes Craig Overton, he's in now, bowls, and that's left by Dent, who was able to leave that one fairly comfortably as it angled across him. Well, I think it's hard to say, isn't it, but I don't think anything is going to get easier in the morning, so you really may as well, you know, not think actually that much about the close. I think if you're Gloucestershire, I don't think there's any point in saying we're going to try and shut up shop here for 10 overs or 8 overs that remain. Overton bowls, and that's turned away by Chris Dent down towards deep backward square leg. It'll only be a single as the fielding is done by Josh Davey.
That's right.
Off the boundary rope. And so Dent will keep the strike. Gloucestershire are 5 without loss. I think it must be 6 without loss, mustn't they?
No, 5.
No, they are 5.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Sorry, I was forgetting, of course, that I was thrown because because of the shot that Dent hit that
we
both
was
thought
going
was going to go for 4 and didn't.
Yeah.
That's why I was confused. So the end of 2 overs and Gloucestershire 5 runs on the board, needing 148 more.
Yeah, the only really rough area of outfield is immediately down below us where that ball was fielded after it had slowed up. Here's Gregory then to the left-handed Dent. He's in and bowls outside off stump. Dent just watches it fly through at good pace. Good carry to Stephen Davis. Shadows lengthening across the outfield. The shadow cast by the block of retirement apartments away to our left, stretching out, just coming onto the outer reaches of the square. Won't be long before it reaches the pitch itself. As Gregory is in and bowls to Dent, and again it's outside the off stump. No shot from Chris Dent. Just a little bit of seam movement off the away from the left-hander, angled across, and a little bit of seam movement.
Should be encouraging Jack Leach there that there is some seam movement.
Yeah. Possibility of a bit of grip from the left arm spinner. I don't doubt we'll see a short burst from Leach tonight as Gregory is in and bowls, and that's turned into the onside, but won't get it past Tom Banton, who's fielding by the square leg umpire.
I was wondering about that really, because I suppose in an ideal world for Somerset, Gregory and Overton would bowl all 10 overs and have taken 3 or 4 wickets, but how long do they leave it before giving somebody else a go tonight, and who is that person? Do they go to Davey? Do they go to De Lange? Do they go to Leach?
Gregory it is for the moment, and that's driven, but only as far as Josh Davey at mid-on. Yeah, I think it all depends on, you know, if Gregory or Overton pick up a wicket or 2, then they'll be kept going. If not, I should imagine 3 overs each, something like that. Or they may just, they may keep. It wouldn't surprise me if they keep Overton going right to the end and just give Leach an over or 2. Gregory's in and bowls to Dent outside the off stump. The only problem with that theory is that Jack Leach tends to bowl from the river end, which is the end from which Craig Overton is bowling. So probably the plan is for this pair of opening bowlers to go through to the close. We've got another 7 overs after this one, and this will be the last ball of Gregory's over. He's in and bowls, and this is hammered, not quite timed into the offside, but yet again Dent will pick up a single, and yet again he will steal the strike. Last ball of the over, 6 without loss. Gloucestershire 5 of those to Captain Dent, and 1 to Craig Brathwaite, who's only faced 3 deliveries out of the first 18 bowled in this Gloucestershire second innings. The target 153, another 148 are required.
Looked to be quite a late decision from Dent to play a shot at that, but he negotiated it well, even if it was a late decision. Craig Overton starting a new over, bowls, and that's edged and it's wide of the slips, and it's flashed away to the third man boundary for 4 runs. I'm not entirely sure whether that was catchable or not. I think it may have gone to ground in front of the slip cordon, and well, actually maybe it didn't. It's hard to say really. I had a look at the replay, but still happened so quickly even on the replay, but it certainly was in the air for a bit of time. But it's 4 runs in the book, and Chris Dent moves on to 9. Gloucestershire 10 for no wicket. As here is Craig Overton, he bowls and that lifts outside the off stump, back of a length. A few words from Craig Overton, understandably so, as Chris Dent's not looking entirely comfortable out there, but he'll be pleased to have scored the 9 runs that he has so far, and not necessarily looked in great control out there so far. Plenty of encouragement from the field and also from the way that Dent has played so far for Craig Overton. As he is in now, he bowls and he's played on! Chris Dent has gone in exactly the same fashion as he was out in the first innings last week. He tried to leave the ball and the ball angles onto the stumps, and Gloucestershire have lost their skipper with just 10 runs on the board.
Well, what a boost for Somerset. Just the tonic that they needed, that will give them just the lift that they need for these last few overs. They've picked up the wicket of the Gloucestershire captain, who was so effective in the run chase against Surrey in Gloucestershire's first match in this season's county championship, and well bowled Craig Overton. I had a tweet from Robert Blackwell, which I want to mention, who said that Hildreth was hit outside the off stump when he was given out LBW, and he was playing a shot. And I've just had another look at the replay, and I think Robert Blackwell is right.
Question is, though, there's only one person's opinion that matters. As
well, I know,
he played a shot, so that's the only.
I think he was unlucky. He was certainly playing a shot, and he was pretty much. He just managed to get his pad outside off stump. The ball would have hit the stumps. There's no doubt about that. Would have clipped probably the top of off stump. But he got a bad one up at Lord's, did James Hildreth. So he's not enjoying the best of luck. Although I have to say there was an LBW, Ryan Higgins pinned him, and that looked pretty plumb, and that was given not out early in his innings by umpire Bainton. So swings and roundabouts. Anyway,
James Bracey out to the middle, and Gloucestershire need a second vital innings of the match from James Bracey. 4 slips in place now for Craig Overton as he comes into bowl to Bracey, and that lifts, and Bracey gets everything out of the way of it and now walks away from Craig Overton, turns his back. He's not going to look round. Overton is trying to wait as long as he can for Bracey to look round. Eventually Bracey was forced to turn around, but nothing more than just a little glance from Craig Overton after that. And I suppose if Bracey were a different type of character, he would probably have told him to go back to his mark, but Craig Overton charges in, he's there, bowls, and that's full, and Bracey playing away quite comfortably in the end towards wide mid-off, and the shouts go up from every single Somerset fielder, it seems like. That, as you say, it was just exactly what Somerset were looking for, and Chris Dent had looked indecisive really out there. Not the same Chris Dent that we had seen so far this season.
I think that's right. I think he was a bit in two minds as to how to play this.
Yep, I think so. Here comes Craig Overton. He's in bowls to Bracey. Bracey edge. Oh no, he doesn't edge. Or did he edge? And it's dropped. There's a loud cry from Craig Overton, and I must say I'm not exactly sure. I'll have a look at a replay here, and in fact, yes, it was edged, and it was just short of first slip.
Just
so
short.
Thank goodness for the replay.
Yeah, I didn't think it had carried, and also from James Hildreth's body language, it was his catch. I suppose Craig Overton might have thought that Stephen Davis could have gone across and taken it, but
I'm not sure he could have got across there. I think maybe he's just, I suppose he's annoyed, of course, because he could have got the wicket, and Bracey actually has picked up a single for that, so the score 11 for 1, but he's annoyed because he found the edge and didn't get the wicket. I don't know whether he felt they should be closer or not, but either way.
Here's Gregory then to Bracey, in and bowls, and Bracey is beaten outside the off stump. Goodness me, he nearly got a nick on that. And loud shouts of encouragement. That's the noise you can hear.
It's
not
filling the ground, really,
it's
isn't
not
it?
Spectators. It's the Somerset close fielders, the slip cordon. Hildreth, Overton, and Abel. Here comes Gregory again. Somerset pressing to make another breakthrough this evening. Gregory's in and bowls and beats his man again. Chorus of encouragement rings around the ground again.
It really is. It is so sad on many levels that fans can't be in, and it's very sad that they cannot experience
the terrific excitement.
I mean, it is so tense out there, and they're making so much noise, Somerset, that every spectator would be on the edge of their seat in here.
Is Gregory into Bracey's there, he bowls, and Bracey lifts his bat out of the way of another away swinger to the left-handed batsman. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-arm, square leg in front of square, almost a fine mid-wicket if you can have such a fielding position, and a long leg who's sort of between long leg and deep backward square leg. Here's Gregory in and bowls to Bracey outside the off stump, and no shot from James Bracey, who's already got a nick to Craig Overton, which didn't carry quite to first slip. He was beaten the first 2 balls of this over outside the off stump by Lewis Gregory, but the last 2 balls he hasn't had to play a shot at. Important that Gregory makes best use of the new ball, makes the batsman play. He's there now and bowls a full length, and that's tucked away down to Marchant de Lange on the long leg boundary, so it's just a single.
And very kind of the Gloucestershire left-handers to give Craig Brathwaite 1 ball to face. It's only going to be the 1, but he's finally going to get to face a 4th ball.
Yeah, he's left-hand, right-hand combination again. Shadow of the apartments creeping towards the pitch as Gregory bowls to Brathwaite. Good ball ducking into the right-hander, which is well dealt with, out into the onside. End of that over, the 5th over of the innings. 5 overs remain this evening, and at the end of that over, it is 13 for 1.
Well, it will be Bracey on strike, it will be Overton to bowl, and I guess he'll continue attacking from over the wicket, and the examination will continue for James Bracey, as here comes Craig Overton. He's in now, he bowls, and that's left alone. It was a leave that looked tight from our angle, and I don't know that it was absolutely next to the stumps, but either way, he left it just about. He could leave it just about on bounce and just about on width, but it was close-ish on either factor.
Slip cordon reinforced. There are 4 of them there now. Tom Lammonby be coming in at 4th.
Here is Craig Overton, he bowls, and that's pushed back on the bounce to Craig Overton by James Bracey, and Bracey is once more off for a little walk towards square leg. I wonder if one more wicket did fall, whether Gloucestershire would use a night watchman or whether they would not.
I was slightly surprised that Bracey came in with only 6 overs or so to be bowled tonight.
Here comes Craig Overton once more in and bowls, and that's full and straight and pushed down the ground by Bracey. He'll get a single. I think that's all he will get, is it? No, they're going to come back for a second run. Brathwaite has to hurry. The throw comes in, and he's in safely. The throw was on the half volley, which I don't think Craig Overton appreciated, and the ball ricocheted off his hands and out towards the vacant mid-off region. 2 runs to the total, 14 for 1 Gloucestershire as Bracey moves up to 4.
Marchant de Lange with the throw, and when he throws them, they say they stay thrown.
Here comes Craig Overton in bowls, and that passes the outside edge of James Bracey. I don't know that you could say he played inside the line.
No, that
I'm a little teapot, not short and stout, says Craig Overton.
That really, really left him off the seam.
The double teapot out from Craig Overton as he scowls down towards James Bracey.
It's the "what have I got to do" look.
He believes he should get a wicket with every ball he bowls, and certainly in this situation he does. In comes Overton. He's there, he bowls, and Bracey pushes up towards mid-off. No run. And, well, what is it? 2 more overs and 1 ball of Craig Overton tonight for Gloucestershire, and it's amazing. We're talking about these turnovers potentially as an opportunity for Gloucestershire, and it's only taken that 1 wicket, and all of a sudden it feels like now maybe it is more of a matter of just getting to the close. Here comes Overton to complete the over. He's in, bowls to Bracey, and Bracey leaves outside the off stump. It was good length and rising on Bracey, so a well-judged leave to end the over. A couple of runs have come from it. Gloucestershire are 14 for 1. They need a further 139 runs to win with 9 wickets intact.
Yep, and do feel, at least I feel, that Somerset need to get one of these 2 tonight. One of the 3 biggest guns in this Gloucestershire batting lineup. That's no disrespect to the players to come: Tom Lace, Graham Van Buren, George Hankins, Ryan Higgins and George Scott, but Brathwaite and Bracey are class players. Here's Gregory into Brathwaite, who runs that down towards third man. Fielder is in pursuit, slides, makes the stop, and that's Tom Lammonby down there, and Marchant de Lange sends in the return, and 2 runs. Was 2, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
16 for 1. Gloucestershire move on to.
Nice piece of fielding. You expect the ground to be covered so quickly these days. Everybody does lots of sprinting, short sprints. I forget what they call the new bleep test, but there is something that's replaced it.
Gregory to Brathwaite. He's caught, appeal for a catch behind. It wasn't completely convincing. It was playing a miss from the West Indian Test captain. There may have been some sort of a noise. If there was, I couldn't pick it up.
No, it might be one of those things where for some reason it sounded as though there was a noise to those behind the stumps, but
yeah,
Gregory
but
didn't appeal.
No,
I don't think anybody actually in front of the wicket appealed. Those behind did, but they were the only ones.
Gone past the bat again. Bowling well is Gregory. He's in now, bowls to Brathwaite. Oh, and he beats him. Well, I'm not sure whether Brathwaite just pulled his bat inside the line or played that inside the line. But there's lift and movement and pace from Gregory. He's really bending his back in this mini session at the end of day 3 as Somerset press for the second breakthrough. If they were to pick up another wicket tonight, they would feel that they were right back in this game. Gregory to Brathwaite, who's there and bowls. Brathwaite defends. And Lammonby moves quickly to his right to do the fielding from fourth slip. Four slips, the close catches. Hildreth, Overton, Abel and Lammonby. The shadow of the retirement apartments is now halfway across the pitch, running diagonally. Lovely evening here at Taunton, and a very tense match situation as Gregory is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside but straight to George Bartlett at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 16 for 1 Gloucestershire. We're in the 7th over. 10 overs will be bowled this evening, so 2 more from Craig Overton and 1 more from Lewis Gregory after this. Somerset hungry for wickets. Gregory up past the umpire is there and bowls. And Brathwaite, model forward defensive shot, nose over the pitch of the ball, bat angled down, plays it out into the offside. End of that over. It's 16 for 1. 3 overs remain.
Well, it looks as though I should be talking to the debutant, Dom Goodman, after the day's play, so make sure you keep an ear out on BBC Radio Bristol for the interview later on with Dom Goodman, get his thoughts on his first game and what a game it has been. James Bracey on strike, Craig Overton charging in from the river end. He bowls, and that's left by James Bracey.
3 ducks have just gone overhead. I hope Tom Lammonby didn't spot them.
I saw where you were going with that as soon as you started.
Tom Lammonby.
He will turn it around.
Yeah, I'm sure he will.
He don't score as important a runs as he did last year without having the quality to turn it around. Here comes Craig Overton. He bowls, and once more Bracey is watchfully leaving that one, and I can tell by the lack of massive noise from the Somerset slip cordon that that was a relatively comfortable leave this time from James Bracey. Sort of wondering as to if a night watchman were to be used, who it would be. It would be toss-up really between David Payne and Matt Taylor, I would imagine. Here comes Craig Overton, he's there, bowls, and there's a shot through mid-wicket from James Bracey. He's timed that quite well, actually, as he rolled the wrists on it, and they'll get at least 2, and they may well get 1 on the arm. It's the arm of Marchand de Lange who fires the throw in on the full. A very impressive throw to Stephen Davis, but even he, with his arm strength, could not prevent them coming back for a 3rd run. Gloucestershire on to 19 now for 1. As Brathwaite, well, he's... Yes, this must be, I guess, his first time that he's taken strike from the river end, because he's knocking in that bail into the pitch to mark out his guard. And 4 slips in place as Craig Overton moves in, bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite angles that one with soft hands. That's nicely played by Craig Brathwaite. They'll charge for the 2nd run, and they will get there. I say they'll charge for it. Brathwaite actually waited a fair while before turning for that 2nd run, but it was pretty comfortable. Gloucestershire 21 for 1. We just got a glint of those wonderful sunglasses of Craig Brathwaite that he is batting in this evening. Temperatures maybe not quite what he's used to, but bright sunshine I'm sure he is very used to. Here comes Craig Overton. In now, bowls, and once more Brathwaite playing with delicate hands down towards 3rd man. They'll get 2 more. I think it'll just be a even more comfortable jogged 2 than the last couple, and that will frustrate Craig Overton. Well, I say that will frustrate Craig Overton. I think most things will frustrate him at this point with
well,
him hunting for wickets, but Brathwaite played those last 2 rather easily.
See, if Tom Lamb had been at gully rather than fourth slip, both of those shots would have been fielded. As it is, he's gone back to cover point.
Jack Leach down to third man as Craig Overton bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite drops that one away into the mid-wicket region. Brathwaite wants something with 2 overs remaining.
He's probably going to take his sunglasses off, isn't he? Because
oh yes, that is exactly what he's doing.
With the shadow spreading across the ground, you aren't going to be able to see very much with his sunglasses on.
I think that was maybe that was my problem. I mean, I certainly never saw the ball really when I was batting out there.
Yeah, the Gloucestershire 12th man trots off, complete with Craig Brathwaite's shades.
No, I wasn't batting with sunglasses. I was just batting with blinkers, virtual blinkers, I suppose, over my eyes.
23 for 1
over there.
Gregory then to Bracey. He's there and bowls. Bracey turns that into the onside as far as Tom Banton, who's in a short mid-wicket position. Plenty of encouragement, as ever, for Lewis Gregory. Just 11 balls remaining in the day's play, a day which has belonged to Gloucestershire. They lost their last 2 wickets for the addition of just 8 runs this morning, but then bowled Somerset out for 149. Gregory's in a bowls, and defensive shot from Bracey, with really only that partnership between James Hildreth, who finished on 64, and Josh Daly, who's last man out for 22. Really the only partnership of any note in pretty dismal Somerset batting effort, in which too many of their top order batsmen succumbed, not least because of some good Gloucestershire bowling, but it was not the best batting performance you've ever seen. Gregory bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Bracey.
I think you would have to say that had although having said that, the footwork was rather tentative from a couple, especially Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, I mean they seem to be short of confidence. Gregory, no reason why he should be short of confidence after winning the match at Lords. He's there now and bowls to Bracey outside the off stump, no shot from Bracey, but certainly Lammonby's very short on confidence, bound to be. Bartlett is a slow starter, uncertain starter. Banton ditto. Abel just seemed to lose concentration and got too far across his stumps, and was LBW. And Hildreth seemed, found some form and just seemed to be getting on top when he was given that LBW. Here's Gregory to Bracey in and bowls, and Bracey plays that firmly into the offside. George Bartlett does the fielding. 1 ball remains in the penultimate over of the day as the sun sinks slowly in the west, but it's still very good light. Lovely conditions for playing cricket. It's been a good day for the resumption of club cricket around the country. As Gregory is in, bowls to Bracey, who's taken on the pad but got well outside the off stump. Stifled appeal from wicket-keeper and slips, realising that ball had hit Bracey quite a long way outside off stump. So no joy for Lewis Gregory. He's bowled his 5 overs for just 8 runs, so accurate and economical, but hasn't made the breakthrough that Somerset so desperately need. Well, they picked up 1 wicket. They picked up the wicket of Chris Dent, but in an ideal world, they pick up another one in this last over.
Brathwaite on strike. Here is Overton. Bowls back of a length, and Brathwaite running that one down to third man once more. So he's guiding the ball nicely out there. I'm sure that's exactly what Craig Overton's currently saying to him as he passes him and inclines the head that way. Not exactly sure what he said, of course, but I'm sure he's delighted to see that Craig Brathwaite's up the other end. 24 for 1 as Brathwaite moves on to 8, and he will watch Bracey go about his business from the non-striker's end at the moment, with Overton bowling over the wicket. He's in now, bowls, and that's very short, and Stephen Davis with a wonderful take, because James Hildreth had moved out of the way of that one. He was not getting his hands on that one if Stephen Davis hadn't pulled off a magnificent take. That ball just sailed, it seemed, after it went over James Bracey.
Given as a wide.
Oh, it was given as a wide. So 25 for 1, and Craig Overton will have to re-bowl that one. Yes, that one rather got away from him. Here comes Overton. He's in now, bowls to Bracey, and that's full and clipped away through mid-wicket. Despite the oohs and the ahs, it'll be a comfortable couple of runs for James Bracey, who trots back. 9 to his name now. Gloucestershire 27 for 1, needing 126 more.
Yeah, I think the oohs and the ahs on account of Bracey maybe just turning a straight ball from Overton into the onside. Maybe he thought it pitched outside the leg stump so he could play that shot with impunity. But the slips thought that Overton was nearly through there. But nearly through, not quite good enough.
Here is Overton, he's in, bowls to Bracey, and Bracey leaves. Outside off stump, just 2 deliveries remaining in the day's play. And I think, despite the fact, of course, Somerset would love to get a wicket in these last couple of balls, regardless of that fact, the wicket of Dent does mean that it will still be a fascinating morning tomorrow, and that Somerset will still believe that they have a chance, more than a chance, to pull off the victory as Overton bowls and Bracey plays quietly away to extra cover and doesn't get a run for it. And of course I've forgotten about the wide, so there will be in fact now 2 more balls remaining in the day's play. Shadows have seemingly encompassed the pitch very quickly. There was not really much time when the pitch was sort of half covered in sun, half covered in shadow. Overton just about in the sunshine, but runs into the shadow as he bowls, and that's a tightish leave from James Bracey. Craig Overton is cursing to the ancestors over that one.
Yeah, he's got his hands on his head. Can't have missed the off step by very much, judging by his reaction.
Well, Craig Brathwaite can take his gloves off if he so chooses. He doesn't do that. I often, well, you don't tend to see that so much. I don't think it's something that professional players particularly like to do if they have to dive for a second run and ditch the gloves. So last ball of the day, Craig Overton pacing around at the end of his run-up. He's moving in now. He's there. He bowls, and Bracey clips away through mid-wicket, wide, mid-on more like really, and mid-on moves across to do the fielding. It will just be the single, so Bracey will have the strike tomorrow morning. That is the end of day 3 at Taunton. Gloucestershire are 28 for 1. They will need 125 more runs to beat Somerset, and they will have 9 wickets remaining. And you feel still that Bracey and Brathwaite, if you're Gloucestershire, you feel like they, at least one of them, holds the key to the chase still.
Yep, Gloucestershire will be warm favourites at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, but a couple of early wickets for Somerset could change all of that. The nerves could easily set in amongst the Gloucestershire middle order. Jack Leach could have an important part to play, but it's been a good day here for the visitors, Gloucestershire, having added another 8 runs to their overnight 301 for 8, and then crucially bowling Somerset out for just 149 to leave themselves with a target of 153, and they've made a pretty good start. They've lost the wicket of their captain Chris Dent, but James Bracey, after surviving one or two early alarms and excursions, playing and missing, getting an edge to Craig Overton that didn't carry, he's still there on 10 not out, and Craig Brathwaite, who's looked pretty secure at the other end, he's on 8. So hope you can join us at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for what will be the final couple of sessions in this well balanced as it was game, but maybe this afternoon the balance of advantage has shifted towards Gloucestershire. Whether that's decisive, well, join us at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning to find out.